Chapter 201, Love or Hate? What's the use of saying it now? It's already spread throughout the academy, and even my grandpa might have already heard of it by now. Lin angrily said. Long Yi curled his lip, then coldly snorted, bringing calamity to yourself. Who can you blame? This is your own retribution. You. Lin Na hatefully turned around and walked away, then looking at them from a distant place, she got lost in thoughts. Was she really a person whose words couldn't be trusted? The gaze of Long Yi filled with disdain and the words of Ziman Wuan made her feel unhappy in her heart. But could she, a proud woman, became his maid for a month? Ling Na struggled in her heart, and somehow, seeing Long Yi's disdainful expression, she felt stabbing pain in her heart, or to say, she didn't want her image to be like this in the heart of Long Yi. Just when Lin Na was hesitating over there, Long Yi sat down on the grassland. Ziman Wuan and Long Linger, one on the left one on the right, sat beside him. Little sister, Linger, you two also haven't returned home for a long time, are you homesick? Long Yi recalled the words of Zhao Yi, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, I'm truly somewhat homesick, should we return? Long Linger hugged the arm of Long Yi and asked. Looking at it, it had already been a year or so since they had left Soaring Dragon City, so if she says she didn't miss home, then that would just be deceiving people. Yes, second brother, are you planning to return? Ziman Wuan also hugged another arm of Long Yi with her soft breast stuck to his arm without scruple. Long Yi didn't speak. Towards Ziman clan, he truly had a kind of peculiar sense of belonging in his heart. But did he really want to return? Now he had completely integrated into this world, and in this world, Ziman clan was his home and Violent Dragon Empire was his country. So if Ziman Nu called him back, then should he return? Recalling the benevolent eyes of Ziman Nu and the tearful eyes of reluctant to part Dongfang Wan before parting, Long Yi lightly sighed. I also don't know, thinking about it, if I return, perhaps I will be drowned to death by the saliva of millions of common people of Soaring Dragon City. Long Yi said with a self-deprecating smile. Long Linger trembled, and looking at the outline and brilliant starry eyes of Long Yi, as well as recalling that bad smile that always hung in his face, which would unconsciously attract others, she thought, is Long Yi really that ignorant and incompetent tyrant Ziman Yu who had done all kinds of evils in former days? Long Yi, as if sensing her gaze, slightly looked towards her, and just happened to see Long Linger dodging his gaze in panic. After that, he softly asked, Linger, do you still hate me? Long Linger remained silent, merely hugged the arm of Long Yi tightly. She seemed to be afraid as well as hesitating. Second brother, do you still have to ask? Linger is so happy now, how can she hate you? Ziman Wuan was confirming on the surface, but in fact, she was reminding Long Linger. After hearing the words of Ziman Wuan, Long Linger blanked out. Yes, staying beside Long Yi, she truly was very happy. Merely, was this happiness an illusion or not? Moreover, at that time, wasn't she just pretending to make Long Yi lower his guard? Now Long Linger was confused. She was not able to understand her own heart clearly. That bone-deep hatred of that time had made her blind, and she was unable to differentiate rights and wrongs. If not for this talk, then she might have never thought about it, but now that this problem is mentioned, as if a bucket of cold water was poured down to her heart, that pain of before awakened in her spirit. Long Linger raised her head, and said, forcing herself to smile, what did you say just now? I didn't hear. Ah, that's right, yesterday, Wuan said that Ling Feng is actually a girl. Where is she now? Seeing Long Linger releasing his arm, Long Yi got angry from the bottom of his heart without any reason. He took a deep breath to forcibly suppress his anger and replied her, she had her matters, so she left. Ah, left, second brother, how can you let her go without letting us bid farewell to her? Seeing the anger in the eyes of Long Yi, Ziman Wuan hurriedly changed the subject of talk. She had an urgent matter, so she had no time. Long Yi replied, and looking at that changing irregularly beautiful face of Long Linger, Long Yi could no longer see this, so standing suddenly, he turned around to walk away. Long Yi. Long Linger was startled, and subconsciously caught the sleeve of Long Yi's garment. Long Yi turned around, then looking straight at that somewhat panicky beautiful eyes of Long Linger, he said, "Answer me now, do you still hate me? Were all those sweet smiles you had when you were with me, originate from a faithful heart or just pretending?" Long Yi, you. Long Linger was rather at a loss. Now her brain was in chaos, and that as if nightmare night began to flash before her eyes again. Then her face revealed hatred as well as a trace of confusion. Long Yi felt pain in his heart. He had always believed that Long Linger had thoroughly fallen in love with him, and the hatred in her heart had already disappeared without a trace long ago. But seeing hesitation and uncertainty of Long Linger as well as the hatred of just now, his anger soared, because he cared about her, and because he had already regarded her as his woman long ago. Perhaps, in the eyes of other people, this kind of rage was unreasonable. Wasn't he himself responsible for Long Linger to hate him? Didn't he rape her that night? But, a man, especially like Long Yi who is person in the matter of affection, how could he endure his own woman still hating him? At the very beginning, he had accepted Long Linger purely to see what tricks she had, but now that the affection was born, he felt rather unbearable. After all, a pure affection was unable to tolerate even a grain of sand. Long Yi took a deep breath, then lightly shaking off her hand, he walked away with large strides. Zemin Wuan looked at blankly staring Long Linger for a while, then hurriedly ran after Long Yi. At this time, Lin Na came back to her sense, and seeing Long Yi storming away, she was unable to understand the circumstance, and muttered, "Why are you so angry? Do you really want me to do as promised?" Zemin Wuan chased after Long Yi, then holding the hand of Long Yi, she squatted down, acting just like a child showing her temper. "Smelly second brother, you promised me that, no matter what Long Linger do, you will forgive her," Zemin Wuan said while nervously looking at Long Yi. Long Yi sighed, then patting the head of Zemin Wuan, he forced a smile and said, "In fact, I am not angry at her, I am angry at myself. Why am I so repulsive? It's already been so long, but I am still unable to make Long Linger let go of her hatred." Zemin Wuan stood up, and said, "Second brother, I don't believe that you are unable to see Linger has already fallen in love with you long ago, merely Linger herself isn't able to see this clearly. That's all. The matter of 2 years ago has harmed her greatly. Since that is your fault, can't you tolerate a bit?" Long Yi got stagnant, then making a wry smile, he touched his nose, accepting the lesson of Zemin Wuan, he said, "Go, accompany Linger, I will go to take a breather." Zemin Wuan released the hand of Long Yi, then worriedly looking at Long Yi for a little while, she returned back. This moment, Lin Na was sitting beside Long Linger, and no matter what she said, she didn't get any response from Long Linger, so she was somewhat puzzled as she was unable to understand how the atmosphere changed into this. What happened here? What happened to Linger? Seeing Zemin Wuan coming, Lin Na asked in concern. Zemin Wuan shook her head and said, "This cannot be explained in a short while, we are returning." Lin Na wanted to accompany them, but seeing Zemin Wuan's appearance as if she didn't want to let her know, she returned back alone. Zemin Wuan led pale-faced Long Linger to their girls' dormitory, and at this time, seeing Long Linger who was happy just a moment ago change into this, and two couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What happened to this child? Is she sick?" Zemin Wuan shook her head and said, "Something happened, but it will be fine soon. No need to worry, Aunt Tu." Finished speaking, she pulled Long Linger and went up. Long Linger sat on the bed with her head lowered, and with tears streaming down her cheeks, she hugged Zemin Wuan and muttered, "Wuan, you say, what is happening to me? Do I love him or hate him?" Zemin Wuan soothingly patted the back of Long Linger and said, "Ask your own heart. I heard that, if you don't see the person you have fallen in love, then you'll miss him and also yearn to see him again. You will be happy if he praised you. You will be jealous if he is with other women, you will be happy if he is happy, you will be sad if he is sad, and you will like to share everything with him." Zemin Wuan said, and while speaking, her eyes began to blur. "Heard? Just listen to yourself?" Long Linger was startled, Everything Zimin Wuan had stated seemed to be very identical to her feeling. When she didn't see Long Yi, she missed him. She would become jealous if other women were beside him. She would feel happy if he was happy, and she would feel sad if he was sad. So does this mean she had truly fallen in love with him, and wasn't acting just because she wanted to retaliate? Well, don't think about it, just sleep, and when you wake up tomorrow, perhaps, everything will be clear. Zimin Wuan said, then pushing Long Linger over to the bed, she covered her with a quilt. Wuan. Long Linger suddenly called out to Zimin Wuan. You say ... Is Long Yi angry? Long Linger asked. Yes, he is angry with himself, thinking why he is so crazy about you. Zimin Wuan smiled and said, then seeing a smile appear on the face of Long Linger, she went out and shut the door. The smile of Zimin Wuan disappeared, and somewhat powerlessly leaned on the door. The remarks of just now weren't something she had heard, rather existed in her heart from long ago. If those really were the condition to measure whether one had fallen in love or not, then wouldn't she? Zimin Wuan, what are you thinking? Zimin Wuan firmly thumped her head and circling 2 laps around the living room, she suddenly opened the door and walked out. Chapter 202, Meeting Female Sword Saint again. Zimin Wuan felt her heart stifled and panicky, with thousands of strands and loose ends winding around her heart as if tangled skein. Her thoughts were in chaos. She slowly walked downstairs, and walking out of the dormitory, she sat on a stone bench under a big tree. She raised her head and looked up at the starry sky, feeling somewhat scared and also somewhat confused. Long Yi was like a radiant sun. He always attracted the attention of people all the time, and especially for girls, it was simply hard to resist his charm. His that sometimes brilliant, sometimes evil smile, sometimes honest, sometimes grinning cheekily manner, powerful strength, remarkable appearance, and funny humor. Even ice-cold girl would be melted by him. Zimin Wuan lightly sighed. Was the master mentioned by her second brother truly so powerful? He thoroughly remolded the ignorant and incompetent profligate son of rich parents into such personage. Other than appearance, everything else seemed to be changed into another person. Sometimes she really doubted whether this person really was her second brother or just another person who resembled her second brother. If he wasn't her second brother, then how wonderful it would be. Zimin Wuan subconsciously muttered. Aunt Tu, who was paying close attention to Zimin Wuan, seeing the lonely figure of Zimin Wuan under the moonlight, she secretly sighed. What a sin! Zimin knew. That stupid brat gave birth to a good son. Don't tell me that it is destined by the heaven. Aunt Tu walked out of the dormitory. With her seemingly slow steps, she unexpectedly arrived beside Zimin Wuan in a blink of an eye. Child, what's bothering you? Aunt Tu sat beside Zimin Wuan and patting her shoulder, she kindly asked. Zimin Wuan turned her head, and seeing Aunt Tu's that gentle and deeply concerned gaze, her nose unconsciously turned sour and tears flowed down from her eyes. She didn't know why she lost control of herself like this. Merely seeing Aunt Tu's very warm eyes, she felt very cordial. Aunt Tu hugged Zimin Wuan feeling sorry, and said, "What's the matter? Tell Aunt." When all is said and done, Aunt has lived for several years longer, perhaps I might be able to think of a way. Facing Aunt Tu, to whom she always felt very affectionate, Zimin Wuan suddenly had a kind of strong feeling to pour out her. She had buried this matter in her heart for a very long time. She also didn't dare to speak this matter, so much so that she even forced herself to not think about it, and had endured it with great difficulties. Aunt Tu, it's very painful, truly is very painful. Zimin Wuan gritted her teeth and sobbed. Her entire body was trembling and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Seeing the suffering appearance of Zimin Wuan, the eyes of Aunt Tu turned red. Nearly shedding tears, she cursed in her heart, "Smelly brat of Zimin clan, don't tell me that you were born to harm girls." Child, don't be like this, say it, you will feel a little bit better after speaking. Aunt Tu patted the back of Zimin Wuan and said softly, "Aunt Tu, I actually have fallen in love with my own blood brother. I am a shameless bad girl. Woo-woo, I am a bad girl with no sense of shame." Zimin Wuan choked with sobs in the bosom of Aunt Tu, and she had bitten her lip so hard that blood was already coming out. Who said you are a shameless bad girl? Who said, what's wrong with falling in love with Zeman Yu? That smelly brat? That's his good fortune of several lifetimes for you to fall in love with him. Aunt Tu suddenly exclaimed agitatedly. Zeman Wuan was startled, and raising her head, she said, but he is my blood brother. He isn't. Aunt Tu blurted out without thinking. Ah. Zeman Wuan was in dazed looking at Aunt Tu. What I mean is, perhaps he isn't your brother. You look nothing like him. Aunt Tu forcefully corrected herself in a haste. Zeman Wuan shook her head, and muttered, how can that be? How wonderful it would be if that was the case. Silly girl, if you really love him, then just continue to love him, regardless of identity, and regardless of how other people think. Can't you do this? Aunt Tu caressed Zeman Wuan's hair, and her other hand wiped the blood off her lip. Zeman Wuan shook her head in pain and said, no, I can't. If second brother knows my thoughts, then he will definitely not talk to me ever again, and if I let other people know, then that inevitably will shame my clan, so I can't do that. If it is impossible, then silently lock everything in your heart, and time will dilute everything. Aunt Tu softly said, don't leave him, and go far away, then perhaps you will forget him. Aunt Tu, as if hypnotizing, said slowly, leave him, leave him. Zeman Wuan muttered repetitively, and her eyelids as if filled with leads began to close down. Just when Zeman Wuan was about to completely close her eyes, her entire body suddenly shook and she opened her eyes wide, then shaking her head, she said, no, I cannot leave him. I do not ask too much, as long as I can stand beside him and look at him, it's fine. Aunt Tu gently sighed. It seemed this really was destined by heaven. Now that she couldn't redeem, she could just let nature take its course. If Zeman Yu, that smelly brat, dares to make this child Wuan suffer grievance, then I will peel off his skin. Zeman Wuan seemed to find an objective. Yes, that's right. Compared to not being able to see him, everything else seemed to be nothing. After thinking clearly, Zeman Wuan suddenly relaxed a lot, and feeling sleepy, moreover being in Aunt Tu's that as if mother's warm bosom, she fell asleep with tears stained still on her face. Looking at sleeping soundly Zeman Wuan, Aunt Tu lightly sighed and muttered, child, you must be happy. At that time, Aunt Tu's appearance changed. Her gray hair instantly turned into pitch black, her face full of wrinkles become smooth, and was full of mature charm. She unexpectedly was mysterious sword saint who had attacked Long Yi last time, or perhaps might be a female sword god. Carefully looking at her outline and Zeman Wuan's outline, they unexpectedly had a resemblance. If someone saw this scene, then they would definitely think that they were mother and daughter. Long Yi was silently sitting on the hilltop of Holy Magic Academy, and as if an old monk sitting in meditation, he was completely motionless. Long Linger was the first girl he had a relationship with in this world, and especially in such circumstance, so he had a kind of guilt and special feeling towards her, and coupled with love that came with time, his reaction to just a moment ago was big like that. Well, tomorrow I should go and coax her. Looking at her appearance, she has clearly fallen in love with me, but just like little sister said, she herself is not clear. That's all. Long Yi thought in his heart. If all sorts of reactions of Long Linger of before was acting, then she was too frightening. Just then, Long Yi instinctively felt danger, and his nerves immediately collapsed. After that, he instantly disappeared from that place, and appeared in the sky. Just after that, the stone block he was sitting just now was crushed into pieces with purple sword chi. It's you, big sis, at least greet me before attacking. Long Yi looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in purple gown not far away in surprise, then said with a smile. Right now his body was wet due to cold sweat seeing that attack. Beautiful middle-aged woman coldly snorted and said, "Smelly brat, your realm rose again." Long Yi smirked and said, "Big sis, I don't know what matter you have with me to look for me in the dead of the night." The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes, which sent down chills down the spine of Long Yi, as he felt as if a viper was closely watching him. Didn't I tell you to take good care of Long Linger and your little sister before, otherwise I will beat you until you became pighead? The beautiful middle-aged woman said coldly. Long Yi touched his nose, and laughed hollowly, while thinking confusedly, don't tell me that this woman is always looking at me, otherwise, how did she know the instant there was a sign of disturbance? Moreover, why is she so concerned about Long Linger? Could it be that she is Linger's biological mother? Long Yi let his imagination run wild. Still daring to laugh, it seems your body is itching. The beautiful middle-aged woman glared Long Yi and said. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, and said sternly, I know you and my grandfather have a little deep friendship, and I respect you as a senior to some degree, but the matter between me and Linger is a private affair. Don't you feel you are meddling a little too much? The beautiful middle-aged woman snorted coldly and said unyieldingly, there is no matter under the heaven that I cannot meddle. Long Yi laughed and said, there is one thing that you certainly couldn't meddle. What? The beautiful middle-aged woman asked. My grandfather's heart. Long Yi smiled and looked beautiful middle-aged woman face to face. Sure enough, the complexion of the beautiful middle-aged woman changed after hearing the words of Long Yi, then with the sword of her hand pointing towards Long Yi, a powerful might covered the heaven, pressuring Long Yi. I say, big sis, even if I guessed right, no need to be so upset and angry, in any case, it's already been a long time. Long Yi used his spirit power and internal force to resist and said with a smile. The beautiful middle-aged woman lowered her sword, and her might completely dispersed, merely leaving faint distress and melancholy. Seeing the sad complexion of this beautiful middle-aged woman, Long Yi suddenly felt somewhat sorry for her, so he said, big sis, that was just my nonsense, don't take it seriously, you are so beautiful, my grandfather must have been fascinated by you in those years. The beautiful middle-aged woman raised her head and said with a slight smile, you brat, all of you of Zeman clan are the same, deceiving people to death with sweet words and honeyed phrases. Sweet words and honeyed phrases? What is that? I only spoke the truth. Long Yi smiled and said, well, you don't have to flatter me, hereafter, don't make those two girls sad, if I know that you make them sad again, then I will peel off your skin. The beautiful middle-aged woman indifferently said, rest assured, today is my fault, hereafter, I will not. Long Yi admitted his mistake and said, but in the bottom of his heart there was a question, did he also make Zeman Wuan sad? Why was this beautiful middle-aged woman always putting them together? He had an illusion as if Zeman Wuan was the one who this beautiful middle-aged woman genuinely wanted to mention. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded her head and said, nowadays, the circumstance of the continent is bad and complicated, and your carefree days are also almost over, so always be sure to think thrice before you act. After speaking, the beautiful middle-aged woman disappeared in the night sky as if a ghost. Long Yi habitually caressed his chin. This woman spoke to him just like his old man, and recalling the time when he was leaving at that time, Zeman Nu had also exhorted him like this. Chapter 203. Zeman Nu's Secret Letter. When the east sky brightened, in the mansion house of Zeman clan of Violet Dragon Empire's soaring Dragon City, the magic lamp of Zeman Nu's study was still lit. Zeman Nu put down a thick stack of intelligence and rubbed his temples. After that, Zeman Nu took out and spread open a picture scroll. Inside, there was a painting of three people. One of them was himself, another one was his first wife Dongfang Wan, and between them, there was a little boy who looked only 2 or 3 years old. This little boy had a pair of beautiful big eyes, which showed a trace of intelligence and vigor. Looking at this painting, Zeman Nu's exhausted face showed a trace of a smile, and he muttered, this stupid boy, he finally didn't let me down, he hooked up with even that girl Long Linger, truly making your father proud. Long Zana, let's see who will win the battle. At this time, Dongfang Wan pushed open the door and entered the study with a ginseng tea, and seeing Zeman Nu was looking at the portrait of Zeman Yu who was only 2 or 3 years old in the family portrait, she gently said, Lord, you are also missing your Humphrey. Why would I miss that dumb idiot? I am just casually looking through, that's all. But you, Your health isn't good, so why are you waking up so early in the morning? Zemin Nu put down a portrait and said in concern. Dongfang Wan lightly sighed and said, Lord, this is merely my heart disease. It's already been 2 years since you were left the clan. I wonder how he is getting by. Have he eaten enough food or not, and is he wearing warm clothes or not? Without the protection of clan, is he being bullied by others or not? Finished speaking, the eyes of Dongfang Wan turned red. Why are you crying again? Aren't I saying he is doing very well? Zemin Nu said. Dongfang Wan picked up the portrait from the table, then looking at the handsome little Zemin Nu on the portrait, she said, "You is my heart and soul." Unable to see him, my heart is always restless. Every time I dream, I only dream about him. Lord, can you send someone to bring him back? I am almost going crazy. Well, I have already sent someone a few days ago. After next few days, you mother and son can meet again. Zemin Nu caught the little hand of Dongfang Wan and said with a smile, Really? Can I really see my Yuer in the near future? Dongfang Wan, being wild with joy, asked, Of course, it's real. When have I ever lied to you? Looking at his wife's happy appearance, Zemin Nu nodded his head. When she saw the changes of her son, I fear she will be even happier. Dongfang Wan happily circled around the study 2 times and said, This won't do. I have to buy some furniture for him, and also have to order several hundred clothing. Moreover, he likes to eat my cooking, but it's already been so long since I last cooked. I have to practice cooking for these few days. Wanner, aren't you being a little too excessive? Zemin Nu said, making a wry smile. Excessive? What excessive? My son is coming back. Even these are not enough. Oh, that's right, that girl of Nangong clan. Has she returned? Let's get them married when Yuer came back. That will save me from worrying too much. Dongfang Wan said. Zemin Nu stroked his chin's beard, then nodding his head, he said, Yes, Yuer should get married. In the blink of an eye, he is already 20. After a few days, I will go to speak with Nangong clan's elders to make the preparation. Just then, a knocking sound with strange rhythm came, and Dongfang Wan immediately said tactfully, I am leaving first. Lord, you haven't slept the entire night. Please be sure to take a rest in a moment. Long Yi floated down the mountain. At this moment, it was already early morning, and when he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw teachers and students exercising. Seeing Long Yi, each and every one of them greeted him with all smiles, as Long Yi was a celebrity in Holy Magic Academy. Long Yi also greeted them back with a smile, then walked towards the girls' dormitory where Long Linger lived. This girl was depressed the entire night, so she ought to be calmed down now. Long Yi, please stop. At that time, a loud and clear voice came from behind. Long Yi confusedly turned around, and saw a middle-aged man with a small beard was walking towards him. Long Yi recognized him. This person was a teacher of Dqi Department's thief class, named Na Yishan. At that time when he heard this name, he had nearly laughed. The naming sense of this teacher's father was truly matchless. T.L. Na Yishan, that day or that one day. What's the matter, Teacher Na Yishan? Long Yi asked with a smile. Do you know me? Na Yishan somewhat confusedly asked. Hey, in Holy Magic Academy, who don't know you? Famous teacher Na, teacher that. Long Yi answered with a smile. Is that so? So I am also famous like this? Na Yishan said with a smile. Yes, you are a legend in the world of thief, but, why are you looking for me? Long Yi flattered with a smile and then asked. This Na Yishan truly had no small reputation in the world of thief. Other than few retired old-timers, no one could match his skills. T.L. thief as in class, not the literal thief. Na Yishan looked left and right, and seeing no one was paying attention to them, he suddenly crisscrossed his hand, making a strange signal. The pupils of Long Yi shrunk. This was the unique signal of Zemin clan and was used for the initial confirmation of the identity. 2 people came to a secluded place, and Long Yi casually set up a barrier. Subordinate Na Yishan greets young master. This is the secret letter Patriarch has sent. Please look over, young master. Na Yishan went down to one knee, Then taking out a sealed bamboo roll from his space ring, he handed it over to Long Yi. Long Yi was startled while taking the bamboo roll. He had never thought that the tentacles of Zeman clan were stretched so long. There was a spy even in Holy Magic Academy. Moreover, his status wasn't ordinary too. Long Yi unfolded the bamboo roll, and a silk rolled out from inside. Then he read it. Not long after he finished reading, he clutched his big right hand, and when he opened his hand again, there was only a wisp of smoke curling upwards. That silk had already disappeared without a trace. I wonder what position Teacher Na have in Zeman clan? Long Yi asked curiously. Na Yishan was dumbfounded, and he answered, without the permission of Patriarch, I cannot reveal my identity as I please. Long Yi nodded his head and said, forget it, if there is nothing else, then you can leave first. Yes, young master. Na Yishan got up and turned around to walk, but he suddenly stopped and again turning round, he asked, I hope young master will remove the barrier first. Well, I forgot that, hey. Long Yi smiled and removed the barrier, and looking at gradually getting further back view of Na Yishan, he seemed to be lost in thoughts. This letter was indeed written by his father Zeman Nu. The letter stated that the situation of Blue Wave's continent was getting more complicated, and Soaring Dragon City was also cloudy due to the unexpected turn of event, so Zeman Nu asked him to return back to help. The letter also mentioned that his mother Dongfeng Wan was missing him so much that now she was ill. She hoped to see him soon. Should he return? Long Yi walked towards girls' dormitory while thinking. To tell the truth, he had already stayed in Mi Principality for a long period of time. After Adventure Convention, if he didn't get involved in this great flames of war, then the days would definitely be without storm and surprise. These kind of days were not bad to experience once in a while, but if this kind of days stays for a long time, then Long Yi's that restless heart would yearn for even more stimulating life. Chapter 204, Awkward, helping younger sister comb her hair. Perhaps returning was not the wrong choice, Long Yi thought in his heart. But he didn't want to get involved in kindness and resentment between clans. Otherwise, at that time, he inevitably will involve in the interest of many people, and that undoubtedly will be truly troublesome. Soon, Long Yi arrived at girls' dormitory, and seeing Antu was busy doing her work, he dashed into the girls' dormitory. Antu immediately raised her head and her eyes glimmered, then turning around her head, she saw Long Yi with a smile yet not a smile expression. Antu, did you sleep well yesterday? Long Yi asked while grinning. The expression of Antu had a minute change, and said in a hoarse voice, smelly brat, still not rolling out quickly. Long Yi smirked and was sure that this Antu was female sword saint who had a love affair with his grandfather. At first, he merely suspected this, because last time when he was participating in Adventure Convention, he felt that the eyes of this Antu were seemingly familiar. And after seeing that female sword saint yesterday again, he had a suspicion, so today he tested her, and sure enough, he was able to confirm his suspicion. Long Yi went upstairs, but he was still lost in thought in his heart. There were truly strange matters every year, and this year in particular had even more strange matters. She, a dignified sword saint, why was she willing to change herself into an old woman, and become the guard of Holy Magic Academy? In any case, there should be a purpose. Long Yi effortlessly opened the door of Long Linger and Zeman Wuan's dormitory room, and entering the room, he gently closed the door. There was no one in the hall, and a gurgling sound of water was coming from the bathroom. Presumably, someone was bathing inside. Long Yi gently opened the door of Long Linger's bedroom, and seeing the brocade quilt was thrown aside and the bed was empty, he guessed that the one inside the bathroom was definitely Long Linger. Sitting on the soft sofa, Long Yi stared at the bathroom door, while thinking Long Linger was in the process of using her little hands to caress her whole body, including that pure white jade neck, exquisite collarbone, those jade beaks, and moving down towards the smooth lower abdomen, then further down. Long Yi felt terribly hot while thinking, and his gaze also became scorching hot. Perhaps he should go in and have a couple bath with Long Linger, then she might be surer of her own heart. Long Yi smirked while thinking this. Since his desire was aroused, he had to take action. Long Yi stood up and lightly walked over. Then holding the bathroom's handle by his big hand, he lightly turned it around. The door of the bathroom slowly opened, and in the midst of vapor, a curvy and exquisite snow-white back view appeared in front of the eyes of Long Yi. That back view could be rated as perfect, and especially that pert snow-white buttocks. It simply swayed the feeling of people. This is not Long Linger. Long Yi was startled in his heart, as he was incomparably familiar with every part of her body. Although her was also equally beautiful enough to suffocate people, but this person before his eyes was definitely not her. Linger, I am bathing. Why did you open the door and come in? A crisp voice resounded, and figure slowly turned around, and seeing Long Yi's that expression that had changed from infatuated to shock, her charming body stiffened, immediately entering into a petrified state. Long Yi was stunned watching at the stark naked, those ample, and a faintly visible gully in front of him. Merely, this person was actually his little sister Zimin Wuan. Both of them were stupefied looking at each other for a while. Suddenly, Long Yi was the first to wake up with a start. He hastily turned around and leaving the bathroom, he sat on the sofa while gasping for breath. He was unable to stop his mind from having erotic thoughts recalling that scene of just now. Long Yi shook his head, then gave himself a hard slap, while repeatedly thinking, she is your sister, so why are you letting your imagination run wild? But his heart however had a kind of taboo pleasure, and there was another voice in his heart that said, what sister? You are not real Zimin Yu. In terms of souls, you two are complete strangers, so why not? The heart of Long Yi trembled, but he firmly pinched himself with his big hand, until these evil thoughts completely vanish. Here Long Yi was in dilemma, not knowing how to disciple himself, and there inside the bathroom, Zimin Wuan however was even more unable to bear. She had squatted down, while burying her face into her palm, letting the water spray on her smooth back. Zimin Wuan was very embarrassed in her heart, but the most important matter was not this embarrassment, rather that happiness welling up in her heart in the midst of shame. Long Yi was her brother, and she loved him, so she didn't feel that she suffered a loss after he saw her body, instead felt somewhat happy. But because of this feeling, she didn't know how she should face Long Yi now. She was afraid to let him know her little secret, otherwise wouldn't he hate her and not allow her to stay by his side? Zimin Wuan hesitated in the bathroom for a long time, and finally, she stood straight, and looked at that dainty and delicate girl with hazy eyes, bright red cheeks and emitting love aura standing in the midst of mist, reflected on the magic mirror. Zimin Wuan took a deep breath and recalled the talk she had with Aunt Tu. Aunt Tu had said that if she couldn't separate herself from worldly prejudice and forcibly love Long Yi, then she should leave him. But if she absolutely wanted to stay beside him, then don't have any distracting thoughts and just be his blood sister. Throw away worldly prejudice. It's not that Zimin Wuan had not thought of this. She had considered so much so that even if she was doomed to be a moth darting into a flame, she would burn her own life to love him. Her love was strong, and her love will not budge even if the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked up. But she really wasn't a girl without intellect. She and Long Yi weren't a single individual. If the matter was exposed, then her clan would be shamed. Moreover, what she was most worried about was, after learning of this, Long Yi would leave her. So, because she had too many scruples, she decided to stay beside Long Yi throughout her life as his little sister. Even if he cared about her as only his younger sister, she would be satisfied. After thinking this, the complexion of Zimin Wuan gradually reverted back to normal. She wiped her body and after putting on her clothing, she walked out. Second brother, why didn't you knock when coming in? Fortunately, you are my second brother, otherwise, I would have been so ashamed that I would have committed suicide. Zimin Wuan said with discontent and lovely tone. Then sitting down beside Long Yi, she held his arm without any hesitation, just like before. Long Yi was startled. These light words of Zimin Wuan, which didn't even try to cover up, made the awkward atmosphere between them to disappear without a trace. This made Long Yi ashamed for having such evil thoughts just a moment ago, and at the same time, he secretly admired his little sister too. She truly was very intelligent. Yes, second brother is wrong. Second brother saw that there was no one inside the bedroom of Linger, so I thought the one inside the bathroom was her. Hey hey. Long Yi smiled and said while caressing the wet hair of Zimin Wuan. Stupid second brother. Early in the morning, Linger came to my room and fell asleep. Zimin Wuan smiled just like a flower, but no one knows the bitterness in her heart. Your second brother isn't a celestial being, so how can I know that she ran to your room? Long Yi laughed, then turning around, he picked up the hair of Zimin Wuan with his hands, and using internal force, a pleasantly warm air wrapped her long hair. After that, with dense water vapor rising, her hair quickly dried, becoming supple and smooth. Zimin Wuan half closed her eyes, enjoying this warm move of Long Yi. Now she was even more determined to bury her love in the bottom of her heart. Like this she would always be Long Yi's closest little sister, and draw such natural and comfortable warmth from his heart. Second brother, can you help me comb my hair? Zimin Wuan suddenly muttered. Comb your hair? Okay, your second brother's craftsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Long Yi said with a smile. In his previous life, he had dabbled into hairstyling too, because sometimes his mission target was a woman, and talking about the things the women were most interested in was the most effective way to approach them, so he had to be aware of this aspect to some extent. Zimin Wuan sat down with her back facing towards Long Yi, and her pitch-black smooth hair was straightly hang down as if a waterfall. Her hair was soft as if a satin, honestly was too beautiful. Long Yi had never seen such beautiful hair in his previous world. Long Yi's hand in the hair of Zimin Wuan moved skillfully. The temperament of Zimin Wuan was very graceful, and there was a little of above-worldly material attraction appearance too, so Long Yi didn't decorate her hair too excessively, merely he moved up the smooth hair of beside her two ears and rolled them into a lily shape, then fixed them. After that, he combed her bangs, and combed the hair on her back, piling up layer upon layer, and used his true chi to roll them. Like this when they were hanging down loosely, she will look just like a beautiful young girl of an anime, appearing unreal. Second brother, still not finished, are you making your devastatingly beautiful little sister into a female devil that came from hell? Zimin Wuan asked somewhat worriedly. It's almost done. Long Yi answered, and after fiddling few times, he stopped. Then walking to the front of Zimin Wuan, he looked at her, then he immediately shook his head and sighed. Why, am I not good looking? Zimin Wuan asked. Long Yi shook his head and said while sighing, no, too beautiful, simply as peerlessly beautiful. If you walk out like this, then you will definitely slaughter us, men. Why? Zimin Wuan asked. When they saw you, you will steal their soul, isn't his slaughtering? Long Yi smiled and said, hateful, then second brother, how come your soul isn't stolen by me? Zimin Wuan giggled and said, because, your second brother has experienced countless beauties, so how can you compare your second brother with those green kids? Long Yi spoke nonsense. He didn't say, but in fact, even he also lost his spirit for an instant just now. He had to admit that Zimin Wuan was really an exceptional unique beauty in this world. And especially after just bathing, her body was scattering that clear and sweet fragrance, which was absolutely a fatal temptation for any men. At that time, the door of Zimin Wuan's bedroom suddenly opened, and Long Linger wearing pajamas stood at the doorway. She was dumbfounded looking at laughing siblings. Chapter 205, Angry Shui Ruoyan. Zimin Wuan turned around, and her expression stiffened, then soon afterward again revert back to normal. And she said with a smile, Linger, you woke up, look, second brother helped me to tie up my hair, isn't this beautiful? Long Linger timidly took a fleeting glance at Long Yi, and walked over, then looked at Zimin Wuan's that strangely beautiful hairstyle, those two lilies made from her hair beside her ears, and that long hair hang down on her back. This truly was very beautiful. At this moment, Zimin Wuan stood up. She rotated around 2 times, and her pitch-black silk hair hanging down to her waist flew around along with the rotation of her body, and she looked as if a female celestial that had descended to the human world. Beautiful. Long Linger muttered, and her eyes showed envy. Really? I will go and see it myself. Zemin Wen smiled and rushed into her bedroom, then sitting in front of her dressing table, she blankly stared at that devastatingly beautiful young girl without even a bit of inelegance in the mirror. She thought, was this really her? Zemin Wen looked left and right, then she dashed out happily. After that, excitedly hugging Long Yi's neck, she kissed his face all of a sudden. Then looking at Long Linger, she said while grinning, Linger, I kissed your husband, don't mind, okay? Long Linger looked towards Long Yi. She naturally didn't mind this. Although siblings being so close like this was very rare in Blue Wave's continent, but it was not like there really was not any of them, so this didn't appear abnormal in her eyes. Now she was only worried about whether Long Yi was still upset with her in his heart after that matter of yesterday. She thought throughout the night, and now although there was still some confusion, but she knew that she had really fallen in love with him. But there was still that pain coming from the bottom of her heart, and if she were to falsify that, then one could only say that her spirit has a serious problem. Long Yi looked at Long Linger, who was staring at him with pitiable expression, then holding her waist with his big hand, he pulled her into his bosom. After that, before Long Linger could be happy, he heavily spanked her buttocks several times, and the burning pain made Long Linger tear up, but she was happy in her heart. This means Long Yi forgave her. Linger, from now on, your body as well as your heart are all mine. If you dare to let them run off the track by even a bit, then I will spank your buttocks until they split. Do you understand? Long Yi raised the chin of Long Linger and said while staring at her with a deep gaze, Long Linger bit her lower lip and nodded her head. Long Yi nodded his head in satisfaction, then bending over, he pecked the lips of Long Linger all of a sudden. Smelly second brother, if you want to be intimate, then look for a place with no one around. Here, you are poisoning this grown-up maiden's mind. Zemin Wen pouted in dissatisfaction. Long Linger shyly struggled free from the bosom of Long Yi, then withdrew behind Zemin Wen. Long Yi just smiled, then sitting on the soda, he said leisurely, I have decided. After a few days, I will return back to Soaring Dragon City. Will you two also return back together with me? Of course, it's terrific, we are finally returning home. Zemin Wen and Long Linger excitedly jumped. Looking back, it had already been more than a year since they had left home. They had never left home for such a long period of time before. After being happy for a while, Zemin Wen came back to her sense and said, Second brother, why are we not setting out immediately? Do you have something else to handle? Long Yi nodded his head. Elf Princess Lucia, furthermore Barbarian Bull, that Burly hadn't came to look for him and he was longing to see them. So he decided to go to Elven Forest before returning home. Second brother, what's that matter? Aren't you just going to look for another little sister? Zemin Wen chuckled and asked. You are right, I am going to Elven Forest. Long Yi admitted with a smile. In any case, they were already clear about his romantic behavior, so it was not necessary to be secretive. Is it to look for that beautiful elf? Long Linger asked, while recalling that beautiful and pure elf beside Long Yi she had seen at that time in Mi Principality. Yes. Long Yi nodded his head. Then take us together, I want to see the legendary Elven Forest very much. I heard that place is comparable to a fairyland, and is the most beautiful place of Blue Wave's continent. Zemin Wen pulled the sleeve of Long Yi's garment, and requested. And Long Linger also showed earnestly hoping expression. Long Yi thought for a bit. There seemed to be no problem in taking them to Elven Forest. Moreover, he didn't know when he will come back to Mi Principality again, so he nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, both women immediately cheered and became excited. And after chatting and laughing for a little while, the barrier produced by Long Linger quickly disappeared with a trace. Now they revert back to the state of sticking to each other like a glue. At noon, Lin Na came over looking for two women, and seeing Long Yi, she was stunned for a little while. And again seeing Long Linger was sitting on the lap of Long Yi, she muttered in her heart. These two were strained yesterday because of unknown reasons, But how come they are again like a pair of lovers today? I truly can't understand them. Second brother, your maid is here, quickly make her run for errands. Zemin Wuan chuckled. Long Yi smiled and said, since she didn't admit, forget it. I don't need this kind of maid who doesn't acknowledge her defeat. The beautiful face of Lin Na became red, then she snorted. Who said I will not admit? I, Lin Na, am a person true to my word. Long Yi was surprised, then curling his lips, he said, didn't your grandfather give you a lesson yesterday? I don't need a maid whose heart is unwilling. Lin Na glared and shouted, don't talk nonsense. Since I agreed to the bet, I will accept the loss. I will not become a tortoise. Long Yi smiled, so it was like that. But his handsome face sunk and he said, bold maid, actually using this kind of tone to speak with master, still not pouring a cup of tea for your master. Lin Na was stunned for a bit, then said with a smile, yes, master. Finished speaking, she poured a cup of tea, then handing it over to Long Yi, she said with a smile, master, please have a tea. Long Yi took the cup of tea, then seeing high-spirited Lin Na, he couldn't help but think, how come this girl is so happy? Could it be that a masochist tendency lurks inside her innermost heart? Long Yi sipped a mouthful of tea, and carefully sized up Lin Na's fine facial features, red hair, and her figure with nice curves, which gave people a kind of provocative feeling. Why are you looking me like this? Seeing Long Yi was staring at her, Lin Na couldn't help but said angrily, feeling somewhat shy. The eyes of Long Linger flashed. Hearing the tone of Lin Na, which seemed to somewhat have the composition of acting coquettishly, she knew that this absolutely was a dangerous signal. Hee, can't I see my maid? I will not be able to see after I leave. Long Yi said with a smile. Lin Na was dumbfounded and asked, you all are going? It's already been a long time since we come out, so we have to return now, so you can forget about that bet. Long Yi said, but. Lin Na stuttered as she didn't know what to say. Now she was having complex feeling in her heart, and also had some bitter and sad feeling. Don't but. You however are that old man Pu Ziyuxi's granddaughter, and I still fear him using his fire to roast me into charcoal. Long Yi smirked and said. Lin Na twisted the corner of the lower hem of her robe, then with a stiffened face, she said, guess you have a conscience. I was also eagerly looking forward to this. Who want to become the maid of you, this smelly fellow? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, then feeling his stomach, he said, so hungry, let's go to have a meal. After 4 people left the building, en route, who would have thought that they would coincidentally come across Shuoyan, who had just got out of the class, and she also joined them. With beauties surrounding him, he naturally attracted thousands and tens of thousands of gazes, among which, some were filled with jealousy, and some were filled with admiration. Long Yi being thick-skinned, neither his face became red, nor he felt nervous, and casually accepted the gazes of everyone. Honestly, this kind of feeling was very good. Now he however was a big legend of Holy Magic Academy. Even if he left Holy Magic Academy hereafter, no one could reach his legend. In intoxicated fragrant building, that proprietor respectfully welcomed them and led them to that VIP private room of before. It seems Feng Ling had instructed him. Inside the room, Shui Ruoyan finally learned about the news of Long Yi leaving from the mouth of other girls. She was startled all of a sudden, and that spoon she was holding also fell down. Her reaction was so big that it surprised all others. After a long time, Shui Ruoyan came back to her sense, and silently picking up her fallen spoon, she unconsciously mixed the foods inside her bowl. And after a long time, she softly asked, are you really leaving? Are you not coming back? Long Linger looked at Long Yi, then used her little hand to ruthlessly pinch his waist. This flirtatious dirty bastard, he even fooled around with teacher. She truly wanted to tear out the corner of his mouth, which frequently had a seductive smile hanged on it, then see how he will charm others again. Long Yi hissed, then stretching out his big hand, he reached out between the thighs of Long Linger. Then the entire body of Long Linger suddenly weakened, and her little hand located on his waist also changed from pinch to hug. Of course, I will return, I wonder how long you will wait for me. Long Yi said. Is that so? Shui Ruoyan absent-mindedly answered. The atmosphere of the room suddenly cooled down and all the other women also seemed to be lost in thought. Becoming absent-minded, Long Yi put down his chopsticks, then looking at the different expressions of all women, he made a wry smile in his heart. Damn it, all are making me depressed. You all continue to eat, I am going to the washroom. Long Yi was somewhat unable to bear such depressing atmosphere, so he got up and left. After entering the toilet, he undid his pants and comfortably whistled while releasing his liquid waste. And at that time, the door of the toilet was suddenly opened with a bang, and Shui Ruoyan with furious expression rushed in. Long Yi, who was in the process of feeling comfortable and refreshed, seeing a woman rushing in, his body suddenly shook and he nearly peed on his own pants. Then hastily holding back his pee, he confusedly squeezed his big fellow into his pants. What do you come here for? The ladies' room is on the opposite. Long Yi said while making a wry smile. Shui Ruoyan angrily glared at Long Yi. Then after locking the door of the toilet, she walked towards Long Yi step by step. Long Yi felt very nervous. This woman is not very normal. Can it be that she wants to push him down inside this toilet? Chapter 206, Evil. Again seeing evil. What do you want to do? Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. What to do? I will beat you to death. Shui Ruoyan pounced on Long Yi and began scratching and biting, making Long Yi not know whether to laugh or to cry. In any case, she was a teacher, so how could she be so violent like a little girl? All right, stop it. Long Yi reached out his hands to push Shui Ruoyan away, and he happened to feel he was grabbing warm and elastic soft ample flesh with his hands. Having fought 100 battles, he instantly knew what he was grabbing, so he immediately let them go and retreated 2 steps back. Shui Ruoyan with red face stared at him without even blinking, and said, Bastard, you still dare to take cheap advantage of me. I didn't mean to. Long Yi said, but he suddenly felt as if this reason was somewhat forced. Taking cheap advantage is taking, but don't think that you can sneak off after eating without taking responsibility. Shui Ruoyan said while glaring at Long Yi. Haven't I not eaten yet? Long Yi muttered. So that's why you are treating me so coldly like this. Aren't you deliberately retaliating against me? Shui Ruoyan glared at Long Yi, and saying such words, she blushed and her heart palpitate. Long Yi endlessly made a wry smile in his heart. In the beginning, he truly had such thoughts, but in the final analysis, it's just a means of loosening the reins only to grasp them better, nothing else. This little girl was intentionally leaving his appetite hanging, as in every crucial moment, she would leave. But later in Illusory Magic Forest, there were many troubles on one side, and on the other side, there was Ling Feng, this disguising as a boy-girl, passionately in love with him, so he naturally was unable to attend each and every aspect of a matter. Looking from this aspect, having many women was also not a good thing. You are not answering, that means I am right. If you want to retaliate, then retaliate. But after messing with me so much that I wasn't able to sleep soundly due to distress, how can you abandon me and leave? Shui Ruoyan hatefully stamped her feet, then mustering her courage, she leaned into the bosom of Long Yi. Holding a warm fragrant jade inside men's lavatory, Long Yi suddenly felt a kind of different stimulation. He didn't push away Shui Ruoyan again, as that would appear somewhat hypocritical. With such peerlessly beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms, which man would be stupid enough to decline? Long Yi embraced Shui Ruoyan's fragrant shoulder and sighed, No, I am not thinking of slipping away, rather I have to return. Whatever one says, the blood of Zeman clan flows within my body, so I have to bear some responsibility. Shui Ruoyan tightened her hold on Long Yi's waist and muttered, Then I will also go with you. Long Yi smiled, and just when he wanted to nod his head, he suddenly recalled something. He was not that blockhead Zeman knew of before. His father, Zeman knew, was secretly hoarding such power. Moreover, with all sorts of signs of before, he absolutely was not a loyal subject, and now had already revealed his aspiration to the throne. He had mentioned about the situation of Soaring Dragon City in the letter. Moreover, on the surface, he showed that he was of one mind with Emperor Longzhan to form an alliance with Nelan Empire to resist Proud Moon Empire, but in fact, currently the waters of Soaring Dragon City was very deep, and if careless, one might drown there. As an emperor of an empire, Long Clan's position was deep-rooted in the heart of common people, and they definitely also have a large secret force in private, so when Ziman Clan and Long Clan fight against each other, victory or defeat was still unknown. The only thing that was certain was, in the future, Soaring Dragon City would definitely be stormy. And under the situation of open strife and veiled struggle, was it a good thing to bring back the girls with him? Especially Long Linger. She was the daughter of Emperor Longzhan. At that time, when she had to choose between her clan and lover, how would she choose? Seeing Long Yi not answering for a long period of time, Shui Ruoyan's nose became sour and she said sadly, "You don't want to take me, right?" Long Yi came back to his senses, then caressing her face, he said, "It's not like I don't want to take you, rather I cannot. As even I don't know what will happen after I return this time. You stay here in Holy Magic Academy, the children here need you, don't tell me that you have the heart to abandon them. You also know how much they love you." Shui Ruoyan was dumbfounded, she truly hated to part with those girls of her class, but don't make excuses, aren't you taking Long Linger and Ziman Wuan with you? Shui Ruoyan said, They will also not return. Long Yi sighed and made up his mind to leave two girls in Holy Magic Academy. After hearing Long Yi, Shui Ruoyan couldn't find any other reason to refute. When two of them returned to the room, Lin Na and others used a strange gaze to look at them in jealousy, then all of them simultaneously snorted to show their dissatisfaction. Now that Long Yi had already decided to not take these two women with him, he feared for these two women's emotional rebound. So he naturally wanted to curry favor with them. He had already made a promise to take them back, but now he wanted to go back in his words. This naturally was wrong. Long Yi, go to the office of my grandpa. He told me to ask you to find him if I see you. After the lunch, Lin Na said to Long Yi, "That old man is looking for me. Do you know why?" Long Yi asked, "I don't know, but always calling my grandpa old man this, old man that's disrespecting him." Lin Na angrily said, "Nonsense, little girl, know what, calling him old man is already the biggest respect for him. If I call him Dean, he will definitely be terribly suspicious." Long Yi smirked and said, "Twisting words and forcing logic." Lin Na snorted. Long Yi smiled and said nothing. He also wanted to look for that old man Pu Ziyushi. He wanted to ask him about the matters of Flames Mountain, how he knew the existence of Flame Mountain, and also wanted to ask how to open that place. Returning to Holy Magic Academy, Long Yi asked women to return. Then he headed towards the Dean Office of Pu Ziyushi. The Dean Office of Pu Ziyushi was separate two-story peculiar-shaped building. This was his personal space. Moreover, there was also had two-story basement underground. He generally tested new magic in this building. Just after walking to the front of this building, Long Yi sensed a layer of a powerful barrier. This barrier seemed to be the combination of water and fire elements. Breaking the barrier was naturally Long Yi's forte. His internal force, other than using for attack purpose, he could use it to absorb magic powers effortlessly. Really strong. Can it be that Shui Linglong is also here? Long Yi muttered, then speed up the circulation of his internal force. After about 10 minutes, Long Yi successfully passed through the barrier and got inside. After getting inside, to his surprise, he heard panting sounds. If he didn't guess wrong, these sounds should be coming from a man and a woman. Could it be that? Long Yi immediately had wicked thoughts in his heart. Following the sound, Long Yi arrived outside the two-story building. The sounds were definitely coming from inside. He gently turned the doorknob to open a small crack, then from the chink in the door, he looked inside. The scene he saw inside stupefied him, and his eyeballs nearly jumped out from his eye sockets. Chapter 207, kick your ass." Long Yi stared tongue-tied and was dumbfounded on the spot. God, what am I seeing? He saw the room was in a fearful mess. There were burning trays and also frozen trays. Naturally, these were not enough to make him react like this. He saw the clothing of Pu Zhiuxi was tattered, revealing more than half of his buttocks, and was pushing down a woman whose face he couldn't see from there. The bodies of both of them were shaking, and their mouths were also issuing panting sound. Fuck, this old bastard. He is already so old yet he is eating secretly. Looking at your unfirm muscles, how can your that place still stand? Could it be that you are taking a medicine? Long Yi cursed in his heart. The heart of Long Yi naturally was in disequilibrium. Pu Zhiuxi was so old, but he was unexpectedly making love with a young woman. This simply was too excessive. Why did Long Yi know that this woman was young? Because from the tattered pants of this woman revealed a snow-white skin. How could an old woman have such resilient skin? Long Yi was indignant in his heart. Seeing the clothing of two people were torn like this, he presumed that the course was considerably intense. Both of them probably were thirsting for it, so they hit it off, this adulterous couple. Looking for a little while, Long Yi slowly felt something was not right. How come they were continuously shaking non-stop? Even if they reached, he had never seen nor heard anyone's lasting for so long without dissipating. Furthermore, listening to those panting sounds carefully, they didn't seem delighted, moaning, rather groaning in agony. Long Yi hastily pushed open the door and rushed in, then saw the forehead of Pu Zhiuxi was full of cold sweat, and his face was twisted due to pain. Long Yi helped Pu Zhiuxi turn over to the side, and saw the face of the woman under him. Sure enough, she was Shui Ruoyan's grandmother, Shui Linglong. She had closed her eyes tightly with her face showing agony, and similarly, she was also not properly dressed, revealing the large portion of her snow-white skin. Could it be that all the old women of this world take good care of their looks like this, even though they are very old in age, but they still look so young? Long Yi muttered, involuntarily recalling that female sword saint, who was said to be grandmother-level personage. It's truly unfair for only them to appear so young. Long Yi finally stopped letting his imagination go wild, then extending his hands, he examined the pulse in the wrists of them too. He felt their pulse was chaotic, sometimes it was strong, sometimes it was weak. Then again, looking at the mess of the room, he was certain that they had an accident when they were testing magic. Long Yi found that the entire body of these two people was flooding with dense water and fire magic elements. These elements were rampaging within their body, destroying their body from inside. Long Yi no longer hesitate to use his internal force to quickly absorb and assimilate those uncontrollable magic elements within their body, enhancing the magic cores in his sea of consciousness a little. After everything was settled, two master archmages who were at the highest level of magic in Blue Waves continent woke up. Sure enough, the older the ginger the spicier. They must have experienced too many stormy waves, as even when they saw the appearance of each other, they didn't scream in panic like a little girl and a little boy, rather they immediately take out clothing from their space ring and wore it. Well, you two were a bit too intense. No matter how craving you two were, there is no need to be this way. You two even injured your body. Long Yi smirked and said, in this entire world, only Long Yi would be brave enough to joke around two master archmages. Pu Zhiuxi instantly got so angry that he was fuming, and his face turned red. If it was not for him being in a weak state now, then he truly would have used a forbidden magic spell to burn this smelly kid until even his bones were not left. Shui Linglong nevertheless didn't take offense, was gentle as before. She smiled thinly and said, Long Yi, is it? I have already heard your famous name at an earlier time. In the future, I will definitely repay you back for saving this old woman's life. Truly? How will you repay me? Long Yi immediately asked with a smile. He didn't care whether these words of Shui Linglong was merely polite words. He shouldn't let this kind of gain slip by, as Shui Linglong's influence in Blue Waves continent was too big. Shui Linglong was startled for a moment, then scolded in jest, this smelly kid, you are truly just like how Ruoyan had stated. Fine, as long as you have a demand, I will do my best to help you. This, however, is something you said yourself, and as Master Archmage, you cannot go back on your words. Long Yi smiled and said, then turning towards Pu Ziyusi, he said, Old man, how will you repay me? Smelly kid, you still want me to repay you? Isn't it enough that you trick my good granddaughter to become your maid? Moreover, you extorted 1,000 amethyst coins from me under false pretenses. What else do you want? Pu Ziyusi said, panting in rage. Looking at his appearance, it seems as if he wanted to peel off the skin of Long Yi and eat him. Your granddaughter is not qualified to be my maid, so I decline her. Besides, your matter and your granddaughter's matter is separate. Long Yi smirked and said, Humphrey, this brat is truly too cunning. Shui Linglong, you must be careful, he might steal your granddaughter and run away. Pu Ziyusi coldly snorted, and said to Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong smiled but didn't speak. Only after sizing up Long Yi for a while with her beautiful eyes, she nodded her head and said, I fear he has already stolen my granddaughter long ago. Merely he is also not bad, other than him being fickle in love matters. Long Yi rolled his eyes and said to Pu Ziyusi, Old man, why did you call me? Pu Ziyusi found an intact chair to sit on, then said, Of course I have a matter. Tell me what you encounter in Illusory Magic Forest. I heard you all went to the place outside of the map. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, This, why should I tell you? Pu Ziyusi was stagnant for a moment, then said while glaring at Long Yi, I am the dean, and you are a student, so you must tell me. Long Yi curled up his lips, then turning around, he walked out, and just when wanted to step out of the doorway, a shrunk version fiery dragon roar came from behind him. But Long Yi just slapped without even turning his head. It was simply a dream to injure him with this level of magic. But who would have thought that, just like living thing, this fiery dragon unexpectedly dodged him flexibly, and from another tricky direction, attacked towards his crotch. Long Yi immediately got angry. This old bastard was unexpectedly attacking his family jewels. His body flashed and instantly appearing behind Pu Ziyusi as if a ghost, he kicked towards his buttocks. Since Pu Ziyusi had already fought with Long Yi before, he knew that Long Yi's that ghostly ability, so he had already prepared a sealed forbidden level fire barrier magic spell to protect himself. He unsealed it in this instant. This, however, was something he had spent a very long time to make. A blazing white flame suddenly flashed from his body, and this room immediately changed into a smelting furnace. This extremely high temperature instantly burned everything inside the room into ashes. Fortunately, the range of this protection forbidden magic spell was relatively centralized, mainly to protect the caster himself, otherwise, this building would have collapsed. According to the circumstance, as early as Pu Ziyusi released this fire protection barrier, Shui Linglong also released an ice protection barrier, so she was not affected. After dazzling white light dispersed, Shui Linglong opened her eyes, and saw Long Yi standing in the same place. His leg was still maintaining a kicking posture, but Pu Ziyusi, who was originally standing beside Long Yi, had disappeared without a trace. And looking around, she discovered Pu Ziyusi was sticking on the wall with his arms and legs spread open, and couldn't help but chuckle. Shui Linglong walked over, then pulled down Pu Ziyusi, but the wall still had a human-shaped dent. She couldn't help but find this slightly strange. This wall, however, was made using special materials, so denting it like this shows that the strength of that kick was very big. But how come Pu Ziyusi with a weak body of magician appear completely fine? Shui Linglong again looked towards Long Yi, and saw that he was still motionless. Moreover, she clearly saw that completely exposed huge thing in his crotch. This brat, how come he is so big down there? Shui Linglong thought in her heart, and her old face also couldn't help turning slightly red. Although her age was enough to become the grandmother of Long Yi, but looking at a young man's like this was truly embarrassing. Pu Ziyusi also came back to his senses. He knew that Long Yi's that kick had skillfully used his strength, and all the strength had hit the wall via his body. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, He should have shed a layer of skin, but being kicked by a junior was truly losing his face. He looked back at motionless Long Yi, and similarly seeing his crotch, he was very jealous. Both of them were a man, but how come only this smelly kid's asset was so ample? Moreover, seeing there wasn't even a trace of any burn on the body of Long Yi, he was surprised. According to his estimation, this forbidden magic spell would definitely not harm his life, but ought to at least damage him a little. Merely it seems that was not the case. Long Yi was having his own bitterness. Although that protection barrier of Pu Ziyu didn't burn him, but a lot of fire magic elements seeped into his body, making him unable to move even a bit. His fire magic core in his sea of consciousness began to crazily absorb the fire elements within his body, and absorbing a part of fire elements would brighten his magic core. After a long time, Long Yi was finally able to move, and seeing Pu Ziyu was staring straight towards the lower part of his body, he hastily took out clothing from his space ring and quickly wore it, with goosebumps appearing all around his body. He knew that this old man was jealous looking at his appearance. Smelly old man, you are too excessive, actually using such insidious move. I showed you mercy, but you nearly took my life. Long Yi angrily rained curses to Pu Ziyu. If he had not absorbed the fire energy of Fire Kylan by chance, then he feared that he would have been burned to unrecognizable this time. Pu Ziyu laughed hollowly and said, "You have gotten a lot stronger. I naturally have a sense of propriety. How can such small flame burn you to death?" Long Yi coldly snorted, and said, "I don't feel like arguing with you, madman. You two can continue to get intimate. I will not disturb any longer." "You smelly brat. What kind of nonsense are you talking?" "I and Pu Ziyu merely had an accident while studying magic. If you talk nonsense again, then I will cut off your tongue." Shui Linglong wasn't happy this time, and blocking Long Yi, she resolutely said. Long Yi raised his hand to surrender and said, "I won't say again. Can I return now?" Shui Linglong just stepped aside, but Pu Ziyu got up and said, "Well, smelly kid, I was wrong. Now tell me what happened in that unknown area you were in?" Long Yi smirked and said while blinking his eyes, "Now that your manner is better, I will tell you, but if I say I met a dragon there, do you believe it?" Chapter 208, Undoing Emotional Entanglement. Pu Ziyu snorted and said, "You are lying. Granted that illusory magic forest is mysterious, but it's impossible for dragons to be there. Although Dragon Clan hasn't appeared for a long time, but I know that their territory absolutely isn't located in illusory magic forest." Hey, old man, if you don't believe, then forget it. Nowadays no one believes when someone speaks the truth. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, "Believing you is plain stupid. Do you have any proof that proves you have seen a dragon?" Pu Ziyu said. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course, he had a proof. With the dragon-shaped bracelet around his wrist, he could summon that female dragon Liu Zhu, but he was not a fool. Why would he waste a valuable chance just to show off? "I don't have any proof, and I don't care whether you believe me or not. Moreover, I also have a question I want to ask you. How did you know Flames Mountain and what is its opening method?" Long Yi came straight to the point and asked, because he was somewhat involved in these matters to some extent. The complexion of Pu Ziyu changed, but revert back to normal very quickly, and said, "This is my personal secret. I will not tell anyone about it." Long Yi fixedly stared at Pu Ziyu. He knew the temperament of this old man, and if this old man didn't want to speak, then no matter how he pried, he wouldn't be able to make him talk. But looking at that change in the complexion of this old man just now when he had just mentioned Flames Mountain, could it be that he was also the later generation of Raging Flame Villa? Then wouldn't that means he has countless ties with Phoenix Clan too? Long Yi didn't question again, just turned around and walked towards outside, but he suddenly stopped and slightly turning his head, he said, "Water and fire aren't compatible with each other, and changing the configuration of magic elements can deal with it." Finished speaking, Long Yi disappeared in the thin air. Pu Ziyuxi and Shui Linglong looked at each other in blank dismay, then simultaneously clapped their hand. That's right, why didn't they think about this way? But this was easier said than done, as even the lowest level magic contain an extremely large amount of magic elements, and to change their configuration, they had to spend an unusually large amount of their spirit power. Perhaps in magic theory, these master archmages were many times more excelling than Long Yi, but they had natural disadvantages, because their thinking paths were already fixed. But Long Yi being a newcomer, moreover coming from the earth with different perceptive, he was naturally talented in innovation. Long Yi left the Dean building, then went to Mercenary Guild to find Tyrant Bear to instruct him to make preparation to leave, so that when he came back from the Elven Forest, they would set out to Violent Dragon Empire. Tyrant Bear was very excited. He had waited for this day for a long period of time. According to Zhao Yi, when Long Yi set foot on the return journey, that was the beginning. His fate wheel has already begun to rotate, and the structure of Blue Wave's continent will thoroughly change. Moreover, Tyrant Bear's dream would be realized beside Long Yi. Long Yi walked towards the Advanced Magic Department's building, arriving at Water Magic Class A. It was recess at this moment, and the arrival of Long Yi invited female students to besiege him, then tease him non-stop. Now, Long Yi was surrounded by all kinds of beauties. Some girls were teasing him with their mouth only, and some bold girls were directly flirting in public with him, making him unable to breathe properly. At this moment, Long Yi suddenly saw a lonely figure sitting on the back of the classroom. From the corner of his eyes, precisely was Yinian. Her eyes didn't have any focus, and was staring out the window with somewhat pale complexion, just like a flower that was about to wither, that was standing alone between the heaven and earth. And she looked as if nothing of this world could attract her interest. Long Yi sighed, Feng Ling this girl really made this girl miserable. Long Yi left the crowd of female students and came to the front of Yinian. The sudden appearance of the shadow in front of her made Yinian came back to her senses, then raising her head, she saw Long Yi with his signature smile. This beauty, why are you so depressed here? How about you go out for a walk with me? Long Yi said with a smile. He tried to talk gently with her as much as possible. He didn't want this sensitive girl to become aware of the sympathy that was being unintentionally revealed in his eyes. Yinian silently stood up, then took the lead to walk out of the classroom. And after arriving in the small woods outside the building, Yinian stopped, turned around and faced Long Yi. I heard from teacher Shui Ruoyan that Ling Feng has left. Yinian slowly opened her mouth, but she was somewhat at loss. Long Yi made a wry smile. He had never thought that as soon as she opened her mouth, she would still mention Ling Feng. This really was ill-fated relationship. Well, she has left. Do you still love her even after knowing that she is a girl? Long Yi asked very cautiously. Whatever one says, Yinian could be counted as a friend that had experienced trials and tribulation with them. Moreover, this disaster was provoked by his woman, so he was always feeling a responsibility to make Yinian walk out of this shadow. I don't know, really don't know, but I dream only about him every day. A moment it is Ling Feng and another moment, it is Feng Ling. I am about to go insane. Yinian squatted down and hugging her head, she said in agony. Long Yi sighed and shook his head. This infatuated silly girl. He walked to the front of her and squatted down. Then placing his big hand on her head, he consoled her. Yinian cried voicelessly, and tears flowed down. She obviously wanted to wail aloud, but her voice didn't come out. This kind of crying was most agonizing, and it also shows that the pain Yinian was enduring had truly reached the limit. Cry out loud, everything will be better. You can borrow my shoulder to lean. Long Yi lightly patted the head of Yinian and said softly. He was sympathizing this girl from the bottom of his heart, and naturally, he absolutely didn't have component. Yinian felt grieved in the innermost part of her heart, and under the consolation of Long Yi, she threw herself into his bosom, and catching his clothing, she opened her mouth several times, but still wasn't able to let out her voice. Long Yi rhythmically patted her shoulder, and simultaneously led her slowly. Finally, Yinyan let out a first sharp crying voice, then as if she found a gateway to release her grief, she began to cry loudly. Her wailing was just like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking up, sea withering to death, and also enough to shock the ghosts and gods. Long Yi casted a sound insulation barrier, otherwise he was afraid that the teachers and students of the entire academy would be alarmed. Still, he had never seen any girl cry like this. Yinyan cried for no less than 2 hours, then slowly stopped. Now the clothing in Long Yi's chest was so wet that if he wrung it, water would come out. Long Yi took out a brocade handkerchief, then gently wiped the tears from the face of Yinyan. After that, looking at her swollen into 2 walnuts-like eyes, he lightly said, "Hereafter, don't cry like this again. Romantic love is not everything in life, so crying once is enough. Afterwards, you will encounter a person who will truly love and cherish you wholeheartedly, believe me." Yinyan took a deep breath. After crying out, she felt a lot more relaxed. She had never felt this relaxed since she had fallen in love with Ling Feng. She nodded her head and gratefully said to Long Yi, "Thank you, Long Yi. Thank you for lending me your shoulder. I think I will not cry like this hereafter." The eyes of Yinyan glowed anew. Because of Ling Feng, she lost a lot, but in coming days, she will retrieve all of them. Long Yi smiled and nodded his head. He believed that now Yinyan was a completely new Yinyan, and he and Feng Ling no longer need to feel burdened in their heart. Yinyan spread out her hands, then looking towards the azure sky, she took a deep breath, and ran forward. And after running 2 laps around the grassland, she looked at Long Yi with a brilliant smile and said while waving her hands, "Thank you, Long Yi." Looking at the disappearing back view of Yinyan, Long Yi was also happy. Pleasure from helping others. This idiom absolutely had a factual base. After helping one could obtain an unspeakable sense of satisfaction in one's spirit. After walking out of woods, he discovered that the class of afternoon was already over, and students were continuously walking out in a line. Long Yi looked around, and noticed the figure of Shui Ruoyan. "Ruoyan, are classes over?" Long Yi quietly appeared beside Shui Ruoyan, and asked. Shui Ruoyan was startled, and after seeing it was Long Yi, she immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, then grumbled, "Are you a ghost, walking without making a sound like this?" Hey, I am a ghost that steals beautiful women's soul. Are you afraid?" Long Yi smiled and said, "Afraid? I'm afraid, you playboy ghost. Oh, that's right, I just saw Yinyan. Where did you take her?" It seems she cried, but her expression was very relaxed. "It's been a long time since I last saw her this relaxed." Shui Ruoyan asked. "We didn't go anywhere, merely she had sealed herself for too long, and I only broke that layer of shell around her heart. Hereafter, she will be happy." Long Yi said with a smile, revealing his spotlessly white teeth, which was unusually brilliant. The big eyes of Shui Ruoyan glittered looking at Long Yi, and her eyes became blurred in intoxication. This time, Long Yi really looked very enchanting. "Long Yi, did you come to see me today?" Shui Ruoyan asked. Tomorrow I am going to Elven Forest, so I came to inform you." Long Yi said. Shui Ruoyan was startled, and instantly became sad. Then she faintly said, "Are Wuan and Ling going with you?" "Yes, if you want to, then you can also come." Long Yi lightly pulled Shui Ruoyan's little hand and said. Shui Ruoyan suddenly had a pleasantly surprised expression, but she shook her head very quickly and said, "You all can go. You are mistakenly believing that I want to go, but I don't feel like seeing you with your other women." Long Yi faintly smiled, then lightly flickering the nose of Shui Ruoyan, he said, "Doubled-faced." Shui Ruoyan cried in pain and covering her nose, she buried her head in the bosom of Long Yi, then lightly pounded him, while looking at Long Yi with her charming eyes. She truly wanted to go, but on one hand, the studies of the girls of Water Class was at the critical moment, and on the other hand, she was somewhat afraid. She was afraid because if she was too happy now, then after Long Yi left, she would be unable to free herself from the sadness she felt. Two people holding their hands walked down the small path of Holy Magic Academy, and just like other lovers, they greeted brilliant red sunset glow, feeling warm and romantic. At this time tomorrow, in the same sunset glow and in this same small path, they would definitely have the different state of mind. Shui Ruoyan thought in her heart. Chapter 209, Nika, you like me? Early morning in the next day, Long Yi took Zemin Wuan and Long Linger, setting out towards Elven Forest. The Elven Forest was not far away from Mi Principality, so they could reach there in just a few days. All along the road, the morale of both women was unusually high. Other than talking about Elven Forest, they mostly talked about the matter of returning home. This made Long Yi somewhat helpless. Now, he didn't know how these two girls would react at that time when he told them they couldn't return. Long Yi had already made 2 round trip on this road, and this was the 3rd time, so he had many memories on this road. At that time, it was truly lively, as there were Wush Wang, Luzia, Yu Feng and Barbarian Bull beside him. And in a blink of an eye, 1 year had already passed, and now Wush Wang was in distant Ice Palace. He didn't know how she is doing, and after Yu Feng returned back, he had no news of her, and he also didn't know whether she was missing him or not. When Long Yi and 2 girls were passing through a woods, Long Yi suddenly stopped and looked towards the sky, recalling Nelan Empire's Princess Nelan Ryuiu and her maid Zhao Kui. The circumstances of at that time were still vivid in his mind, and also this was the place where the water magic elements of his sea of consciousness had transformed. What happened? Long Linger confusedly asked. It's nothing, let's continue. Long Yi said with a smile. Second brother, looking at your moral character, you are definitely thinking about women. Zemin Wuan said, hitting the nail on the head. It seems she deeply understood Long Yi. Long Yi smirked and said, really intelligent. I was truly thinking about women, thinking about you two beauties. Although they knew that Long Yi was not speaking the truth, but with regarding to their beloved's sweet words and honeyed phrases, both women were very happy. After running for a few days, Long Yi and 2 girls finally arrived at the periphery of Elven Forest. Wow, it's so beautiful. 2 women exclaimed in admiration, and were intoxicated inhaling this particularly fresh air. Long Yi looked left and right, then stepped forward while thinking, they will not shoot arrows again, right? He had just thought, and he heard several swish sounds, and with a flashing of green light, several arrows nailed in front of Long Yi. Long Yi rolled his eyes. If the captain is still that silly girl Nika, then I will definitely spank her buttocks. We are obviously old acquaintance, but she is still shooting arrows to greet. Long Yi stretched out his hand, and few arrows fell into his hand. And at this time, a group of female elves guards came out from inside the Elven Forest, and the person walking in the front was naturally Nika. This is Elven Forest. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Nika coldly said to Long Yi and others, as if she never knew Long Yi. Zemin Wuan pulled the sleeve of Long Yi's garment and said, Second brother, didn't you say you can enter and exit Elven Forest as you please? How come this beautiful elf is not buying your account? That's because she suffers from short-term memory loss, so I need to beat her up to make her remember me. Long Yi smirked and said. Long Yi stepped forward, and said, Little Nika, come. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Leave now, or else don't blame me for attacking you ruthlessly. Nika coldly said. At this time, an elf guard beside Nika said, Captain, he is Mr. Long. Her Majesty the Queen instructed us to let him enter and exit Elven Forest as he please. Nika ferociously glared at that elf, and that elf didn't dare to speak again, merely winked cutely towards Long Yi. Long Yi merely smiled. He recalled this elf was that elf guard who accompanied him and Luzia to wander around the Elven Forest at that time, and at that time, this simple elf gave him a very deep impression. Nika raised her green elven bow and aimed at Long Yi, but other elf guards however looked at each other helplessly. They also didn't know what was happening to their capital today, and why she, who was still fine just a moment ago, changed like this. Just after seeing Long Yi and those 2 beautiful human girls beside him from inside the Elven Forest, Her complexion had instantly become ice cold. Long Yi frowned, and instantly shot towards Nika as if a lightning. Seeing this, Nika panicked and her grip loosened, causing the arrow to shoot towards Long Yi. Long Yi immediately got angry. This girl who cannot tell good from bad. He flicked his finger, breaking the arrow into several pieces. After that he caught Nika with one hand, and another hand firmly spanked her buttocks. Pa, pa, pa. Sounds echoed in the ears of everyone present. Seeing this scene, Long Linger, Zemin Wuan as well as other female elven guards were dumbstruck. Ah, damned Long Yi, smelly Long Yi, quickly let me go, I want to kill you. Nika shouted loudly with a red face. Don't know whether this was because of anger or because of shame. Now you recognize me, let's see if you can still dare to be willful hereafter. Long Yi heavily spanked her once again, then let her go. This was truly sinful. He also didn't know when it began, but now he seemed to be addicted to spanking the buttocks of women as punishment. Nika covered her scorching little buttocks with her hands, while ferociously glaring Long Yi as if she wanted to eat him. Why are you glaring at me like this? Are your little buttocks still itching? Long Yi reached out his hand and pinched her nose. Don't touch me, I hate you, you fickle, inconsistent, loving new and forgetting old bastard. Nika slapped away the hand of Long Yi and said hatefully. Hearing Nika's words, Long Linger and Zemin Wuan suddenly got angry and then glared at Long Yi. They thought that there definitely was something going on with Long Yi and Nika. I am fickle and inconsistent, loving new and forgetting old? Why are you saying such things? If you don't make it clear today, then I will take off your pants and spank you. Long Yi frowned and said, causing elven guards to laugh secretly. Did I speak incorrectly? You are obviously engaged with Princess Lucia, but you didn't came to see her for such a long time. Moreover, this time you brought women with you. You are clearly not attaching any importance to our elf clan, and also not taking Princess Lucia seriously. Nika stared at Long Yi without yielding and said coldly. What, nothing to say? Seeing Long Yi making a wry smile, Nika said, you know what, this matter is clearly something that is outside of your jurisdiction. If someone wants to ask this to me, then it should be either Elf Queen or Lucia. Looking at your reaction, it looks like you are the concerned party here. Can it be that you like me? Long Yi smiled and said. Nika was stunned for a moment, and other elven guards were also startled. Then one elf muttered, I say, Captain Nika definitely likes the husband of the princess. Hearing this elf's words, the other elven guards also recalled at that time's preoccupied appearance of Nika. At that time, this elf had also said this, provoking a very big anger of Captain Nika, and since then, no one had dared to mention this topic again. I like you? Are you saying I like you? What a joke. I am not as naive as Her Highness the Princess to like you, a shameless bastard. Nika came back to her senses and retorted. But her heart however was in chaos. Chapter 210, Meeting Elf Queen again. Then, are you saying Lucia doesn't have a vision? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and said. Nika was dumbfounded, as answering either yes or no seemed not too correct, so she hatefully stamped her foot, then stepped aside, no longer blocking him. Long Yi just smirked, then leading Long Linger and Zemin Wuan, he entered Elven Forest. In any case, he was very familiar with this place, and even if there was no one to show the way, he could go in and out of here with his eyes closed. Long Yi, don't you have ambiguous relation with that elf captain? Long Linger was unable to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Elven Forest, and after entering Elven Forest, she pinched the soft flesh of Long Yi's waist, extorting a confession. Of course. Didn't you see how ferocious she was towards me? How can there be an ambiguous relationship? Long Yi said with a smile. I just see that she was clearly jealous, humph, and you are still saying there is nothing ambiguous. Long Linger said, painting with rage. Long Yi rubbed his nose. He wasn't an idiot, so how could he not sense the mentality of Nika? So he just changed the topic. I think you are jealous right now. Well, don't think about these trivial matters. And just look how beautiful this scenery is. Longlinger pursed up her lips and no longer pursued this question, fearing she would make Long Yi unhappy. Just now, before Longlinger and Zemin Wuan could enjoy this as if fairyland scenery, they were focused solely on jealousy without looking, and now seeing the environment for the first time, they couldn't help but exclaimed with admiration immediately. That fragrant air, fresh flowers and grasses all over the mountains and plains, emerald green trees, flowing brook, and various kinds of beautiful and cute little animals among them, this truly was too beautiful. Second brother, how about we live here hereafter? I think we will be able to live for a long time like elves. Zemin Wuan said with a smile. Long Yi looked at Zemin Wuan and said with a smile, how about you two not return this time, and stay here for a period of time? Elven forest is big enough for you two to wander around for a period of time. Zemin Wuan and Longlinger immediately stopped after hearing Long Yi, then simultaneously staring at Long Yi. Longlinger said, what do you mean, you don't want to return or don't want to take us back? Long Yi made a wry smile, and all of a sudden, he truly didn't know how he should answer. And just when he wanted to open his mouth, he heard a sound coming from behind. Turning around, he saw that smallest elf of the elven guards was rushing towards them. Mr. Long, I will lead you, otherwise, if Queen knows of this, then she will scold Captain Nika. This elf said. This elf was very lively. All along the road, she chattered continuously, introducing the scenery on the way to these two girls, making these two girls forget to question closely for the time being. Now long after, they arrived at that lakeside residence of Elf Clan. Looking at those rows of exquisite log cabins, a cordial feeling well up in the heart of Long Yi. Little Princess Luzia, whom he had yearned for day and night, was certainly inside one of them. Long Yi was also an old acquaintance of this place, so he greeted the elves outside. And when he was affectionately greeting elves one after another, the guards outside immediately ran inside to notify. And not long after, with a burst of delicate fragrance, a familiar figure came out from the main entrance of the Elven Imperial Palace. But it wasn't Luzia, rather was Elf Queen. Your Majesty the Queen, long time no see, I trust you have been well since we parted? Long Yi stepped forward, and looking at Elf Queen with a smile, he said. Her graceful bearing was unchanged, and she still was enchanting and noble. Little brat, finally willing to come back, Luzia was missing you every day. Elf Queen's gaze wandered about, and seeing Longlinger and Zemin Wuan behind Long Yi, a trace of surprise involuntarily flashed in her eyes. Long Yi said with a bitter face, I thought that Luzia would come to see me. It must be your Majesty the Queen not permitting her to come and see me. You are too heartless. Elf Queen faintly smiled and said, Luzia is my successor. How can she have a free time to stroll all around? Long Yi looked left and right, and asked, Your Majesty the Queen, where is Luzia? You didn't put her under house arrest, right? Elf Queen nevertheless didn't answer, she just looked towards two girls behind Long Yi and said, Aren't you going to introduce these two little girls behind you to me? Not waiting for Long Yi to speak, Longlinger and Zemin Wuan stepped forward and introduced themselves. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of Elf Queen, then with a smile yet not a smile, she glared at Long Yi. This suddenly accelerated the heartbeat of Long Yi. The charm of this mature woman was really hard to withstand. Since Elf Queen already knew the true identity of Long Yi, she naturally knew what sort of person was Longlinger. She however was the little princess of Violent Dragon Empire who was raped by this fellow, Long Yi. Now seeing how intimate she was with Long Yi, it was obvious that this bedfellow, Long Yi, had stolen her maiden heart. Elf Queen turned around, leading them inside. But Long Yi quickly stepped forward, and walking beside Elf Queen, he eagerly asked, Your Majesty the Queen, don't toy around with me, quickly tell me where is Luzia? Elf Queen rolled her eyes looking towards Long Yi, then slightly turning her head, she said, Don't pretend, you have outstanding beauties around you all the time, so how can you still have time to miss my Luzia? Of course, I miss her. I missed her every day, missed every night, missed when eating, missed when sleeping and missed even when going to the toilet. And that is not limited to Luzia. I also miss your majesty the queen very much. Long Yi smiled and said, but he lowered his voice when saying the last sentence, so that only two of them could hear. The eyes of Elf Queen flashed, and the smile on her face widened a little. Then she scolded in jest, flippant, I wonder how many ignorant girls were deceived by this mouth of yours. Less to me, this kind of behavior is of no use against me. Long Yi smirked. Is it really useless? Looking at the smile on the face of Elf Queen, he knew that every woman loved to hear sweet words and honeyed phrases. Even though they knew that it was bogus, they would still enjoy it as usual. Arriving at the hall, the guards left, leaving only Elf Queen and Long Yi's group inside the hall. Your Majesty the Queen, instruct people to bring 100 flowers wine. I truly miss it. Long Yi sat down, putting one leg on top of his another leg. He didn't seem to consider himself an outsider at all. As for Zemin and Long Linger, they appeared rather reserved, and seeing Long Yi was so casually talking with the queen of the legendary proud race, they couldn't help but were surprised, because looking at how they got along with each other, they didn't resemble having the relationship of son-in-law and mother-in-law, instead resembled to have the relationship of older sister and younger brother. Elf Queen instructed people to bring several bottles of 100 flowers wine and some fruit pastries, then said with a smile, this glutton, no need to be polite, Miss Zemin and Miss Long, you can treat this place as if you're home just like this smelly brat. Zemin and Long Linger nodded their head, with them being people from the upper-class family. After talking merely few sentences, they naturally relaxed, and that temperament and quality and style of speech they displayed were natural. Long Yi drank a bottle of 100 flowers wine, then closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the fragrant smell of wine and sighed, truly excellent. The wine outside is not even 1/10,000th as good as this wine. Since you like this so much, why don't you stay in Elven Forest hereafter? Don't go anywhere. Elf Queen said with a smile. Long Yi smirked and assuming an air of self-satisfaction, he said, good wine is indeed praiseworthy, but the price of freedom is higher. Although this place is fairyland in the mortal world, but if I have to stay here throughout my life, then it would be better off killing me. I knew you would say that, you brat. Speaking about it, why did you think of coming here this time? Is there something happening? Elf Queen didn't feel like hearing the nonsense of Long Yi, so she bluntly asked. Long Yi smiled. He knew that he couldn't hide the truth from her, so he nodded his head and said, yes, I am returning to Violet Dragon Empire very soon, so I came here to bid you all farewell, and also to see my little darling. Elf Queen closed her eyes and thought for a bit, then nodding her head, she sighed and said, the situation of Blue Wave's continent has deteriorated to the extreme, and there is even more undercurrent in your Violet Dragon Empire, Zemin knew. Elf Queen stopped suddenly, then looked towards Long Linger beside Long Yi. Don't talk about it, where is Luzia? Long Yi immediately changed the topic and asked. Long Linger nevertheless slightly shook, and she slightly frowned. Being born in the Imperial clan, she had a certain degree of sensitivity towards politics, merely because she had fallen in love. Moreover, the partner was Long Yi. She had subconsciously evaded these problems from the bottom of her heart. Zemin also worriedly looked towards Long Yi. She had also heard some rumors, and she clearly knew how her father was. Could it be that those rumors were real? After all those matters, what would happen to her relationship with Long Linger? And where would it head to? Just when Elf Queen was about to open her mouth to answer, the door of the hall suddenly opened with a bang, and Luzia, who was gasping for breath, wearing green elf dress, holding nature's breath, appeared in the doorway. Her big eyes idiotically stuck at Long Yi from the very beginning, and they gradually became misty. Long Yi. Luzia called out with a trembling voice which was filled with emotions. Long Yi stood up. Seeing this little elf after a long time, his heart was unexpectedly rather excited. He spread open his arms wide, then dashing over, he hugged her tightly. Smelling her body's that faint lavender fragrance, he suddenly had a sour feeling in his heart. Long Yi, I missed you very much. Luzia muttered. rubbing her face against the bosom of Long Yi. She deeply inhaled that body fragrance of Long Yi which she had missed very much. I also missed you very much. Long Yi held the beautiful face of Lu Xia, and lightly caressed her face. The eyes of two people met each other, voicelessly expressing their feelings. Lu Xia suddenly tiptoed, and hugging the neck of Long Yi, she kissed Long Yi. They acted as if no one else were present, and kissed passionately. This kissing lingered, filling the entire hall with stirrings of love. Zimun Wuan and Long Linger felt somewhat complex looking at this kissing couple, and simultaneously felt somewhat grieved in their heart. Moreover, they unexpectedly were touched. After all, good things always infected people easily. Chapter 211, Cosmos Touch of Death. T.L. Touch of Death. Dimmak. Dimmak is depicted as a secret body of knowledge with techniques that attack pressure points and meridians, said to incapacitate or sometimes cause immediate or even delayed death to an opponent. Source: Wiki. Elf Queen calmly sat as before without disturbing, as she knew that these two were immersed in the joy of reunion. And she also knew that these two wouldn't be together for a long time, as Long Yi had to leave, and she feared that Lu Xia wouldn't be able to meet him again for a long period of time. Elf Clan would never rashly involve themselves in the war of the continent, and once the full-scale war of Blue Wave's continent explode, it was absolutely impossible to stop the war in 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the war within Violent Dragon Empire would also escalate very soon too, and at that time, would Long Clan still stand tall, or would Zimun Clan replace them? It was still unknown. Boss. When Long Yi and Lu Xia were still kissing, a rough voice as if thunder exploded inside the hall. Long Yi finally let go of Lu Xia's pink fragrant lips, and raising his head, he saw an 8 feet tall man with 2 long ox horn on his head who was excitedly standing not far away from him. This fellow was precisely Barbarian Bull whom he had not seen for many months. Lu Xia cutely left the bosom of Long Yi, then turning around, she looked towards Zimun Wuan and Long Linger, these 2 girls whom she had completely ignored just a moment ago, then giving a charming smile, she went towards them. Although they were once antagonistic at that time when she had arrived at Mi Principality with Long Yi, but such antagonistic was already unnecessary today. Barbarian Bull, you are here. Long Yi happily walked over, then punching the robust chest of Barbarian Bull, they hugged in man style. Burly, weren't you trapped in your tender home village? You unexpectedly didn't look for me for such a long period of time. Long Yi jumped and gave Barbarian Bull a knock in his head. Barbarian Bull rubbed the place Long Yi had hit him, and he suddenly felt that he truly missed this kind of feeling. It seemed he was accustomed to the mistreatment of Long Yi. Boss, I've always wanted to come looking for you in Mi Principality, but the evil vanquishing rod and golden bell canopy techniques you have taught me just happened to be in the bottleneck, so I thought that I will come after breaking through these bottlenecks. Barbarian Bull said with a smile, and his words were filled with excitement. It seems he had already broken through those bottlenecks this time. Long Yi sized up Barbarian Bull, and also used his spirit power to scan him, then he suddenly palmed him. The palm directly hit the chest of Barbarian Bull, and with a bang sound, Barbarian Bull tumbled several steps back, and with his blood and chi churning non-stop, his bull face became red. Pretty good. You have progressed. Long Wei smiled in satisfaction. With his Outyanju already reaching the 3rd layer, this skill was incomparable to before, but Barbarian Bull was able to withstand his palm attack at 50% power without any injury when he was caught unprepared. This sufficiently explains his progress. Barbarian Bull was glowing with pride and happiness hearing the praise of Long Yi. After that, with a flash, Divine Artifact Greenstone Rule appeared in his hand, then with indistinct green light, domineering aura dispersed, causing people's heart to give rise to a fear. Boss, try my evil vanquishing rod. Now that Barbarian Bull was interested, he ignored the current circumstance and shouting loudly, he brandished Greenstone Rule, emitting dazzling green light. After that whistling fierce winds from all direction attacked towards Long Yi. Bang bang bang, the furniture inside the hall cracked in succession, and all the wine bottles and fruit trays on the table also break into pieces due to this momentum. You two stupid brats, want to fight, then go out to fight. Elf Queen got furious. These two fellows were truly outrageous, actually fighting in her drawing room. Long Yi soared up and using his finger, he received the attacks with his finger. Then with clang-clang sounds, the green light emitted by the brandishing of Greenstone Rule instantly disappeared, and Long Yi also felt tingling in his finger. The power of divine artifact truly couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, after Barbarian Bull made his progress, the power of Greenstone Rule had also increased. If Barbarian Bull could only use 20% of Greenstone Rule's power before, then now, he could use at least 30%. If he was able to use the complete power of Greenstone Rule, then it was impossible for the current Long Yi to resist. Seeing Elf Queen was discontented, Long Yi flashed and as if a ghost, he instantly appeared behind Barbarian Bull, then poked the acupoints of Barbarian Bull, and with internal force piercing through the golden bell canopy of Barbarian Bull, his movements were stopped immediately. After that Long Yi clapped his hand. This was Touch of Death skill he hadn't used for a long time, and was less useful in this world. In this world, who would go and study Touch of Death? The majority would resolve with a sword. Moreover, with regarding magical beasts, Touch of Death was basically useless, as only ghosts know where the acupoints of magical beasts were located. Boss, what is this magic? Why can't I move? Barbarian Bull stiffly stood while carrying Greenstone Rule. Now he noticed that he couldn't move, so he shouted loudly. Long Yi smirked and said, "This isn't a magic, this is Cosmo's Touch of Death, enjoy it slowly. After 2 hours, you will be able to move on your own." 2 hours? No, please spare me, boss. Barbarian Bull begged. At this time, Elf Queen walked over. At first, she thought that Long Yi had used his spirit power to bind Barbarian Bull, but after scanning him, she discovered that there was no spirit fluctuation, magic elements fluctuation on the body of Barbarian Bull, and naturally, there was also not Ki fluctuation. Long Yi, what method did you use to stop him in this state? Elf Queen curiously asked. I can only say this is Touch of Death skill, even if I speak more about it, you will not understand. Your Majesty the Queen, can you try to undo it? Long Yi said with a smile. The competitive nature of Elf Queen rose and she nodded her head. Then she began to walk all around Barbarian Bull studying him. And Lucia and others also curiously surrounded him, making Barbarian Bull a living specimen. Even after studying for a long time, Elf Queen was unable to understand what was going on, and all the methods she tried didn't work. So Barbarian Bull was still unable to move at all. Second brother, what skill is this? Can I lean it? Zemin Wuan said in interest. Long Yi smiled, recalling the scene of Ling Feng having a headache at that time when she wanted to learn about these meridians. The cultivation techniques of this world were already ingrained, and furthermore, unless they start to study from childhood, his techniques were very hard to understand. Of course you can, but there will be no result unless you train for 8 to 10 years. Long Yi said with a smile. Then forget it. Hearing Long Yi, Zemin Wuan immediately dispelled the thoughts. Long Yi smiled looking at Elf Queen's helpless appearance. The acupoints were intangible things, and was the accumulation of China's long civilization, so how could Elf Queen understand these things? I cannot undo it, come and undo it yourself, I want to see how you will do it. Elf Queen said to Long Yi, and seeing that proud with himself smile of Long Yi, her mood turned bad. Hey, then look carefully. Long Yi smiled, then used his 2 fingers to poke Barbarian Bull. Then with Barbarian Bull's Aio scream, his stiff body softened. After that he waved his hands and legs, only to find that paralysis feeling had already dispersed. After 1 hour, this 5 young men and women arrived on the other side of the lake, and sat down on the grassland. Lucia innately had a cordial temperament, and with few sentences, she quickly got closer with Zemin Wuan and Long Linger. Then all 3 of them talk happily. The subject of their talk generally revolved around Long Yi. Zemin Wuan and Long Linger explained the deeds of Long Yi in Holy Magic Academy, and Lu Zia spoke about the matters of Huangming Plain, to which two girls listened in interest. Long Yi, are you returning to Violet Dragon Empire? Lu Zia had learned about this matter from the mouth of Long Linger, so turning around, she asked softly. Mi Principality was not that far from Elven Forest, and within few days they could arrive the other place, but Violet Dragon Empire was far away in the east and Elven Forest was far away in the west, and the distance between them was far more than 1,000 li. So if they wished to see each other, then it would be extremely difficult. As a result, Lu Zia was reluctant to part. Long Yi nodded his head, then picking up Lu Zia, he placed her in his lap and said, "Yes, I must return." Lu Zia leaned on the warm chest of Long Yi and muttered, "Then when can we meet again? And when I miss you very much, what should I do?" "Then shout my name in your heart, I will definitely feel it." Long Yi stroked the hair of Lu Zia. "Is that so? You're not going to forget me, are you?" Lu Zia worriedly said. "Silly girl, how can I forget you? Even if I forget myself, I will definitely remember you." Long Yi gently blew air beside the ear of Lu Zia. The charming body of Lu Zia trembled and revealed a sweet smile, as she was not able to withstand such passionate whispers of love. "Smelly fellow, really good at coaxing the girls." Long Linger unwittingly pulled out green grasses from the ground, while jealously looking at two people hugging each other. Although she already knew that this man was not destined to be hers alone, but hearing him telling other women honeyed words with dense feelings, her heart was somewhat uncomfortable. With the sun setting beyond the western hills, the evening sun used its final heat to warm this restless world. Lu Zia quietly shrunk in the bosom of Long Yi, enjoying the warm bosom of her lover. Long Linger gritted her teeth, then softly sighing, she stood up and said to Ziman Wuan, "Wuan, let's go over there to look." Ziman Wuan turned around and nodded her head. She understood that Long Linger wanted to let Long Yi and Lu Zia have space for themselves. It seems love can really change a person, even if the heart is uncomfortable. She still considered the other party. This is the magical power of love. Two people walked away, and Barbarian Bull also walked away tactfully, leaving behind only embracing Lu Zia and Long Yi sitting beside the lake under the silent evening sun. The air seemed to be somewhat restless, and the little hand of Lu Zia began to unconsciously move about on the sturdy back of Long Yi. Then, with her breathing suddenly becoming hurried, her charming body also began to twist in restlessness in the bosom of Long Yi. What kind of signal was this? Long Yi, who was a veteran in the arena of love, how could he didn't recognize this? Long Yi's big hands slowly slid down, then grabbing Lu Zia's plump buttocks, he began rubbing and pinching. "Long Yi!" Lu Zia called out passionately, and feeling that fiery hot hard thing in the soft place between her legs, her body limped without any strength. Her mind slowly began to blank out, and slowly began to boil over. Long Yi picked up Lu Zia, then disappeared from that place, leaving behind only the fragrance of love in the air. "Damned pervert, bastard, smelly fellow." Seeing the disappearance of two people, Long Linger, who was far away, cursed with tears in her eyes. Her heart after all was still feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 212, Heart-to-Heart Talk under moonlit night. Dim moonlight spilled inside the room from outside the window, dyeing the entire room with faint silvery white color. The muffled panting sound, and bewitching, accompanied by the creaking sound of wooden bed, interwoven into a melody that would sway the will of people. Long Yi leaned over and intensely stirred up the charming body of Lu Zia as if sea waves, and Lu Zia was just like a sailing boat in the middle of the waves, rising and falling, and her soul had already flown to the highest heaven long ago. With breast rising and falling, and buttocks rising and falling repeatedly, Long Yi yelled, going on a campaign. His big hands unscrupulously rubbed and pinched those rising and falling plumps, while his waist tirelessly pistoned. He wanted to express and vent out all of his yearnings in this way. And as for Lu Zia, she desperately welcomed, with her heart and body perfectly agreeing with each other. This moment, she forgot everything. The world had already become ethereal for her, and she only knew to use that familiar passion to fill her empty heart. Late at night, everything calmed down. Messy bedding, warp around, and the sweat dripping down on their body appeared especially transparent under the moonlight. Lucia was nestling in the bosom of Long Yi, while enjoying the comfort she had not felt for a long time. "Long Yi, let me go with you." Lucia hated to part with her sweetheart, so she faintly said. Long Yi smiled, and with his big hand still patting her jade back, he said, "No, this time, I can't take anyone, so be obedient and listen to me." Lucia pouted, and twisted around in the bosom of Long Yi, not complying with him, but she and Long Yi had got along for such a long time, so she knew that he was serious without a doubt this time, and again thinking about he would take no one this time, at least her heart was somewhat balanced. Moreover, if she missed him too much, then she could secretly run to Violet Dragon Empire looking for him. Long Yi, as if seeing through the thoughts of Lucia, pinched her nose and said, "Don't have an evil idea. If you dare to secretly sneak off, then I will spank your little buttocks until it splits." Lucia stuck out her tongue, then pushing down Long Yi, she heavily kissed Long Yi and said, "I can conceal nothing from you. You are not stupid, are you?" "Of course not. Who asked me to be your husband?" Long Yi smirked, and hugging her slender waist, he said with a smile, "Well, I love to hear this type of sentences. You are my husband." Lucia smiled charmingly, and again kissed all over the face of Long Yi. Then she stopped smiling all of a sudden, and fixedly staring at the eyes of Long Yi, she faintly said, "You are my husband, shared husband with sisters, but I am your wife, wife who only belongs to you alone." Long Yi was startled, then apologetically looking at Lucia, he wanted to say something, but she used her hand to block his mouth. Then gently stroking the lips of Long Yi, she said with a brilliant smile on her face, "Say nothing, I understand. As long as you still have me in your heart, no matter how many women you have, I will not have any complaint." Long Yi was so moved that he tightly hugged Lucia. Unfaithfulness was the common problem of men. He always knew that he was not correct, but even if he didn't want, he couldn't, so he could only say that he will be affectionate and will not be ruthless, will cherishing and protect every woman beside him. He will never let them get hurt. Even after Lucia fell asleep in the bosom of Long Yi, he however was still wide awake without any trace of sleepiness. Long Yi gently moved the hands and legs of Lucia that were wrapping around his body. Then getting out of bed, he wore his clothing and walked out. When he arrived at the courtyard, a cool breeze directly blew against his face, which brought a burst of delicate fragrance, which penetrated deep into his heart. Long Yi moved sideways, arriving at yet another courtyard, then pushing the door open, he directly walked inside. And just after walking inside, Long Yi was dumbfounded, as he saw two people were lying on the big bed. One was Long Linger and another was Zimen Wuan. These two were wearing close-fitting thin silk underwear, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, and especially those bulging high mountain ranges. They were tempting to the extreme. Long Yi feasted his eyes for a little while, then walking to one side of the bed, he lightly pulled up the quilt, covering those charming body that could make people bleed from the nose. After that, he sat on the edge of the bed, and quietly looking at the beautiful faces of two beauties, he softly sighed. After that, reaching out his big hand, he gently caressed the beautiful face of Long Linger. Now he could only hope that she would not get involved in that battle of the future, although this was very unlikely, as when Long Clan and Zimen Clan got into conflict, how could she regard everything as if they were of no concern to her? And again, how could she only look on with cold eyes? Long Yi bent down and kissed the lips of Long Linger, then looking towards Zimen Wuan, he unconsciously kissed her forehead, then he walked out of the room. After Long Yi walked out, Long Linger and Zimen Wuan opened their eyes. Now they were revealing a smile on their face. As it turned out, they were obviously pretending to sleep just now. Long Linger's mind was basically filled with a grievance, and thinking about Long Yi being in another room with another woman, her heart was feeling very sour as if overturned vinegar jar. Moreover, there still was a faint feeling of heartache, always feeling as if he had abandoned her. But the kiss of just now however involuntarily made her mood better, and her heart was filled with sweetness, even to the extent that she completely forgot about that heavy sigh of Long Yi. Although Zemin Wuan thought that the kiss of Long Yi on her forehead was purely brothers and sisters goodnight kiss, but her heart was uncontrollably happy. She really wasn't able to control some of her own sentiments. This made her frequently call herself crazy in her heart. Long Yi quietly sat inside the courtyard for a little while. Then suddenly Elf Queen's that amorous and elegant figure appeared in his mind. Recalling that feeling he felt when he had grabbed her breast using his spirit power at that time, which was still lingering till now, he had a layer of ambiguous feeling towards Elf Queen. He clearly understood that Elf Queen was the mother of Luzia in his heart, but this relationship made him feel very excited. I wonder if she is asleep or awake, Long Yi muttered in his heart. Then exerting a force on the ground, his figure disappeared from there. Avoiding several waves of patrol guards and hidden lookout, Long Yi finally reached the sleeping quarters of Elf Queen. Recalling that previous night when he and Elf Queen had drunk together in this courtyard, and also recalling that as if electrocuted feeling, his was fired up. Long Yi stood in front of the ladies' bedchamber of Elf Queen, then walked to and fro for a while. Afterwards, suddenly laughing at himself, he shook his head. No matter how captivating Elf Queen was, she was not someone he was capable of touching. Smelly fellow, what are you doing here in the dead of night? Just when Long Yi had thought to fly away, suddenly a crisp and pleasant to hear voice of Elf Queen came from inside. This, I was bored, so I thought to look for your Majesty the Queen to drink wine. But I didn't expect your Majesty the Queen to be sleeping so early. Long Yi laughed hollowly and answered. At this time, the door opened with creak, then Elf Queen with her hair hung down loosely and wearing an emerald green cloak stood at the doorway. But that mature charm of Elf Queen was fatal to Long Yi, who was just 20 years old brat. Long Yi's mouth and tongue became dry, and swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he thought whether this was a dream or not. Want to drink? Then come in, but just this once. Looking at Long Yi's that perverted appearance, Elf Queen rolled her eyes, then turning around, she walked inside. Enter. This. Long Yi was flabbergasted, and his imagination began to run wild. A single man and a single woman alone in a room, moreover with that room being a lady's bedchamber, this could easily give rise to some kind of evil thoughts. Although Long Yi was puzzled about why was Elf Queen allowing him to enter her room, but his legs however faithfully reacted to his thoughts and involuntarily followed after her inside. After entering, Long Yi discovered that his thoughts were wrong. This place was not really the lady's bedchamber of Elf Queen, rather a place similar to a drawing room. Her bedroom should be further inside. Looking at Long Yi's disappointed as well as relieved expression, Elf Queen had smile yet not a smile, and as if performing magical tricks, bottles of wine and several plates of pastries appeared on the table between them. After that, she said with a smile, "Little sly customer, don't let your imagination run wild. Excessive thinking is a bad thing, don't you know that?" Long Yi squinted his eyes looking towards Elf Queen and thought, "Don't think? If I don't think, then am I still a man?" Elf Queen poured a cup of wine and handed it over to Long Yi and said, "Drink. This is Elf Clan's special 100-flower wine, is several hundred years old, lucky you." Long Yi took the wine cup, and lightly flicked at the back of the hand of Elf Queen, but Elf Queen just leisurely retracted her hand as if nothing had happened, and indifferently looked at him. Long Yi drank this cup of wine, and sure enough, this was a lot mellower compared 100-flower wine he had drunk before, and really left a rich aftertaste in his mouth. "Luzia, that girl must have asked to go with you, right?" Elf Queen asked. "Huh, but rest assured, I won't take her." Long Yi replied, "I know that, but the undercurrents of your Violet Dragon Empire is surging nowadays. Perhaps you all will stir up a fire only to burn yourself. You should be very clear about this. If my guess is correct, then you will also leave those two girls, right?" Elf Queen stared at Long Yi, and asked. This was also the part she admired about Long Yi. He was a responsible man with heavy sentiments. She knew of this from his action for Washuang. Long Yi made a wry smile and nodding his head, he said, Originally I promised to take them back with me, but now I have to go back on my words with them, and I don't know how I should tell them that. Just tell them properly, I think they are sensible children." Elf Queen said. Long Yi and Elf Queen drank a cup of wine, then Elf Queen suddenly asked, "Long Yi, what is your end objective? Could it be that you also want to be overlord of entire Blue Waves continent?" Long Yi thought for a bit, then shaking his head, he said with a smile, "Overlord? I am not interested. I just want to go wherever I love. I am returning now only because of the blood of Zeman clan flowing inside my body, and also because the days will be more interesting after returning." Chapter 213, Lovesickness. Swords. Lovesickness without end. The Elf Queen nodded her head and became lost in thought. From the very beginning when she had seen Long Yi, she knew that he absolutely wasn't a mediocre man. His eyes and that flamboyant temperament he showed unintentionally, all explained that he possessed one dissatisfied spirit. In the big war of the near future, what kind of role will he play therein? Everything was all up to his decision. Then what exactly is your goal? Is it just looking for excitement? Elf Queen couldn't help but ask. Having heard the words of Elf Queen, Long Yi pondered, and in an instant, he was at a loss. He had arrived in this world without rhyme and reason, and experienced multiple life and death situations, but what exactly was his goal? Contend for hegemony, he wasn't interested, and becoming an emperor was even more troublesome, as he had to look out for the necessities of all the people under the heaven, and had to worry about the schemes of people, guard against rebellion and moreover guard against assassins too. Is there any meaning in this kind of life? Long Yi laughed and spat out all of his chaotic thoughts and said, "Only looking for excitement is really not all. My biggest wish is to bring along beauties with me everywhere under the heaven without any constraint." Hey hey. Elf Queen was dumbfounded, then staring at Long Yi, she made a wry smile and said, "Do you think it is very easy to achieve this goal?" "Of course, it is not easy to achieve, so for my goal, I will make great efforts to cultivate, and naturally even if my cultivation is very high, I will not necessarily be the opponent of millions of people. So I want to help Zeman clan to obtain the world, like that. Who will dare to find trouble with me?" Long Yi laughed, suddenly feeling this idea was pretty good. Seeing the relaxed and casual smile of Long Yi, Elf Queen also smiled slightly. Her judgment of Long Yi was not wrong. If one wishes to have true freedom, then not only one's strength should be very high, moreover, their backer should also be very strong, standing at the pinnacle of this world's pyramid while looking down all the living creatures. Only like this, one would be able to do as one pleased. "Your Majesty the Queen, it seems I have drunk a little too much. How about I stay here and sleep for this night?" Long Yi drank another cup of wine and said while staring at Elf Queen with glazed eyes, "If you want me to call guards and drive you out, then feel free to sleep here." Elf Queen indifferently said with a smile, but there was a trace of unspeakable, unknown and peculiar taste in her heart. Long Yi breathed out a mouthful of alcoholic smell, then he suddenly leaned forward with his hands supporting on the table, and his handsome face stopped less than 2 inches away from the beautiful face of Elf Queen. And being so close, he was able to smell Elf Queen's that aromatic delicate fragrance. "What are you doing?" Elf Queen was still calm on the surface, but her eyes showed a hint of panic and shyness. Long Yi observed Elf Queen from close proximity. Her skin was truly quite fine and smooth, there was not even a little bit of flaw, and with her pretty jade nose, and rosy alluring lips, she truly gave him an impulse to kiss her regardless of everything. Think. The heartbeat of Long Yi suddenly speed up, and the big mouth of Long Yi moved towards the rosy lips of Elf Queen. But just when Long Yi wanted to touch the rosy lips of Elf Queen, he felt an emptiness in front of him. Elf Queen was already standing several steps away from him, furiously glaring at him. Long Yi woke up with a start. With this kind of night and this kind of atmosphere, it was easy for people to make a mistake. "What I mean to say is, Your Majesty the Queen is really beautiful, and since it is already quite late, I will not disturb your rest." Long Yi awkwardly smiled, then turned around wanting to leave. "Wait a minute. Elf Queen suddenly called out to stop Long Yi. Long Yi turned around again, and saw Elf Queen walking towards him. After that, she raised her head looking at this youngster, a human man who had become her son-in-law. Then she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and lightly begged on his cheek. Long Yi felt her lips were soft and warm. Moreover, he also felt that they were slightly trembling. "You are the husband of Lucia, and is also my half-son. This is just a good-night kiss. Don't let your imagination run wild. If you act like that again next time, then don't blame for falling out with you. Do you understand?" Looking at Long Yi under the moonlight, Elf Queen said in a serious and stern tone. Long Yi touched his left cheek, feeling as if there still remained that feeling. He didn't answer, just deeply looked at Elf Queen, and then disappeared from that place. Long Yi understood in his heart that even if Elf Queen also held the favorable impression of him, this was absolutely a taboo affection. If Lucia was to know of this, how would she react? Now, all of this matter dispersed with the night wind. The kiss of Elf Queen was to console as well as also to warn him. Regardless of anything, this kind of feeling should be deeply buried in the bottom of the heart, as something were beautiful and good if they were not obtained, and if one was too open, then everything would only get worse, so treating it somewhat ambiguously might be a good choice. Looking at the night sky where Long Yi had disappeared, Elf Queen stood there for a long time. Long Yi was a kind of man with deadly attraction power towards women. His handsome and light-hearted appearance, noble temperament, heavy sentiment, heavy righteousness, calmness, wise and far-sighted, humorous but not frivolous, and that bad smile that often hanged on his face were very seductive. Yes, she admits that she was also attracted, and from the beginning when he touched her body, the relation between them had become somewhat subtle, and especially, with the layer of relation they had with Lucia, that taboo feeling made them somewhat unable to stop even though they wanted to. Tonight, Long Yi was rather out of control, but Elf Queen didn't follow him to get out of the control. This taboo love was not only unacceptable within this elven forest, even in the entire Blue Waves continent. This absolutely was something that was unacceptable. Lucia was able to accept Long Yi having other women, but if she knew that her mother and her husband had such impure and unclear relation, then how sad she would feel. Elf Queen lightly sighed, then turning around, she walked towards her bedroom, turning the matter of tonight into memory. In the elven forest, Longlinger and Zimenwuan played for 2 days. Seeing such beautiful place for the first time, they were attracted by the fairyland-like scenery of Elven Forest so much that they seemed to forget about returning. As for Long Yi, after that night, his relation with Elf Queen unconsciously drifted apart greatly. In the past, he used to joke unscrupulously, but now he was polite. Both of them subconsciously distanced themselves from each other. This change made Long Yi have a knot in his heart, always feeling not very comfortable. This day, the weather was not as fine and clear as former days, but it rained heavily with a fierce wind blowing up. Lucia accompanied Longlinger and Zimenwuan while chattering continuously, and as for Long Yi, he was staring at the pouring rain outside sitting under the eaves, and as for Barbarian Bull, he was standing behind Long Yi as if a pillar. "Boss, when are we leaving?" Barbarian Bull asked. In fact, before Long Yi had come to Elven Forest, he was already planning to leave for Mi Principality with Lucia to visit Long Yi, but who would have thought that Long Yi would actually come first? Although Barbarian Bull also liked the beautiful scenery of Elven Forest, however he even more looked forward to the adventure around the Blue Waves continent with Long Yi. What, unable to stay here any longer? Long Yi turned around his head and asked with a smile. Barbarian Bull grabbed his ox horn and said with a foolish smile, "Although this place has good wine and good foods, but I have already had enough of them. Well, after the rain stops, we'll leave." Long Yi said with a smile. Barbarian Bull immediately got excited, and earnestly hoped for this heavy rain to stop quickly. Long Yi leaned on the pillar and no longer speaking, he looked at this heavy rain and his eyes began to lose focus. Rainy day was an overly sentimental weather. With raindrop falling on Calm Heart Lake, it burst forth into sparkling and translucent water blooms, with every bloom engraving a word, missing. Innumerable memories covered with dust resurfaced again like a flood. The faces of past life and this life appeared vividly in his mind. After that, all the faces gradually disappeared from his brain, leaving behind only peerlessly beautiful faces, including Long Qi of his previous life, Sibai and Wash Wang of this life. Long Yi suddenly felt somewhat depressed. Now missing was engraved on his bones like this, making him somewhat unable to adapt. Suddenly, he got up then uttered a long, loud cry, letting out all the depression in his heart. The three girls who were chatting with each other in high spirit were so frightened that they jumped, then simultaneously looked at Long Yi. But they saw Long Yi leaping swiftly and rushing into the rain. Then with a willow branch in his hand, he actually began to sword dance in the midst of heavy rain. By the railing, the air is free of dust. The water by the bamboo is clear and bright, my thoughts and feelings are of distant places, and the city of a lofty height. In the evening the frosty wind blows and the autumn haze remains, all I hear is the withered lotus leaves crackling in the rain. Long Yi's muffled voice resounded throughout the elven forest, and with an unusual footwork, his figure looked illusionary in the midst of the heavy rain with many afterimages. T.L. Almost fired my small brain here trying to understand the lines spoken by Long Yi, but it turned out to be the poem written by Li Shangyi entitled Sent to Officials Qiang and Qian, while lodging at Luo Family Pavilion. It took me 2 hours to find the English translated version. This poem's translation was copied from a Tang poet from Nairobi.com. This swordsmanship of Long Yi was lovesickness sword created by his senior in his previous life. This only had heart law without any style, and purely moved through the heart desire. The first dance was birds forlorn cries, second dance was weeping ghosts and God, and final third dance was sorrowful world, making this lovesickness sword move. The senior who had created this sword play was truly a lovesick person of his generation. Looking at the afterimages in the rain, and feeling that bone-piercing feeling of missing made the three girls feel very sympathetic, and they simultaneously thought, who was he missing so much? Ah, look! Just then, Long Linger suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sky, and everyone simultaneously looked, only to see countless birdies flying out in the midst of the heavy rain, practically covering the entire sky. All of those birdies uttered sad calls in unison and circled around the sky. They were so concentrated together that they completely blocked the heavy rain. Elf Clan had never seen such spectacular scenery. They immediately came out from their house in spite of the rain and began discussing spiritedly. This moment, Long Yi was already dancing in the air instead of ground, and seeing more than 10 illusionary Long Yi dancing with sword moves in the air, spiritedly discussing elves quieted down all of a sudden. Looking at Long Yi in the sky who was completely drenched in such rain, each and everyone began to miss their life's most important as well as other people. Some missed their deceased relatives, and some missed their first love. The atmosphere of the entire elven forest became abnormal. Even the sky and the earth have their limits, only lovers' yearning would linger on and never break. The deep voice of Long Yi reverberated through the sky once again, and suddenly his afterimages merged into one. Then the willow branch in his hand violently emitted green light and shadow, and broke inch by inch, fluttering down to the ground. T.L. That's right, this is also a poem, but only the last 2 verses of poem Magnolia Lyrics by Yan Shu. Copied from 28.skprojects.wordpress.com. After the first dance of lovesickness sword was completed, the birdies circling around in the sky began to disperse, and at this time, Long Yi noticed that the heavy rain had already stopped before he knew it. Black clouds had already dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. It's time to leave. Bathing in the warm sunlight, Long Yi muttered. Chapter 214, Returning Journey, Part 1. Long Yi walked away with Barbarian Bull, Zeman Wuan and Long Linger, and as for Luzia, she was leaning on the body of Elf Queen, looking at the disappearing back view of Long Yi with tears. Now her heart felt empty, as he had again taken her heart away with him. Mother, when will I meet them again? Luzia muttered. Silly child, you will meet them very quickly. Remember what Long Yi had once stated, Parting is for a better reunion. If you want to see him earlier, then quickly learn everything, then Mother will allow you to go out of Elven Forest." Elf Queen lovingly consoled her daughter. It seems they truly owed a debt to that stupid brat in their previous life. I am. Luzia forced herself to nod her head. Nika, who was standing behind them, nevertheless was having another thought. She firmly held the elven bow in her hand, and her maiden heart was restless as well as wavering with complex feelings, and even she herself didn't know what was happening. After Long Yi came here several days ago, other than having a conflict with him when he first arrived here, she hadn't uttered a single word to him. "Don't have unrealistic thoughts, just carry out your own duty," Nika muttered in her heart, somewhat mocking to herself and somewhat feeling sad. After a period of time since the disappearance of the figures of Long Yi and his group, Elf Queen led the crowd back. In her heart, Long Yi appeared more and more mysterious. Whenever she considered she understand him to some extent, she would again fall into uncertainty. His that sword dance in the midst of rain was very extraordinary sight, and that strange appeal truly was too freakish. After rushing for few days, Long Yi and his group quickly arrived at the outskirts of a town of Mi Principality. "Second brother, are we directly returning to Soaring Dragon City or staying here for the night?" Ziman Wuan asked excitedly. The steps of Long Yi began to slow down. This time, he had to tell them his decision. Long Yi stopped, then looked back at Ziman Wuan and Long Linger. "Long Yi, do you have something to say?" "I think it's not good words, right?" Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Long Linger said, feeling restless. "Well, this, I think it would be better for you two to stay at Mi Holy Magic Academy, because—" Long Yi pondered for a little while and said, but Long Linger interrupted before he could finish speaking. "No, you promised to let us return together with you, but now, why do you want to leave us here?" Long Linger discontentedly said. "Yes, second brother, what's the problem?" Ziman Wuan also questioningly chimed in. "Nowadays, the situation is unstable, so it is better for you two to not return and stay in this safe Holy Magic Academy." Long Yi said. "Excuses, who are you coaxing?" "The situation of the entire continent is unstable, but it will not spread to Soaring Dragon City in a short while. Besides, we Violent Dragon Empire and Nellen Empire are in an alliance, so how could that proud Moon Empire be our opponent?" Long Yi angrily said. Long Yi made a wry smile. "Even if the entire Blue Waves continent went to a full-scale war, the war will not affect Violent Dragon Empire's center city, Soaring Dragon City, in a short time." But the problem here was, now the situation of Soaring Dragon City in itself was unstable. "Don't be too naive. Two empires are now allied together because of benefit. As long as Proud Moon Empire is destroyed, this kind of political relations will basically collapse at the first blow in front of the interest." Long Yi said. "No matter, in any case, we want to return. And even if you return without us, do you think that we cannot return by ourselves? Do you think that you have control over whether I can return my home or not?" Long Linger stamped her legs and said, launching her temperament of miss. In fact, her heart just didn't want to separate from Long Yi, that's all. If Long Yi leave, then she will inevitably choose to return too. Long Yi rubbed his temple and said, "Well, don't quarrel now. Let's return to dormitory first." Just when Long Yi and his group arrived at the entrance of Holy Magic Academy, two unassuming men walked over towards them from the different direction. These two people appeared to be not from the same group, but at the same time, they seemed to know each other. Among two people, one walked towards Ziman Wuan, and another walked towards Long Linger. That person walking towards Long Linger made a kind of sign behind Long Yi. Then the complexion of Long Linger changed all of a sudden. After that, looking at Long Yi, she walked to one side with this man, and the middle-aged person walking towards Ziman Wuan directly made the sign of Ziman clan in the presence of Long Yi. Presumably, he knew the identity of Long Yi. Then he took out a secret letter from his sleeve and handed over to Ziman Wuan and said, "This is Patriarch's secret letter to Miss." Finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Long Yi thought for a bit, then looked towards Long Linger. That man also gave her a letter, then walked away. Long Linger opened the letter, then her complexion became unusually unsightly. After that, with a red light flashing from her hand, the secret letter was turned to ashes. Zemin Wuan also opened the letter, and her complexion also changed greatly. "What's going on, little sister?" Long Yi asked in concern. "You are satisfied this time, look yourself." Zemin Wuan handed over the secret message to Long Yi in a bad mood. Long Yi spread out and looked. This indeed was the handwriting of their old man. It stated that Zemin Wuan was absolutely not allowed to return, otherwise, she will be punished according to family rules. Long Linger ran over, then furiously said to Long Yi, "Smelly Long Yi, isn't this your work? My father Emperor sent someone to say that I am not allowed to return." Long Yi was startled. With Long Zan and Zemin Nu having a tacit agreement like this, it seems the situation of Soaring Dragon City is really not too good. Long Yi pinched the bulging beautiful face of Long Linger and said, "Why are you suspecting me? This truly is not right, and don't be angry, now you look just like a swelling toad, looking very ugly." "Ugly then ugly, in any case, you don't want to see me." Long Linger slapped off the hand of Long Yi and grumbled, "How can that be? I am dying to tie you on my body, but this time, please listen to me, okay?" Long Yi pulled the little hand of Long Linger and softly coaxed her. Long Linger raised her head, then stared at Long Yi with complicated gaze for a long time, and finally nodded her head, but afterwards, she acted in a fit of pique. She no longer talked with Long Yi, even to the extent that she didn't even look at him. Long Yi sent two girls back to their dormitory, and Long Linger immediately went inside her dormitory without even looking back. But Zemin Wuan however hesitated and looked at Long Yi, then she suddenly said softly, "Second brother, I have something to talk with you." Long Yi nodded his head, then instructing Barbarian Bull to wait for him in the same place, he led Zemin Wuan to a secluded corner. "Second brother, tell me honestly, is our clan really scheming to usurp the throne, and really want to fight with the emperor?" Zemin Wuan somewhat nervously looked at Long Yi. She truly wanted him to shake his head and deny her guess. Long Yi was startled, then patting the head of Zemin Wuan, he said, "I am also not too clear about these matters." "Then, if it is true, then what should we do? And what should Linger do?" Zemin Wuan caught the sleeve of Long Yi's garment and said worriedly, "There will be a way to settle this, don't let your imagination run wild." Long Yi consoled her. Now the discernible person could easily see the internal disorder of Violent Dragon Empire. Zemin Nu was already planning to take advantage of a favorable situation and rise. Now, they were just maintaining a kind of delicate balance between them, and once one party make an unusual move, that inevitably will stir up a chaos. "Second brother, I don't know whether you are well aware of the situation or not, but if I can see this much, then Linger also can similarly see this much, but now she is deliberately pretending to not understand, merely don't want to face the reality. In fact, she is suffering greatly in her heart." Zemin Wuan faintly said. Long Yi sighed. How could he not about this? He already knew this, but he just said, "Well, go upstairs and accompany Linger." Long Yi returned towards his dormitory with Barbarian Bull. He decided to let Barbarian Bull sleep in his room, while he would go to sleep in the room of Fengling. Chapter 215, Returning Journey, Part 2. The dusk thickened. Long Yi wandered around somewhat absently on the small path of the mountain behind Holy Magic Academy, and Barbarian Bull was quietly following behind him. They too had just eaten a dinner, and Long Yi had basically wanted to call Zemin Wuan and Long Linger, but they weren't in the dormitory, and he didn't know where they went. Long Yi was feeling indescribable feeling towards returning to Soaring Dragon City in his heart. The reason why he wanted to return on the instruction of Zemin Nu was because he was looking for more excitement. When Long Yi was lost in thought, his heart suddenly skipped the beat, and a sharp aura pounced him head-on. After that, Long Yi suddenly stopped, then looked towards the dense forest of the right side with squinted eyes. "Boss, what's wrong?" Barbarian Bull as if sensed nothing, confusedly asked Long Yi. Seeing him stop all of a sudden, the squinted eyes of Long Yi slowly returned to normal, then said to Barbarian Bull with a smile, "You can return first, I still have something to do." Barbarian Bull hesitated, although he will not defy the instruction of Long Yi, but sensing that sharp blade-like chi emitted by Long Yi just a moment ago, he clearly knew that that was Long Yi's instinctual reaction towards danger. "There is my friend over there, not enemy, you can rest assured." Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Barbarian Bull. Compared to the first time he had met Burly, now he was much matured. "Oh, then I will leave first, be careful, boss." Barbarian Bull felt relieved, then turning around, he left. Long Yi smirked, then as if a rock, he shot towards the dense forest of the right side. And when he landed on the ground, he saw a shadow going towards the summit of the mountain, and Long Yi naturally followed after. Not long after, this shadow stopped above the large stone of the mountain's summit, then slowly turned around, revealing a still attractive face. "Big sis, out for a walk?" Long Yi smiled and asked. This mysterious female sword saint was looking for him, but he didn't know why. Female sword saint smiled faintly and said indifferently, "I heard you are returning tomorrow, is that true?" Long Yi nodded his head. He was not surprised about why and how she knew, but, if she didn't know then that will be the surprising matter. Female sword saint fixedly stared at Long Yi, and a trace of recalling hue appeared in her eyes. "Big sis, do I look like my grandfather?" Long Yi smirked and said. Female sword saint came back to her senses, then lightly smiling, she shook her head, and as if she was self-mocking, she said, "No, you and your grandfather do not look alike at all, but your temperament as well as smiling appearance are very alike." "Hee, is that so?" "I want to ask you a question, why didn't you and my grandfather come together?" Looking at female sword saint, Long Yi asked. Female sword saint was startled, then gently sighing, she said, "At that time, your grandfather was just like you, elegant and unrestrained. But he was too promiscuous, and I can't bear to share my husband with other girls like that. We finally fell out." "Are you regretting now?" Long Yi asked. He was secretly alert in his heart, because the example of love giving birth to hate could be found everywhere. "Regret? Merely have sorrow, but if you ask me to choose again, then I will still choose to leave him." Female sword saint faintly said. Then suddenly sighing, she said with a smile, "What am I doing saying you these things? I was looking for you to give you something." Female sword saint said, then taking out a silver-white necklace from her neck, she gave it to Long Yi. The moment Long Yi took the necklace, he felt ice-cold in his hand, and dazzling radiance spilled out of this necklace. Moreover, a silver moon of the sky was engraved on it. "This is?" Long Yi asked. "This is Wall of Revolving Ice, a divine rank defense magic accessory. At that time, I used it to reflect your lightning and thunder." Female sword saint indifferently said. Long Yi was startled. This was a peerless treasure. Such treasure that was able to completely reflect the enemy's attacks as sudden as a flash of lightning. He feared that it was difficult to find the second one in the entire world. Why? Long Yi muttered. This thing was truly too precious, and she was giving this to him for no reason. So his heart was somewhat uneasy. "Treat it as a fate which brings people together and accept it with ease. You don't need to worry about Long Linger and Ziman Wuan. I will protect them in secret." Moreover, Long Clan and Ziman Clan each have powerful experts protecting them in secret. "They will absolutely be fine," Female sword saint said. Since she had said so herself, making an excuse to not accept it would be too unreasonable. So, Long Yi wore this necklace around his neck, and having heard the words of female sword saint, he suddenly recalled the incident of that time when Ziman Wuan was nearly sullied by the second prince of Proud Moon Empire in the woods, so he immediately said, "If someone is really protecting her in secret, then my little sister wouldn't have suffered the incident of that time." Female sword saint was dumbfounded, then she suddenly smiled and said, "Are you talking about that night when you arrived at Mi Holy Magic Academy for the first time? If you hadn't gone to save there, then someone else would have." The complexion of Long Yi changed, So this means, at that time, there was someone around, but he was unable to sense their presence at all. Although at that time, his strength was far from his current strength, but ordinary people would still be unable to approach him without him sensing their presence first. This shows, this world really had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Well, it's getting late, you should return. Female sword saint waved her hand, then turning around, she stared towards the distant place, no longer talking to him. Long Yi looked at female sword saint's that missing expression for a while, then flew away. Zhao Yi, why aren't you sleeping this late at night? Tyrant Bear returned after drinking wine with his comrades, and seeing his younger sister Zhao Yi was standing in the middle of the courtyard, looking towards the sky and thinking something. Just after opening the door, he asked. Zhao Yi looked over and her transparent pupils restored a little bit of warmth and said indifferently, I wasn't able to sleep, so I came out to take a breather. Tyrant Bear approached Zhao Yi, then carefully looking at his younger sister, feeling familiar and again somewhat unfamiliar. It was very hard for him to understand what she was always pondering like this. Big brother, why on earth are you looking at me like this? Seeing Tyrant Bear was fixedly staring at her, she questioningly asked. Tyrant Bear smiled and patted the little shoulder of Zhao Yi. He wasn't stupid, and had already sensed that something had happened between Long Yi and Zhao Yi. But he also didn't know what exactly happened. When he asked Zhao Yi, she would say no more than a single word. Zhao Yi, my subordinates reported me that young master has returned today. When do you think he will lead us away? Tyrant Bear asked. Soon, maybe in next few days. Zhao Yi looked up towards starry sky. She knew that that unusually dazzling star that was encircled by many stars was Long Yi's fate constellation. Tyrant Bear nodded his head. Now he was somewhat excited and he tightened his grip on the huge sword, as he, Tyrant Bear, was about to set foot on a journey to realize his dream. Suddenly, as if she sensed something, Zhao Yi covered her rapidly beating heart, then muttered, Came. He came. Tyrant Bear was dumbfounded, and before he had time to react to the words of Zhao Yi, a figure descended from the sky and stood in front of them. Young Master, Tyrant Bear pays respect to young master. Tyrant Bear immediately bowed and greeted. Zhao Yi also paid her respect, while standing alone on one side. Tyrant Bear, we'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, notify brothers to make preparations. Long Yi indifferently said, and his tone contained powerful might. Yes, young master. Tyrant Bear immediately ran out just like a gust of wind. Now, at this moment, only Zhao Yi and Long Yi remained, and after being silent for a long time, Zhao Yi said, Master, please come inside and have a cup of tea. Call me young master just like your big brother. Long Yi said, then passing by Zhao Yi, he walked into the hall. Zhao Yi brewed a kettle of tea, and after quietly pouring a cup of tea for Long Yi, she stood behind him without speaking. Zhao Yi, your young master's shoulders are stiff, help me massage them. Long Yi indifferently said. He always had a knot in his heart towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was startled, still biting her lower lip. She placed her little hand on the shoulders of Long Yi, then lightly kneaded. Despite some resistance in her heart, she however discovered that a warmth was coming through his body, making her feel warm. While kneading, Zhao Yi suddenly recalled every aspect of the time she had with Long Yi. Before their relation was not like this. At that time, unsociable and eccentric, her had a little bit of girlish longing towards Long Yi, this man who had intruded in her life. But now, the relationship between them however had gone completely bad. Unconsciously, a teardrop slid down from her transparent pupil, and fell onto the collar of Long Yi, quickly permeating and wetting his skin. This made his heart to tremble a bit. Long Yi and Zhao Yi possessed the relation of blood contract, so he was naturally aware of her current chaotic state of mind. Long Yi also wanted to forgive Zhao Yi, wanted to treat as if everything had never happened, and again get along with her just like before. But was this possible? No. What happened after all was, she had used his trust on her, and he was unable to dismiss this from his mind. The state of mind of Long Yi got chaotic, and suddenly getting up, He shook off the hands on his shoulder, and because the strength of shaking off was great, Zhao Yi was unable to bear, and tumbling few steps back, she fell to the ground. Then she looked at him with a pair of grieved transparent eyes. Long Yi lightly sighed, then walking to the front of Zhao Yi, he helped her to stand up, but Zhao Yi, as if had lost all of her strength, leaned on his bosom, and only after hugging for a long time as if a pair of a lover, Zhao Yi lightly pushed Long Yi away. Then with her transparent eyes flashing all of a sudden, in this instant, Long Yi seemed to have seen a shrunk version of the universe, and before he was able to understand what was going on, he suddenly felt a soft and warm thing on his lips, so he immediately retreated. "What are you doing?" Long Yi asked in surprise. "Kissing you, young master." Zhao Yi lowered her head and answered. Long Yi was speechless. Anyway, he felt there was something not too normal, but feeling a bit, he again didn't see anything different with Zhao Yi. "It's already very late, how about staying here for the night, young master?" Zhao Yi raised her head and softly asked. "No, I'm leaving, prepare for tomorrow." Long Yi confusedly looked at Zhao Yi, then disappeared from that place. Zhao Yi straightened up her body, then slightly opening her lips, a white light came out from her mouth and floated in the air. This unexpectedly was a small bead. "Young master, there will come a day when you will forgive Zhao Yi, but at that time, you might have to miss Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi muttered, then raising her hand, she grabbed the white-colored bead. Just after entering the dormitory, Long Yi heard barbarian bulls that heaven-shaking snoring sound. If it was not for comparatively better sound insulation barrier between the dormitory rooms, then this snore of barbarian bull would have already arisen public indignation. While laughing inwardly, Long Yi suddenly paused all of a sudden, then turning around, he couldn't help laughing and thought, "This girl, I knew that you will absolutely come here." Long Yi pushed open the door of the bedroom, and saw Long Linger was sleeping on the bed with brocade quilt covering her body, and her pitch-black smooth hair was spread out like a waterfall on the pillow. Long Yi lightly walked over to the edge of the bed, and with the help of moonlight, he carefully looked at that peaceful beautiful face. "Worthy of being Guy, Long Yi's woman, even while sleeping, she is so beautiful." Long Yi mumbled. There was an unspeakable sense of pride in his tone, and he felt very lucky to have such woman belonging to him. Long Yi didn't want to wake up Long Linger, so he went to the bathroom and take a bath, and after bathing, he lied down naked, and entered inside her quilt. And then, he discovered that Long Linger was also stark naked inside. "The hell, this girl is intentionally seducing me tonight," Long Yi yelled in his heart. Then his little brother touched Long Linger's pert buttocks, immediately declaring a war. And while Long Linger was still asleep, as if she sensed approaching Long Yi and smelled that familiar smell, she turned over and stuck in the bosom of Long Yi. This, in turn, made little Long Yi to easily poke at the soft place between the legs of Long Linger. With the charming body of Long Linger sticking close to him, Long Yi became boiling hot, and his waist involuntarily moved forward. Long Yi." The eyelash of Long Linger moved slightly and she muttered, as if she was still in between half awake and half asleep state. The lower part of the body of two people rubbed against each other, and Long Linger also cooperated subconsciously. And when the waist of Long Yi was pushing forward, he charged into a warm place. He had unexpectedly intruded into a forbidden area. The entire body of Long Linger suddenly quivered, and she immediately opened her eyes with fear. But seeing Long Yi, the fear disappeared and was replaced by dense passionate, smelly Long Yi. "You dare to attack me sneakily. Look, how I will take care of you." Long Linger turned over and pushed down Long Yi, then climbing over, she sat on the waist of Long Yi with Long Yi's little brother inside of her. Then she began to move up and down, with master control in her hand. It looked like she wanted to compete with Long Yi, as if she had already forgotten about the consequence of the battle with Long Yi of that time. While Long Linger moved up and down, her snow-white buttocks rose and fell, and her chest's pair of also flew up and down, instantly enchanting people. Long Yi wanted to seize back the control quite a few times, but Long Linger firmly pushed him down. While punishing him with Long Linger had already reached close to quite a few times, and finally, with a loud and long moan, she limply fell to the bosom of Long Yi, then her charming body quivered. "Now, are you on the point of dying? Who asked you to try to be brave?" Long Yi smiled and thought to turn over and showcase the man's integrity, but hearing muffled sobbing of Long Linger on his chest, his suddenly cooled down. "Long Yi, I don't want to leave you, I don't want to leave you." Long Linger sobbed in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi's disappeared, then hugging the head of Long Linger, he felt anguished seeing her face covered with tears. He felt that he was a bastard for always making his women shed tears. Long Yi turned over while hugging Long Linger, and just when he thought to withdraw his still burning hot hard-on, Long Linger pushed down her waist and muttered, don't, just stay within my body, so that I can feel that our souls are fused together." Having heard what was said, Long Yi stopped his movement, and two people stayed together while tightly hugging each other. "Don't forget me, be sure to not forget me, I will always be waiting for you here, waiting for you to come and meet me here." Long Linger muttered as if she was talking in her sleep, and her hands firmly grabbed the sturdy back of Long Yi. "I will not, Linger is my darling, how can I ever forget you?" Long Yi lightly patted the back of Long Linger and said. Hearing this, Long Linger showed a slight smile, then tightening her hold, she muttered, "Then, come to look for me as quickly as possible, okay? There will come a day, when I will wear golden armor and saint clothing, then treading on the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds, I will come and marry you before all the people, and you will become Long Yi's wife forever, even in next life and the next life after that next life." Long Yi warmly said in the ear of Long Linger. This sentence seemed to be the actor's line of the certain famous movie in his past incarnation. Long Linger's smile slowly widened, and her face, which was full of tears, revealed a big happy smile, as if she was thinking of the circumstance stated by Long Yi. Time passed little by little, but Long Yi didn't feel sleepy at all, and as for Long Linger, she had already fallen asleep in his bosom. Finally, the sky brightened, and the time to part arrived. "Linger, wake up!" Long Yi lightly called out to Long Linger in his bosom, but she didn't react, still had her eyes closed. And even after he called out again, she still had her eyes closed without any intention to wake up. Yes, no intention? Long Yi already knew that she woke up long ago. It might be assumed that she was unwilling to face the emotional parting. Long Yi sighed, then sit up on the bed, but he unexpectedly felt the little hand of Long Linger was firmly catching the hold of his arm. "Long Yi, I beg you, please don't hurt my father Emperor, regardless of anything, please don't hurt him." Long Linger, still with her eyes closed, said in a trembling voice. Long Yi was startled all of a sudden. She, as a princess of an imperial clan, how could she don't have this small amount of political sensitivity? She already knew about Zeman clan and her Long clan's open strife and veiled struggle, and also knew the undercurrent of Soaring Dragon City, merely she always pretended to know nothing in front of him, because she was unwilling to face the choice between her clan and her love. This was the most difficult choice ever in this entire world. After being silent for a long time, Long Yi made a decision in his heart, and said softly, "I promise you, if the matter reached a degree where it cannot be put in order, I will absolutely try my best." The little hand of Long Linger catching the arm of Long Yi slowly loosened. Although she was not very clear about the words of Long Yi, but she already obtained the answer of her wish. Long Linger retracted her little hand inside the quilt, then pretended to be asleep again. "Take care, Linger." Long Yi bent over and kissed her, then wearing the clothing, he opened the door of the bedroom. After that, take a look at Long Linger for the last time. He walked out and closed the door. Already prepared Barbarian Bull was standing in the hall waiting for Long Yi. And when he saw Long Yi coming out, he immediately said excitedly, "Boss, aren't we setting out?" "Yes." Long Yi nodded his head. Then, after looking at this dormitory room where he had so many memories once again, he led Barbarian Bull and walked out of the dormitory building. Second brother. Just after he walked out, he heard Zimin Wuan's crisp voice. Long Yi turned around his head and saw Zimin Wuan was standing not far away, and beside her, there was Shui Ruoyan, this beautiful woman. Damn Long Yi, weren't you going to leave without informing me? If it were not for me asking Wuan, then I wouldn't have known you would leave this morning. Are you thinking of abandoning me? Shui Ruoyan stepped forward, then fiercely pinching the soft flesh of Long Yi's waist, she said. She was obviously very discontented with the way he was doing things. No, I don't. I was only unwilling to see your crying face. Moreover, it's not like I will not return. Long Yi begged for mercy, frankly telling his thoughts. Cry, who will cry? Do you think I am so frail? Shui Ruoyan angrily said. Long Yi looked towards the sky for a bit, then stepping forward all of a sudden, used his big mouth to seal her little mouth, and this long suffocating kiss made Shui Ruoyan's eyes misty. And seeing this, Zimin Wuan got jealous. After Long Yi let go of Shui Ruoyan, Zimin Wuan pinched the sleeve of Long Yi's robe and said, "Second brother, I want it too." Long Yi couldn't help laughing looking at Zimin Wuan, then stepping forward, he kissed her left cheek, but who would have thought that Zimin Wuan would suddenly turn around, causing her soft lips to touch intimately with the lips of Long Yi. "Little sister, you." Long Yi was stunned, looking at the beautiful face of Zimin Wuan flushed with red. He had never thought that Zimin Wuan would make such moves. "What, you smelly second brother? I lost greatly this time. I only wanted to ask you where Linger is, but who would have thought that you would come to kiss me like this?" Zimin Wuan glared at Long Yi and said angrily, pushing all the blames to Long Yi. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then raising his head, he looked up. Although he wasn't able to see inside the magic glass, but he was sensing a figure was affectionately looking at him from inside. "Linger is above, you all also go there, you don't need to send me off." Long Yi sighed and said, then grabbing Barbarian Bull, he soared away. At this moment, the window of the dormitory room suddenly opened, and Long Linger bore out her head, then looking towards the disappearing figure in the sky, she became dazed. In the eastern city gate of Mi Principality, Tyrannical Bear mercenary group had already gathered together, and were standing in a proper formation. They were waiting for the arrival of Long Yi. Each and every one of them was riding a sturdy unicorn, and behind them, there was a gorgeous carriage, and Zhao Yi was inside the carriage. Long Yi carrying Barbarian Bull appeared out of thin air in front of this organized troops, and seeing the appearance of Long Yi, Tyrant Bear immediately stepped forward 2 steps, then fell down to one knee, and hundreds of mercenaries behind him also knelt down with a thunderous noise, and said in unison, "We pay respect to young master." This action of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group stunned the onlooking people as well as the guard soldiers all around them. They had thought that Tyrant Bear mercenary group was about to set out on a mission, but as it now seems, they belonged to this youngster. This however was a big news in mercenaries world. The mercenaries world had a rule: once mercenary group become affiliated with any force or any individual, then that mercenary group could no longer participate in the ranks of mercenaries realm. And this Tyrannical Bear mercenary group was a B-ranked mercenary group, and as long as they complete the upcoming promotion mission, they however would have become a ranked mercenary group, but now they could no longer be ranked. Naturally, they could still participate in this mercenary convention, and complete the mission to obtain only the reward. No need for formalities. Long Yi indifferently said, and his voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone. Long Yi introduced Barbarian Bull and Tyrant Bear to each other, and these two people compete in hand power as soon as they meet, and the result was a draw. No one occupied the advantage. Then with them two admiring each other, they quickly became close. Long Yi looked towards the sky, and again looking at the onlookers around them, he waved his hand and shouted, "Set out." The entire group of people simultaneously mount on their horse, then with the surge of smoke and dust, they disappeared from the eastern gate of Mi Principality. Chapter 216, Nangong Xiangyan. Lord, young master is already outside the city gate. In the east area of Soaring Dragon City, inside the mansion of Zimin clan, A person that looked like a servant was running through the courtyard, while shouting all the way. The Zemun residents immediately seethed with excitement as if a frying pot, and people never stopped talking. Second young Master Zemun, Zemun Yu had left home more than 2 years, and he suddenly returned at this moment, and his returning was about to make chickens to fly and dogs to jump again. A number of newly arrived maids within these 2 years were very flustered, and especially those who acknowledged themselves as good-looking immediately thought that now it will be hard to avoid this devil's clutches. But after hearing the words of various veteran maids, although Zemun Yu was very famous in Soaring Dragon City, and his name was spread throughout the entire Blue Waves continent, but he was nice towards the servants of the mansion, and he also had never touched any maids of the mansion, because only God knows either it was like a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own hole, or he held them in contempt. At this time, Dongfang Wen was drinking a tea with noble ladies at the garden, and hearing that servant's shouting voice, her entire body trembled, and the teacup on her hand involuntarily fell down, then shattered with a bang. After that, she immediately got up, and was wild with joy, yearning to see her son return for such a long time. She was already exhausted both mentally and physically. In these 2 years, she didn't have a good night's sleep for even a single day, and she always feared whether her baby had met with some kind of accident or not. Lady Zemun, congratulations. It seems the joyous occasion of yours and Nangong clan is very close. A beautiful woman who seemed to be 30 in age was sitting opposite to Dongfang Wan. She was the principal wife of the present general of Violent Dragon Empire's Right Path military force, Yi Wufeng. This Yi clan and Zemun clan had boarded the same boat of interest. Yes, our Soaring Dragon City has not been lively for a long period of time, and nowadays there are turmoil and chaos of war. So we should borrow the happy event of you boy to liven up the atmosphere. And on another side, there was a lady who was similar in age with Dongfang Wan, although her look was average, but her noble aura was absolutely not average. She was the cousin of Dongfang Wan, Dongfang Ying. According to the seniority, Zemun Yu had to call her Aunt Yinger. Entertain Lady Yi in my place. I am going to the city gate to welcome you. Dongfang Wan said. She wanted to urgently go and see her son, so she didn't have time to entertain them too. And after speaking, she urgently rushed towards outside in a state of excitement with 2 maids. The news of the return of Zemun clan's second young Master Zemun quickly spread. Hearing this news, the entire Soaring Dragon City shook, and a number of somewhat good-looking girls began to get anxious and restless. And especially after 2 years, a lot of still unripened little apples of that time had already ripened, so many people estimated that a lot of these little beauties would be soiled. Long Yi rode a fine unicorn, and was wearing a white noble long gown. His long black hair was neatly tied on the back of his head, and his starry showed a smiling yet not smiling expression, really looked elegant and handsome, fearless noble son. And behind him, there were several hundred various profession mercenaries of tyrannical mercenary group. This mercenary group was different from other mercenary groups, as they were completely disciplined. Tyrant Bear had learned from the military management style to manage them, so these several hundred mercenaries of tyrannical mercenary group were able to work together so harmoniously. At this time, there were many pedestrians on the road towards Soaring Dragon City's city gate, but seeing this group advancing towards Soaring Dragon City, all of them involuntarily got out of their way. Looking at Soaring Dragon City that was getting nearer and nearer, a kind of cordial feeling involuntarily appeared in the heart of Long Yi. Very quickly, Long Yi and his group arrived in front of the city wall, and at this moment, in front of the city wall of Soaring Dragon City, there were 2 rows of powerful soldiers, surrounding the nearby common people, and this city gate was temporarily sealed because Long Yi had returned. Several luxurious carriages with Zemun clan's crest engraved on them were stopped right in front of the city gate entrance, and Zemun Yu wearing purple robe was standing erect in the front, and beside him, there was excited Dongfang Wan. Long Yi waved his hand, then pulled the reins, causing the unicorn to neigh and came to stop raising its front legs, beautifully executing the sudden brakes. After that, tyrannical bear mercenary group behind him also stopped simultaneously. Long Yi dismounted from the horse, then looking at Ziman Nu and Dongfang Wan, he hesitated for a little while, then stepped forward with a large stride. You are. Before Long Yi opened his mouth to pay his respects, Dongfang Wan rushed over, and hugged him. Being hugged by Dongfang Wan, he immediately felt a dense affection of Dongfang Wan. This made Long Yi's nose to turn sour and his eyes also unexpectedly became red. One truly couldn't blame him, as he basically couldn't control this kind of feeling. This kind of family love that was ingrained in flesh and blood was inherent, and since the time he occupied this body, he was destined to be a member of Ziman clan. Dongfang Wan retreated a step back, then began to carefully size up Long Yi. Seeing those firm and persistent outline, bright eyes, as well as the powerful aura of Long Yi, she felt happy as well as sorry. Her son has finally grown up, but she didn't know how much hardship he had to suffer for this. Dongfang Wan stretched her hand and stroked Long Yi's as if sharp blade outline and muttered, Why are you so thin? You must have gone through many hardships, right? Well, are you mother and son going to talk here the entire time? Seeing more and more common people were coming to see, Ziman Nu coughed and said. Dongfang Wan put down her hand, then turning around, she walked over to Ziman Nu. Long Yi looked towards these two familiar and again unfamiliar parents, then as if awakening from a dream, he greeted them with courtesy. Your child pays respect to father and mother. It's already been a long time since I saw you last time. Are you well? Ziman Nu stroked his bread, then looking towards Long Yi and several hundred mercenaries of tyrannical mercenary groups behind him who had already dismounted, he nodded his head and said, Let's return first, then we'll talk. Xiangyan, be obedient and make a trip with mother to the mansion of Ziman. I heard Ziman Yu is back. A beautiful woman was anxiously persuading her daughter. This young girl had an oval face, and her head was filled with braids. She wore a pink and green-colored skin-tight sword swamin outfit, and her appearance was very beautiful. Moreover, her skin was healthy wheat-colored, which was rarely seen among beautiful women, and her big eyes were filled with proudness. I am not going, you can go yourself, seeing that scum will make me feel like vomiting. Nangong Xiangyan didn't have even a bit of noble lady's manner. Sitting on a soft, she had placed her legs on the table in front of her, simply paying no attention to the worries of this beautiful woman. How can you speak such words? Very soon, Ziman Yu is going to be your husband, so you have to pay him a visit as a necessary courtesy. This beautiful woman angrily said. Humphrey, that's what you all said. I never agreed to this marriage. Nangong Xiangyan snorted. Do you want your mother to die from an excess singer? The plentiful breast of this beautiful woman violently rose and fell, and her beautiful eyes firmly glared at Nangong Xiangyan, and seeing such appearance of her mother, Nangong Xiangyan stood up and hugging this beautiful woman from the back, she said, I'm sorry, but mother, don't you also know what type of person is that bastard Ziman Yu? Sending your daughter to marry him, isn't that deliberately shoving your daughter to a fiery pit? The beautiful woman patted the little hand of Nangong Xiangyan, then sighed, This is the agreement made by our father and the patriarch of Ziman clan, so this engagement is set, and it is impossible to back out. Nangong Xiangyan stamped her foot. She naturally also knew that in violent Dragon Empire, and especially in the upper-class society, this kind of political marriage for the benefit was very difficult to cancel. In any case, I will not marry him. Mother, go and repeatedly urge father, don't tell me that he really has the heart to see his daughter having the life where death is better than living. Nangong Xiangyan let go of beautiful woman. The beautiful woman sighed, Well, I will talk to your father this evening, but now, you must go with me to Ziman Mansion. Really? You are truly nice, mother. Then let's go to see that disgusting fellow. If worst comes to worst, I will just skip the dinner. Nangong Xiangyan trembled and said very reluctantly, This child, now quickly go and freshen yourself up, we'll leave right away. The beautiful woman said, but her eyes were flashing with sympathy. as she knew that even if they knelt before Patriarch Nangong, this marriage will absolutely not be cancelled. This marriage was a big event for Nangong clan, and was also a major event to change the fate of entire clan. Dress up for what? Your daughter. I am an outstanding beauty, even like this. I am very good looking, I guarantee that that pervert will have his eyes stuck at my curves. Nangong Xiangyun said with a smile. The beautiful woman knocked the forehead of Nangong Xiangyun, and said, no, if you go there dressed like this, then what will elders say? Quickly change into noble lady's outfit, and also untie your braids. Nangong Xiangyun reluctantly returned inside her room, and for the sake of her future, she endured. When Nangong Xiangyun was letting her maids help her dress up, the door of her lady's bedchamber opened, and a 12 or 13 years old little boy came in. Third big sister, I hear you are going to see brother-in-law, congratulations. This little boy happily smiled and said while walking over to Nangong Xiangyun. He was the younger brother of Nangong Xiangyun, born from the same parent. Nangong knew. I am just going to see. Why are you making an uproar? Just see how I, your third sister, will fix that fellow. Nangong Xiangyun angrily said. Third big sister, to tell you the truth, I actually admire him. He however is my idol. Even Princess was not spared. Ao. Third big sister, why did you hit me? Nangong Nu covered his head that was hurting and hissed. You are so small in age, but you are already learning from bad examples. Do you believe I will not tell father and make him punish you by making you face the wall for 3 months? Nangong Xiangyun helplessly looked at her younger brother. The atmosphere of nobility was not always good. This younger brother of hers, being influenced by what he saw and heard, actually was maturing early, and he understood something even better compared to herself. I'm sorry, please don't tell father. Nangong Nu begged for mercy. Then sitting beside Nangong Xiangyun, he suddenly laughed and said, Third big sister, just now on the street, I saw the glimpse of brother-in-law. He truly was too handsome. With that bearing and that looks, if I speak honestly, then him marrying third big sister is wronging him. Having heard what was said, Nangong Xiangyun jumped and gave him a firm knock on his head and shouted, What did you say? Me marrying him? That good for nothing is wronging him? If it was not for the protection of Zimin clan, then he would have already gone to see his forefathers. Third big sister, don't be so violent, okay? I was just speaking the truth. He is really different compared to before. He is too awe-inspiring, and he furthermore led several hundred experts under his leadership. Nangong Nu said, Looks impressive but lacks real worth, that's all. You are still small. What do you know about this rubbish covered in gold and jade? Hereafter, be sure to learn nothing from him. Nangong Xiangyun also carried the responsibility of elder sister, so she naturally couldn't let her little brother become just like that rotten fellow. Nangong Nu just mumbled, clearly was endlessly dissatisfied with the arguments of his third big sister. Smelly brat, what are you mumbling about? Are you discontented with your third big sister? Nangong Xiangyun glared at him and said, Who dares? I am just asking whether I can go with you. I also want to see how third big sister will fix him. Nangong Nu smiled and said, Is that so? Then I will allow. I will let you see how your third big sister takes revenge on the behalf of Princess Longlinger. Nangong Xiangyun clenched her fist and said with a smile, as if she was already seeing the miserable fate of Zimin Yu. The mansion of Zimin clan was busy and buzzing with activity thanks to the return of Long Yi. When Long Yi arrived, all the maids and servants simultaneously came out and greeted him, respectfully calling out second young master. Tyrannical bear mercenary group was arranged to stay in the training ground of Zimin clan, and now it was only barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi, who was not permitted to leave his side, following after him. At first, the transparent eyes frightened Dong Fengwan husband and wife, but they, after all, were experienced and knowledgeable personage, so they were not excessively surprised, and they indistinctly felt that Zhao Yi was not ordinary. This is your former courtyard. It's cleaned every day. Mother have brought you some clothing, furniture and other articles of daily use. If you need anything else, tell mother, I will buy you those things. Dongfang Wan pulled his hand and brought Long Yi at the courtyard where Ziminyu used to stay. Thank you, mother, and as for everything I need, I am sure that mother is definitely clear about them. Long Yi was touched. He who had never had motherly love, now felt a kind of dense affection from the bottom of his heart. Long Yi sized up this extravagant courtyard. This probably was the most expensive courtyard in the entire residence of Zimin clan. Inside the courtyard, birds sang and flowers gave forth fragrance. There were rockery, flowing river, pavilions and kiosks, and all the pavilions were two-storied buildings. Moreover, there were carvings of various kinds of life-like flowers, birds, fishes as well as soaring dragons. Calling them gold and jade in glorious splendor was not enough to describe this scenery. Dongfang Wan pulled Long Yi and entered a room, but Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi were left behind inside the courtyard. Now that you have returned this time, don't leave again. You don't know how much your mother missed you these past 2 years. Dongfang Wan said, and her eyes got red. Long Yi stumped for words, then muttered, I'm sorry. Well, listening to your father, I heard you were very romantic outside, but why didn't you bring back even a single daughter-in-law this time? Dongfang Wan changed the subject and asked. All of them are quite busy, there will be a chance in the future. Long Yi smiled and answered, thinking about it now, it was strange, why didn't he bring back any one of them? Lu Xia stayed in Elven Forest, Yu Feng returned to Phoenix Clan, Feng Ling and Leng Yue also returned to Dark Church, and as for Si Bai, he had not seen even a trace of her. Wush Wang was still in Origin Ice, and Shui Ruoyan and Long Linger were in Holy Light Academy. Truly was surprising. Well, you have grown up and is no longer a child. Do you still recall the marriage arrangement of yours and the third girl of Nangong clan in your childhood? That girl has also returned some days ago, so I discussed with your father, thinking you two should get married as quickly as possible. Your mother, I also want to hold my grandchild very quickly. Dongfang Wan said with a smile. The scalp of Long Yi tingled, just returned back and he was already being forced to marry. It seems he had returned on the wrong time. His impression on Nangong Xiangyang has she hated him to the bones, so if he married this girl, then wasn't that just looking for a hard time? Besides, he had already forgotten how Nangong Xiangyang looked. Moreover, it was hard to pull together two people without feeling, so what should he do now? Mother, isn't it too early for you to be holding a grandson? Look yourself in the mirror. You look just like a teenage girl, so wouldn't it be too odd to be holding a grandchild? Long Yi helplessly said. Hee, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. I was 16 when I married your father and at 17, I gave birth to you. Now you are 21, and I am also 38. People in my age already have quite a few grandchildren. Dongfang Wan smiled happily and said, having her son praising her made her very happy. Mom, you also know that the third miss of Nangong family hates me very much, so how will I be able to happily pass the coming days facing her cold eyes every day? Long Yi continued to try. Having heard what was said, Dongfang Wan stopped smiling, then sizing up Long Yi, she said, Mother didn't dare to say before, but now, that girl of Nangong family will definitely get infatuated to death just after seeing you. Which family has a son that is as handsome as my family's you are? Long Yi helplessly shrugged his shoulder and said, as long as she agrees to marry, I am also fine. If she really married him, then even if she hated him, that would not be a big problem. If worst comes to worst, then he will leave her in the home as a name-only wife. He believed that this would make that girl Nangong Xinyan very happy. At that time, a maid came and informed them that Lady Nangong together with her daughter as well as son came to visit in person. They have come at just the right time. Come and meet with your soon-to-be mother-in-law and your wife. Dongfang Wan smiled and brought Long Yi out, and as for Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi, they naturally followed after Long Yi. Arriving at a drawing room, Long Yi saw a beautiful woman with noble temperament as well as a young girl that appeared very wise and virtuous sitting on the sofa. They were talking with Zimenu with a smile. Meanwhile, a 12 or 13 years old boy was restlessly wandering inside the drawing room. Is this Nangong Zinian? How come she is too different from his impression? Long Yi confusedly thought in his heart. Then seeing her secretly rolling her eyes, he immediately smiled, understanding the situation. And, long time no see, Aunt is still beautiful as ever. Long Yi stepped forward, then greeted the beautiful woman. Only gods knew that he had already forgotten that her appearance was round and flat. Lady Nangong was startled looking at Long Yi, and she was somewhat confused for a long time, then said in surprise, "Is this you? You have changed so much that it's hard for Aunt to quickly recognize you." Lady Nangong sized up Long Yi, and seeing his calm and confident temperament as well as leisurely smile, she knew that he was extraordinary. After leaving the house for 2 years, Zimenu was no longer the previous Zimenu. "Noble sister, how are you doing?" Long Yi turned his head towards Nangong Xiangyun, then winked at her. "Very good, you don't need to worry about me." Nangong Xiangyun ferociously glared at Long Yi and said, it would be a lie if she said that she was not surprised at all, but she absolutely couldn't show it. Moreover, it was impossible to reverse that deep-rooted impression of Long Yi all of a sudden. "Brother-in-law, when are you going to greet me?" Nangong Nu trotted over to Long Yi and said, "Little Nu, you have grown so big, come, let's shake our hands." Long Yi smirked and stretched out his hand. Nangong Nu also extended his hand. Then suddenly winking towards Nangong Xiangyun, when he was holding the big hand of Long Yi, suddenly a light blue light came out from his hand. Long Yi secretly smiled. He already knew that this kid was intermediate water magician, moreover was a genius at it. "Ao, cold, very cold." Nangong Nu screamed loudly and quickly retracted his hand. Now his little hand was unexpectedly covered with a layer of cold ice. "Little Nu, why are you so careless?" Long Yi worriedly stepped forward, then placing his hand between his palm, he used true qi of Tianju to immediately melt this layer of cold ice. "Wow, brother-in-law, you are so awesome." Nangong Nu immediately began to worship Long Yi. He didn't know why his magic backfired, but he knew that this was definitely the work of Long Yi. Dongfang Wan was master magician, and seeing the performance of her son, she was pleasantly surprised in her heart. She had never thought that her son's progress was so big. After some thought, she said, don't bully little Nu. Now take Xinian for a short walk everywhere. We adults want to talk about other matters." Long Yi turned over his head and said, "Noble sister, what about a walk?" Nangong Xiangyun gracefully got up, still pretending to be a wise and virtuous girl. Long Yi led Nangong Xiangyun out for a walk, and Nangong Nu as if shadow followed after them. He hadn't forgotten about her third big sister saying she would fix this seemingly very powerful brother-in-law. But he vaguely felt that his third big sister should not fight him, although his third big sister was also powerful. After exiting the hall, Nangong Xiangyun, who was walking in small steps, suddenly stretched out her body. Then holding her waist, she said, "That truly was smothering me to death." Finished speaking, she looked at Long Yi and said, "Good for nothing, do you dare to come alone with this miss?" Long Yi smiled, looking at this girl. Nangong Xiangyun was truly interesting. "Boss, should I beat her?" Hearing Nangong Xiangyun was cursing Long Yi, Barbarian Bull glared at her with hostile. Nangong Xiangyun suddenly blanked out for a moment. Then all the fine hairs on her body stood erect as a cold and bloody killing intent instantly surrounded her. She didn't understand how this simple and honest-looking beastman possessed such fierce bloody killing intent. One should know that Barbarian Bull however followed Long Yi and had experienced incomparably bloody battles. So his killing intent was incredibly dense, and moreover, this burly didn't understand holding back. She is just an insensible child. Forgive her. Long Yi smirked and said, nearly making the lungs of Nangong Xiangyun to burst with rage. "Zimenu, do you have guts to come alone with this miss or not?" Nangong Xiangyan was so angry that she stamped her foot, then turning around, she walked away. Looking at Nangong Xiangyan walking away in large strides, he couldn't help but muttered, "Truly doesn't have a woman's flavor." After that he signaled Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi, "You two, stay here, your young master will go and regulate this wife." Chapter 217, Bully Little Brother. The mansion of Zeman was very big, and all womenfolk lived in the backyard, where there was also a big flower garden. In Violent Dragon Empire, other than Imperial Palace's Imperial Flower Garden, Zeman Clan's this flower garden was the largest. Long Yi leisurely followed behind Nangong Xiangyan, and from the aura leaking out of her body, he guessed that her strength was at Swords Master level, and absolutely hadn't reached Great Swords Master level. Inside an elegant bamboo forest, Nangong Xiangyan stopped, then slowly turned around, and she stared at smiling Long Yi with provoking eyes. "Noble sister, I have come. I wonder what instructing you have for me?" Long Yi stared at Nangong Xiangyan with a genial smile on his face and said, "Don't call me noble sister, you are not qualified to call me that." Nangong Xiangyan looked at Long Yi in disdain and said, although she felt that he was very handsome, but the hate in her heart still didn't reduce even a bit. Long Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, but the smile on his face still didn't change. Then he advanced 2 steps forward, shirking the distance between him and Nangong Xiangyan to only 1 step, and with him being very near to her, he was able to smell her faint body fragrance. Nangong Xiangyan, however, was motionless. In her view, this man before her eyes was a worthless person. 2 years ago, he was merely intermediate fighter, so she presumed that even after 2 years, he was just as bad, and if she wanted to force him back, then that was only the matter of 1 or 2 moves, that's all. Interesting woman, Long Yi snickered in his heart. That proudness and untamed wild nature of Nangong Xiangyan evoked a little bit of his interest. "Zeman, you, listen, I will not marry you, don't daydream." Nangong Xiangyan proudly raised her head and pressured Long Yi with grandeur exuded from her eyes. "Miss Nangong, aren't you being too narcissistic? Speaking honestly, your standard is truly beneath my sight. No need to mention that your skin is brown. If looked at your breast, there is no breast, and if looked at your buttocks, there is no buttocks. Although you are not to the extent of spectacle too horrible to endure, but it's not that far." Long Yi sized up Nangong Xiangyan's charming body from top to bottom, then shaking his head, he sighed. The complexion of Nangong Xiangyan turned green, and with a gaze that wanted to eat people, she glared at Long Yi, then gnashing her teeth, she said, "Is that so? Then persuade your father to cancel this marriage." Hey, the matter of breaking off the engagement is not something I can decide. If my father insists on me marrying you, then I can only marry you very reluctantly. When all is said and done, I cannot disobey father's instruction." Long Yi smiled and said, "I am telling you, even if I had to die, I will not marry you." Nangong Xiangyan ferociously said, "Whatever, but telling me this is not even worth a frat. Go tell this to your father." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said indifferently, "I will naturally tell my father, but before that, I am going to teach you bastard a good lesson." Nangong Xiangyan said, then quickly kicked towards the left waist of Long Yi. But when Nangong Xiangyan was inwardly feeling complacent, she suddenly felt her ankle tightened. Unexpectedly, Long Yi's big hand had firmly grasped her ankle, and even after exerting all her strength to struggle, she was not able to free herself. Long Yi lecherously smiled and looked at the little leg held in his hand, and also that smooth as if jade calf coming out from under her skirt. Her curves were very well proportioned, and really was aesthetically pleasing. "Let me go." Nangong Xiangyan glared Long Yi, but was very shocked in her heart, as this good-for-nothing was unexpectedly able to react to her kick from such close distance. Moreover, he had caught her kick. "You delivered yourself to the doorstep, so why should I let you go just because you said so?" Long Yi smirked and said. Then he unexpectedly caressed her revealed calf lustfully. "Very smooth, it feels pretty good. Caressing the calf of Nangong Xianyun, Long Yi said in revel, "Damned pervert, I will kill you." Nangong Xianyun felt humiliated, then a sword silently appeared on her right hand, and she immediately made a move, causing light blue sword chi to fly towards Long Yi. "Wow, you really want to murder your husband?" Long Yi shouted loudly, then backflipping few times in the air, he landed on the ground and only the bamboos behind him were cut off. Honestly speaking, towards this sword's master level attack of Nangong Xianyun, even if he stood in the same place and let her chop him, she still wouldn't be able to injure him, but it would not be amusing to play like that. Seeing Long Yi easily dodging her sword chi, the competitive side of Nangong Xianyun rose, then her sword dance became faster and faster, attacking towards Long Yi. Long Yi immediately used his stained clothes 18 falls. This footwork was one of the best ancient martial arts skill of China. Although he appeared staggering while using this skill, but every time the other party thought their attack had hit him, he would slip away as if a loach. This skill was very suitable to tease girls. T.L. Stained clothes 18 falls is one of the unarmed combat styles of frictional Wudang sect. Source: Wiki. On one side, Long Yi was dodging, and on the other side, he was yelling and screaming while his hands were taking petty advantages of Nangong Xianyun. In one moment, he would touch her thigh, and in another moment, he would touch her little buttocks. Honestly speaking, the figure of Nangong Xianyun was really not as bad as Long Yi had stated just a moment ago. Although was not prosperous as Leng Yu, but was still curvy, absolutely deserved to be called top grade. Nangong Xianyun naturally felt the touches of Long Yi, and at the very beginning, she thought that he had accidentally touched her, but very soon, she realized that Long Yi was simply playing with her, as even if he had great luck, he shouldn't be able to narrowly dodge her every attack perfectly. The more she attacked, the more she felt suffocated, and seeing that bad smile on the face of Long Yi, she threw her sword to the ground, then cursed, "I will not fight with you, you bastard. Third big sister, I came to help you." Just then, the voice of Nangong Nu came from behind Long Yi, and a huge water ball flew towards Long Yi from behind. Long Yi just smiled and moved sideways, making an open path. Immediately afterwards, Nangong Xianyun screamed, as this huge water ball had directly hit unprepared Nangong Xianyun, completely drenching her. Nangong Xianyun raised her head, then ferociously glaring at her stunned younger brother, Nangong Nu, she madly roared, "Nangong Nu, third big sister, forgive me, this isn't intentional." Nangong Nu wanted to run away, but Nangong Xianyun had already rushed over to his side. "This rascal, you are actually helping this bastard to bully your third big sister, it seems I dote on you in vain." Nangong Xianyun was so angry that she lost her reason, then using the flat part of her sword, she firmly spanked the buttocks of Nangong Nu several times, causing Nangong Nu to scream in pain. "Hey, that's enough, just because you couldn't beat me, you are venting out your anger on your brother." Seeing Nangong Nu sweating profusely, Long Yi stepped forward and held the hand of Nangong Xianyun and said, "What's it got to do with you? He is my brother." Nangong Xianyun came back her senses, and seeing her brother was in pain, she was endlessly feeling sorry, but facing Long Yi, she however wasn't able to admit defeat. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said, "How about this, if you want to vent your anger, then vent it on my little brother." Nangong Xianyun was startled, and confusedly said, "Your little brother? But you don't have any little brother." "Who says I haven't? My little brother is quite big, and he has never left my side." Long Yi lowered his head, then looking towards his crotch section, he said with a smirk. Nangong Xianyun instinctively flowed his gaze, and after being dumbfounded for a long while, her face suddenly became red, pointing at Long Yi. Then she angrily kicked towards the place between the legs of Long Yi all of a sudden. "Fuck, this isn't the way to bully my little brother, there is a proper way to bully." Long Yi immediately closed his legs, clamping the kicking leg of Nangong Xiangyan. Wah, this is not suitable for children. Big sister, brother-in-law, you two can continue, I am leaving first. Nangong Nu shouted, then ambiguously winking at Long Yi, he immediately ran away from there. Chapter 218, Emperor Longzhan. Nangong Xiangyan struggled with great effort for several times, but she wasn't able to free her leg that was clamped between the legs of Long Yi. So she glared at Long Yi in both anger and embarrassment, but seeing that lewd smile on his face as well as the somewhat intoxicated expression on his eyes, she suddenly woke up with a start, and realized the identity of the foreign thing her tiptoe was touching. Although she was very wild in nature, but she was also a virgin girl, so such battle made her unable to breathe properly, nearly losing her consciousness. Damned pervert, I will kill you. Nangong Xiangyan stabbed her sword towards the neck of Long Yi. Under desperation, she unexpectedly left no leeway. Long Yi has to say, it was simply not worth seeing what this Nangong Xiangyan was capable, as she was not even slightly threatening to him. He simply made a single move and lightly grasped her wrist, as if Nangong Xiangyan had intentionally delivered herself in his clutch. Girls shouldn't shout fight or kill every day, they should obediently stay at home as a good wife and loving mother. Long Yi let go of her leg, and pulled, causing Nangong Xiangyan fall into his bosom. Now the distance between their eyes was not even 2 inches, and only after being dazed for 10 seconds, Nangong Xiangyan woke up with a start, then she began to struggle vigorously in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi however let out strange sounds from his throat. He naturally was helpless. He was a man, and with Nangong Xiangyan, such curvy beauty twisting around in his bosom, not having a reaction was a problem. Suddenly, Nangong Xiangyan stiffened and became motionless, and her beautiful face began to slowly become red. God, what was this hard thing poking her lower abdomen? Nangong Xiangyan wasn't a little girl that knew nothing, she clearly knew the uses of this lethal weapon. Let me go. Nangong Xiangyan lowered her head, and biting her lower lip, she softly said. She finally surrendered, as she feared that this pervert might carry out a brutal task on the spot. Seeing the arrogance of Nangong Xiangyan had disappeared, Long Yi smiled complacently. Then he loosened his hand, giving Nangong Xiangyan her freedom. But before Long Yi could smile complacently for a long time, he hurriedly retreated 2 steps. After that, the foot of Nangong Xiangyan ferociously stamped on the ground where his foot was just a moment ago. Seeing her sneak attack had failed, Nangong Xiangyan was somewhat disappointed. Then glaring at Long Yi, she said, "Smelly pervert, don't give me a chance, otherwise I will trample you to death." Long Yi was stunned, and soon afterwards, he stretched out his leg and said, "Then trample." Nangong Xiangyan really wasn't polite. She raised her foot then ferociously stamped several times on the big leg of Long Yi. And not being satisfied with only this, she even jumped and stamped several times on the leg of Long Yi with both of her legs. Satisfied? Long Yi smiled and said, while his eyes were sizing up the curvy body of Nangong Xiangyan. Her outer skirt was made of silk, and after it got drenched, he could clearly see her pink underwear inside. Nangong Xiangyan nodded her head, but suddenly sensing the gaze of Long Yi was not too normal, she lowered her head and looked at herself, only to see that she was showing her spring scenery. She immediately covered her chest with her hands. Then she again let go of her hand all of a sudden, and proudly stood in front of Long Yi. "Humphrey, you actually dared to say that I don't have breast and buttocks. Now look whether I have breast and buttocks or not, you damned pervert." Nangong Xiangyan thought in her heart. This move of Nangong Xiangyan, which was different from normal, dumbfounded Long Yi, then couldn't help laughing while shaking his head. This girl truly has a different character. "Hey, aren't you cold?" Long Yi smirked and said. A burst of cold breeze blew, and Nangong Xiangyan shivered, beginning to feel very cold as well as very uncomfortable. "Damned pervert, quickly go and help this miss to look for a clothing to change." Nangong Xiangyan directly ordered Long Yi as if she was not an outsider. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, "Since you know I am a pervert, then you should know what perverts desire the most is for girls to wear nothing, so if you are feeling unwell then just take off your clothing." Nangong Xiangyun ferociously glared at Long Yi. Now if she runs out like this then wouldn't other people make a joke out of her? But this was backyard where women folk resides, so she might be able to easily find clothing to change. And just at that time, suddenly a loud yelling voice came from far away. "His Majesty has arrived." Long Yi and Nangong Xiangyun were startled. Did this old man Long Zan came here to join the fun? The first thought of Long Yi was, since Long Zan knew that he had returned, he had come to criticize violently. But thinking for a bit again, Long Zan should already know about the matter of him and Long Linger in Holy Magic Academy. After all, the Emperor's intelligence department was also not to be trifled with. He feared that his every action in Holy Magic Academy was already known perfectly clear by Long Zan. Long Yi as if lightning thought in an instant, then stepping forward, he pulled Nangong Xiangyun, then used his true qi. After that, the water vapor rose, instantly covering Nangong Xiangyun, and in a moment, the water on the clothing and hair of Nangong Xiangyun completely evaporated, becoming incomparably dry and clean. Nangong Xiangyun blankly looked at Long Yi. This fellow gave her one surprise after another, and she honestly was greatly surprised. Now, other than his gaze and that inherent noble aura, she could no longer find even a little trace of similarities with her memories that ignorant and incompetent profligate son of rich parents. Now, not only his strength was unfathomable, even his speaking manner and expression were different. Could it be that the experience of outside can make a person change so much? "Why are you in a daze? Emperor has arrived, shouldn't we go out and greet him?" Long Yi pulled Nangong Xiangyun's hand and went towards the hall. Only after Long Yi had already dragged Nangong Xiangyun halfway, she came back to her senses, then freeing her hand, she followed behind him. Long Yi entered the hall, and saw Long Zan wearing bright yellow emperor clothing sitting on the seat where Zeman Nu was sitting originally, and his father was sitting on the chair on the left side of Long Zan. Long Yi didn't immediately greet the emperor, rather sized up Long Zan with keen, sparkling eyes, and Long Zan also happens to similarly size up Long Yi. Although he had a vague outline of Long Zan in his memory, but seeing him in person, Long Yi still couldn't help being surprised. He didn't know how he should describe this seemingly haggard middle-aged man. He looked roughly 50 years old, and his forehead was engraved with the traces of the time he had experienced. But that powerful aura on his body however pressured him so much that he was gasping to breathe. Moreover, although his eyes were not big, and appeared too cloudy, but his eyes would shine once in a while, which made Long Yi feel ice cold in his back. Long Zan was really worthy of his name Long Zan, and was also worthy of being emperor of this dynasty. Long Yi thought in his heart, and he didn't dare to look down upon him. Whoever thinks Long Zan was merely an old tiger that couldn't move much, that person surely wouldn't have time to even regret. Meanwhile, the heart of Long Zan was also similarly restless. Although he had already read the description about Long Yi in secret letters, he was still shocked seeing him in person. He, who was only a small-time intermediate fighter 2 years ago, now even he himself wasn't able to reckon his strength. According to the assessment of spies, he was already great swords master in strength, moreover, a water master magician as well as new space magic which they weren't able to ascertain. At that time, he was still skeptical, but now, facing him in person, only this calm and collected bearing was enough to endlessly surprise him, and at the same time, a strong sense of crisis appeared in his heart. With such powerful helping hand, wouldn't Zeman clan be just like a tiger that has grown wings? When two people were assessing each other, Nangong Xiangyun paid respect towards Long Zan. This woke up two people with a start. This little dirty swine, still not quickly greeting his majesty. Zeman Nu lowered his voice and said. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, then without the least bit of sincerity, he bowed and said, Zeman Yu pays respect to his majesty. Zeman Yu, don't you know your sin? The pupils of Longzon suddenly enlarged and he shouted loudly, causing the airflow of entire hall to solidify. No one had expected that he would attack at this time. Moreover, more than 10 experts guarding beside Emperor suddenly released their aura at the same time, straightly aiming towards Long Yi. Cold sweats immediately appeared on his forehead, then using spirit power and internal force, he created a barrier to protect himself. Each and every one of those experts beside Emperor was really not gas-saving lamps, and especially Emperor himself. Long Yi felt his strength as unfathomable. Although everyone knew that he was merely a great swordsmaster, but who knows whether he was hiding his strength or not? I don't know, please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Despite being suppressed by this aura, he leisurely said as before. Don't you remember the savage act you have done to my daughter Longlinger? In any case, I, her father Emperor, will give her a justice. Longzon said in a deep voice. Is Your Majesty mistaken? I and Longlinger are each other's sunshine. Where is the savage act? Long Yi carelessly smiled and said. Seeing Long Yi was calm in the presence of volatile situation, killing intent flashed for an instant in the eyes of Longzon, then turning towards Ziman Nu on his left side, he said, Minister Ziman, 2 years ago, your son escaped from Forbidden Heaven prison, so now I want to seize him again. Do you have opinion? This minister doesn't dare, but as far as this minister knows, this unfilial son and Princess Longlinger indeed are in love with each other. There are numerous teachers and students in Mi Holy Magic Academy to prove this. Ziman Nu stood up and bowed, then said. The expression of Longzon changed, and he laughed suddenly, then said, Good, good, actually I already knew it was only a misunderstanding at that time. Today I merely wanted to test you, that's all. Minister Ziman really had a good fortune. The achievements of your 2 sons really make me jealous. Luckily, we will become relatives by marriage very soon, and you has to call me father-in-law. Ziman Nu also laughed and said, That's natural, merely Ziman Nu is already engaged with Nangong family's 3rd daughter since childhood, thus, we unavoidably wronged Princess Longlinger. Of course, I know this matter. So Princess Linger and the girl of Nangong clan will jointly be his main wife. If this wronged her, then that's her own doing. Longzon said, putting on a false smile, and he lightly snorted. Don't know whether he was scolding Longlinger, this worthless daughter in his heart or not. Since that is the case, then this minister request Your Majesty to fix the date for the marriage of my son and the girl of Nangong family. Ziman Nu took the advantage of the occasion and said. Longzon pondered for a long time. He didn't know what Ziman Nu was thinking, but the wild ambition of Ziman Nu was getting more and more obvious, and his wings were developing with each passing day. He had already formed an alliance with Nangong and Dongfang clan, and as for Betang clan, they always showed neutral attitude. Now the 4 major clans actually didn't have any use for him. They truly were bastards. Well, then it's fixed on the 8th of next month. That day is our Violent Dragon Empire's Abundant Harvest Festival, so adding a happy event in another happy event can't be better. Longzon indifferently said. Since he couldn't prevent the alliance between Ziman and Nangong clan, he could only stall for the time being like this. Nangong Xiangyi held her breath, and listing the words of the emperor which stated that she was going to marry Ziman Nu next month, her mind blacked out. Giving her only 1 month of time, she was unable to accept this, and finally, after she came back to her senses with great difficulty, just when she wanted to refute, Longzon had already stood up, declaring his return to the imperial palace. And only after Longzon walked away, Long Yi was finally able to relax. The pressure of that old man was too big, and with the addition of those more than 10 experts behind him, he was nearly out of his breath. Lady Nangong, please stay over to eat a simple home cooking. I am personally cooking few dishes. Dongfang Wan said with a smile, but her eyes were looking at Nangong Xiangyi, this girl that would soon become her daughter-in-law. Since that is the case, I will not decline. How about this? I will also go to the kitchen to observe and steal some of your cooking styles to coax my family's old man. Lady Nangong said and chuckled. causing her towering breasts to shake, which in turn dazzled Long Yi. Truly heavy swell awe. I wonder if the breasts of Nangong Xiangyan will also become this big like her mother in the future. Long Yi let his imagination run wild. After that, Ziman Nu went out to deal with official business, and Lady Nangong and Dong Fangwan went to the kitchen to learn from each other, leaving behind only angry Nangong Xiangyan and Long Yi with a bad smile inside the hall. I said that I will not marry you. Nangong Xiangyan gnashed her teeth and said, hey, even if you don't want to marry, it's impossible now, the emperor has already fixed the date, do you think you can defy? Moreover, even if don't care about yourself, do you want to attract a disaster to your Nangong clan by resisting this marriage? Long Yi smirked and said, then placing his one leg above other, he hummed. Just a moment ago, his nerves were extremely tense. So now he was relaxing. The complexion of Nangong Xiangyan became deathly pale. Even if she didn't care about herself, she absolutely couldn't not care about her clan, so she had to marry this bastard. But marrying this bastard would completely destroy her happiness, and her dream of Prince Charming would really change into a soap bubble. Now Long Yi was too lazy to talk with her again, and he didn't care about whether she married him or not. He just opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Zhao Yi, Barbarian Bull, where have you both died? Zhao Yi and Barbarian Bull, who was outside the door, immediately rushed in. And Barbarian Bull droned, Boss, is there any matter? No, you go to train your skill. Zhao Yi, come here and help me to massage. Long Yi instructed. Zhao Yi obediently came behind Long Yi, then began to gently massage him. Now she was already accustomed to the role of a maid, and also was accustomed to serve Long Yi. Long Yi moaned, feeling comfortable, and that moaning sound of Long Yi made Nangong Xiangyan, who was trapped inside the thoughts of her miserable situation, came back to her senses. And seeing Long Yi closing his eyes and moaning comfortably, she truly wanted to fill his mouth with mud. After that, she began to size up Zhao Yi, and she became very curious of those transparent pupils. And just at that time, Zhao Yi happens to raise her head, accidentally meeting their eyes. Immediately, Nangong Xiangyan stagnated, and as if she was just scooped out from ice-cold water, her heart became ice-cold, and she felt as if she was stripped naked in front of this girl who was unimposing in appearance. Nangong Xiangyan hurriedly turned her head, and didn't dare to look again. Those eyes unexpectedly seemed to be able to see through her, and she felt as if she wouldn't be able to conceal anything from her, making her feel suffocated. This bastard, what sort of person is he? How come even his maid is such freak? Nangong Xiangyan thought, and thoughts of knowing more about Long Yi appeared in her mind. First Zhao Yi massaged the shoulders of Long Yi and then began to massage his thigh. And feeling the warmth coming from those sturdy muscles, the heartbeat of Zhao Yi quickened, but her face didn't show any expression. Up, a little bit up. Long Yi moaned, and this passionate voice of Long Yi made the heartbeat of both girls quicken and their face turned red. Zhao Yi's little hand arrived the inner thigh, and no longer dared to move up, and don't know why, her attention was always attracted by that bulge between the legs of Long Yi. And because her heart was in panic and chaos, her massaging hand was also not smooth, touching the little brother of Long Yi quite a few times with her trembling hand. As for Nangong Xiangyan, being unable to watch this anymore, she got up and left the hall. If she continued to look, then she feared she would be blind. After Nangong Xiangyan left, Long Yi also stopped moaning, and revealed his true colors, no longer pretending to be a big pervert. Zhao Yi, you saw Long Zhang, right? What's your impression? Long Yi got up and asked indifferently. Zhao Yi nodded her head, then muttered, unfathomable. My prediction is very obscure, only know that his life force is extremely strong, and golden light circulates in endless cycles within him. But if I can use the power of constellation to calculate on the yin day, when his aura is weakest, then I should be able to foresee one or two things. Long Yi nodded his head, then standing up, he said, there is still some time, accompany me to stroll around. After that, Long Yi led Zhao Yi and Barbarian Bull, leaving the Zemun mansion. Soaring Dragon City was one of the most flourishing cities of entire Blue Waves continent. Its streets and buildings had magnificent atmosphere, pedestrians were closely woven, and it was the most densely populated city in entire Blue Waves continent. Long Yi and his group appeared very eye-catching, although it had already been more than 2 years since he left Soaring Dragon City. But the common people of Soaring Dragon City were very familiar with the appearance of Zemun Yu, and he had also left a deep impression on them, so all the passerby avoided them, as the little overlord of that time had returned. As for Long Yi, he completely ignored the attitude of other people, wandering around everywhere. There were not any big changes in Soaring Dragon City, and was basically the same as in his memory. Now, Long Yi was feeling intimate as well as a kind of indescribable sense of belonging. Each brick and each tile of Soaring Dragon City gave him a peculiar feeling. Along the way, Long Yi ate snacks from the roadside vendors, which was the big distinguishing feature of this city. In his memory, Zemun Yu, that brat, would also come here to eat, but he never paid them money, unlike Long Yi, who paid for every dishes. It was not easy to do small business, so how could he exploit blood and sweat money of common people? But to the surprise of Long Yi, whenever Long Yi gave money, the people didn't dare to accept it, and would even kneel down to beg Long Yi to take back the money. And seeing that panic-stricken appearance of people made Long Yi sigh endlessly. Zemun Yu, that fellow was truly well qualified to be a little overlord. Even after more than 2 years, his influence still remained, and the matter what made Long Yi not know whether to laugh or cry the most was, seeing him, a number of young married women and little girls would directly enter the shop nearby to hide, or would turn around and run, afraid of him defiling them. Nowadays it's hard for good people to do something, Long Yi thought, or he simply was a bad person. Long Yi leisurely walked through the busy street, and after taking or using something from the roadside shops, he didn't bother to pay again. Like that, those shopkeepers didn't get paranoid. Moreover, they had relieved expression. This clearly showed they were already accustomed to Zemun Yu's maltreatment. Just when Long Yi was shuttling back and forth reminiscing in the streets and lanes of Soaring Dragon City, not far away in the front, many people had surrounded a restaurant, and quarreling and fighting with screaming sounds were coming from there. "Let's go and see," Long Yi said in interest, then led Barbarian Bull and Zhao Yi towards that place. Someone noticed Long Yi and his group coming over, then he immediately notified to the person beside him, and that person notified to other, and so on. After that, a spacious path was suddenly opened up. Just when Long Yi wanted to walk in, he saw a shadow flying out from the restaurant towards him. But Long Yi did nothing, and Barbarian Bull behind him kicked the shadow, sending that shadow flying back again. Then the shadow slammed on the walls of the restaurant with a bang and fell down. Looking at this shadow, he was dressed up as a servant of a big family. And just then, unceasing screaming sounds came again, and the people that appeared to be servants of a big family were thrown out, and they just groaned on the ground, no longer being able to stand up. Long Yi looked towards the golden signboard of this restaurant, and read the big characters written on it, Wangjian Building. From the memory of Long Yi, he knew that this was a relatively high-class restaurant in Soaring Dragon City. Originally Zemun Yi often came here to meet his gang of scoundrels, and before long, 2 aristocratic noble sons wearing brocade clothing and jade robe were thrown out with a bloody nose and swollen face. And even after a long time, they weren't able to crawl up. Still not rolling out. "Don't let me see you again, I will attack you in sight." A tall and straight figure appeared in the entrance of Wangjian Building. Long Yi was surprised seeing this man. The facial lines of this person were cold and hard as if a marble sculptor, had a very straight bridge of the nose, and had extremely thin lips. Moreover, his aura was ice cold. But what made Long Yi shocked was, he had dark green hair, which was clearly the distinctive characteristic of Moxie clansmen. Could it be that all the clansmen of Moxie clan were really highly talented individuals? Long Yi thought. After arriving in this world, he had encountered 3 clansmen of Moxie clan, and this was the 4th one. The first one was naturally Si Bai, and despite being young in age, She was already Master Magician, but he didn't know what realm she had reached now. After that, when returning from Huangming Plain, in the border of Proud Moon Empire, he met the cousin and brother-in-law of Sibai, and their strength was also first-rate. Now he met this man of Moxie clan, and he was even more surprised, because from the body of this man, he could not only sense the Qi fluctuation, he could sense magic elements fluctuation too. Unexpectedly was a seldom-seen cultivator of both magic and Qi. If you have guts then don't leave. Those two bloody nose and swollen-faced aristocrat noble sons were helped to get up by their retainers, and they wanted to return back and call the reinforcement. And as soon as they turned around, they saw Long Yi, and their bodies suddenly trembled, revealing ecstatic expression. Chapter 219, Defeating Opponent in One Move. Young Master Ziman, it's truly you. You have finally returned. Look how your brothers are suffering now. Two aristocrat noble sons rushed over and hugged the legs of Long Yi, then shed tears while speaking. Long Yi frowned, then carefully recalling, he remembered these two were the footmen of Ziman Yu. Both of them were young master of big noble clans, and usually, they were arrogant and domineering. Moreover, following Ziman Yu, they had oppressed people and did bad deeds. And at this time, a beautiful woman with somewhat messy clothing came out from Wangjian building, and standing beside that grim man, she looked at him in admiration, but coincidentally seeing the existence of Ziman Yu, she instantly turned pale. And seeing Long Yi was frowning, Barbarian Bull immediately kicked those two aristocrat noble sons, who were hugging the thighs of Long Yi, flying. These two fell several meters away, then covering their chest, they screamed in pain as if slaughtered pigs. That cool man of Moxie clan turned his head to look at Long Yi, then his pupil suddenly contracted. Immediately after he laid his eyes on Long Yi, his intuition told him that this youth with a casual smile on his face was very dangerous. Seeing the situation, Long Yi roughly understood what had happened here. It's definite that these two fellows forcefully try to take advantage of that woman, which resulted in that man of Moxie clan appearing as a hero, rescuing the beauty. What an outdated scenario. Noble son, quickly leave. He is the second young master of Ziman clan, you can't afford to offend him. That beautiful woman shrunk behind the man of Moxie clan, then lightly pulling his sleeve with her little hand, she said. The man of Moxie clan didn't speak, and still looking ferociously at Long Yi, his eyes shone. Then a kind of maniac and also insane fighting intent surged from his body, aiming directly towards Long Yi. Again met a madman, Long Yi thought. Looking at the expression of this fellow, he knew that this fellow was a madman that was wandering around everywhere looking for a person to duel. Young Master Ziman, I want to have a competition with you. This man of Moxie clan stared fixedly at Long Yi and said with somewhat trembling voice. He was trembling with excitement. Barbarian Bull stepped forward, then looking at this fellow, he said, if you want to compete with my boss, then you have to pass me first. The eyes of this man of Moxie clan flashed, then with the sudden rise of his aura, a light appeared in his hand, and several strands of deep blue Qi flew towards Barbarian Bull, and as if lightning, transmitted all over the body of Barbarian Bull. Long Yi was somewhat surprised in his heart. The Qi of this man was truly thick and heavy, and it condensed without dispersing. Moreover, although these strands were very thin Qi, but they gave heavy sensation as if a big mountain. This fellow truly has some knack. But Barbarian Bull was no longer ordinary either. Before the sudden and unexpected offensive move of this man of Moxie clan, he didn't panic. Greenstone rule suddenly appeared in his hand, then brandished it, drawing a circle of dark green radiance. After that, with a sonorous metal colliding sound, the man of Moxie clan retreated back, and the pieces of the sleeve of his garment floated down to the ground. And as for Barbarian Bull, his armor's shoulder part was torn, revealing his sturdy muscles, and there was a faint white mark on it. If it was not for the golden bell canopy of Barbarian Bull reaching small success, then he would have bled. So it appeared Barbarian had eaten a bigger loss here, but the man of Moxie clan however had attacked all of a sudden, so this could be counted as a draw. But towards the surprise attack of the man of Moxie clan, Long Yi wasn't angry, as in this world, if one wished to survive, then they must always be prepared to face any sudden situation. If an enemy sneak attack you in a battlefield, then can you say that was despicable? The weak are the prey of the strong, but strength was not always decisive. This moment, the expression of this man of Moxie clan was truly solemn. He had never expected that barbarian bull, this beast man, possessed such powerful attack power. Moreover, his Gi was unexpectedly unable to injure him, and that circle of green light gave him a kind of suffocating pressure, making him feel overwhelmed. Long Yi looked at the sword in the hand of this man of Moxie clan with interest. That sword was not the kind of traditional huge sword of the fighters of Blue Wave's continent, but resembled the sword used by the knight-errant of Long Yi's previous world. Moreover, the material used on it was also translucent as if glass, emitting ice-cold chi, and there was a trace of water magic fluctuation too. Barbarian Bull was very unconvinced, then tightly holding Greenstone Rule with both of his hands, he droned, "Little fellow, come again, this grandfather Bull will beat you until you are looking for your teeth all over the floor." The sword in the hand of this man of Moxie clan dazzled, and with its blade trembling, a dragon roar-like sound resounded. Then shaking his head, he said, "Although you are powerful, and even if I might not necessarily win against you, but you also absolutely cannot win against me. Besides, I am looking for young Master Ziman." Hearing these words, onlookers suddenly began to discuss spiritedly. There were also knowledgeable people among them, moreover, who didn't that second young Master Ziman was a good-for-nothing. At least 2 years ago, he was like that, but hearing the words of this peak expert of Moxie clan, it seemed Ziman Yu was stronger than them. "There is nothing to me even if I agree, and without profit, it's boring, so how about we have a wager?" Long Yi said with a smirk, and his eyes glimmered with cunningness. "What wager?" the man of Moxie clan asked. "If you lose, then stay beside me as my footman," Long Yi slowly said, rubbing his chin. The man of Moxie clan was startled, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "If you can defeat me within 10 moves, then Li King's this life will be yours. Deal?" Long Yi said with a smile. After that, he crossed his hands, sending out several hand seal, and a white light spread outside, forcing onlookers to repeatedly fell back. Then a transparent barrier took form, making so that no one could step forward. At that moment, with his eyes shining, the man of Moxie clan began to brandish his sword, unexpectedly giving rise to the snowflakes within the barrier, but outside the barrier, the sky was still clear. The more the snow fell, the bigger it got, and fierce wind also whistled around, giving rise to the snowstorm. This snowstorm made people unable to open their eyes. Long Yi quietly stood, but he was very surprised in his heart. This was another method to combine magic and Ki. This Moxie clan's man called Li King was truly a genius. Suddenly, Li King shouted, then made a move. After several strands of deep blue Ki covered the snowstorm rolled towards Long Yi, and several ice arrows blocked all the retreating path of Long Yi. But Long Yi didn't move. Moreover, he unexpectedly closed his eyes at the crucial moment. But when that deep blue Ki with death aura almost reached him, he lightly raised his hand, then that deep blue Ki changed into frost in an instant, and Li King was sent flying. After snowflakes stopped, and everything became calm, they saw Li King lying on a thick layer of snow inside the barrier. Now he had an inconceivable expression as he didn't dare to believe what had happened just now, and as for Long Yi, he had both of his hands behind his back, and his legs unexpectedly weren't sunken inside the layer of snow, and with a slight smile on his face, he had the air of very able person. All the onlookers were baffled. Basically, no one clearly saw what exactly had happened here. There was only white snow in front of their sight, and they saw Li King rushing forward, then again flew back with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Li King came back to his senses, then standing up, he slowly walked over to Long Yi. Afterwards, he knelt down, but still had a complexion as if he had no spirit. One move, In only one move he was defeated. This was something his pride was unable to accept. Don't want to accept. Long Yi indifferently said. Li King only wants to know what move you used. Li King asked with trembling voice, looking at Long Yi. Iced Ki's heart-penetrating palm. Long Yi said indifferently, and just after he spoke, from the clothing on the chest of Li King, ice crystal suddenly fell down, revealing a silver-white palm mark on his sturdy chest. Iced Ki, but you didn't use a sword. Li King muttered, who stipulated Ki must use swords? Long Yi asked with a smile. The eyes of Li King widened, then suddenly prostrating down, he said in a firm voice, henceforth, Li King's life is yours, young master. If anyone wants to hurt you, then they must first tread through Li King's corpse. Very good, now rise. Long Yi smiled. As a matter of fact, if it was not for Li King being too confident, believing it was impossible for him to break his great sword's master-leveled Ki, and single-mindedly thinking which direction Long Yi would retreat, it would have been impossible for Long Yi to defeat him in a single move. Long Yi removed the barrier, then looking towards the onlookers who had revering gaze, he felt like laughing. It was all his plan to subdue Li King in such a high-key fashion in front of numerous people. First was to overthrow his good-for-nothing image from the mind of common people of Soaring Dragon City. After all, Blue Wave's continent was a place where strong were revered. In addition, he wanted to show his strength to other forces who were secretly thinking of opposing Zeman clan, so that they would think over again. Long Yi believed that, after this battle, the fame of second young Master Zeman would instantly spread all around. Moreover, the more it spread, the more exaggerated it would be. And this was only the first step. Long Yi led Zhao Yi, Barbarian Bull and Li King away. He had never expected himself to be this lucky, winning an expert of Moxie clan just after returning. This moment, Long Yi's understanding of Blue Wave's continent was far better than when he had just arrived in this world. Now, he clearly knew that Moxie clan was Proud Moon Empire's crucial force. Its clansmen were extremely united, moreover were innately talented, so there were numerous experts within this clan. This moment, Long Yi didn't have any far-reaching plan, and he only knew that this man of Moxie clan definitely has a high position within Moxie clan, so perhaps he might have some unexpected use later. When Long Yi and his group disappeared, several tens of people immediately went over to look at the place where Long Yi and Li King had fought, then they quickly disappeared. And at this time, a number of children were piling up the snow in front of the Wangjiang building, making a snowman, and Wangjiang building was also immediately filled with the discussion of that dazzling battle of just now as well as its protagonist second young Master Zeman. While walking, Long Yi's heart suddenly throbbed, then he looked at Zhao Yi, knowing she was using the telepathy of blood contract. Barbarian Bull, return first with Li King. Long Yi stopped and said to Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull agreed, then walked towards the mansion of Zeman clan with Li King. Young master. Zhao Yi suddenly called out hesitantly. Chapter 220, Brothers Meet Again. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, and curiously looking at Zhao Yi, he wondered why she was hesitating. Young master, do you really want to keep that Li King beside you? Zhao Yi asked, and some hesitation was flashing in her transparent eyes. What's the matter? Did you predict something? Hearing Zhao Yi, Long Yi asked, understanding she had definitely sensed something. The eyes of Zhao Yi flashed, then softly said, this person has stubborn personality, and bloodlight is hidden within his body. I fear he might be detrimental for young master in the future. How can that be? From the time I saw him for the first time, I am absolutely sure that he isn't that kind of person. Aren't you being oversensitive? Long Yi said with a smile. He was confident that he wouldn't misjudge someone. Li King, this kind of person would die before betraying, and now that he had made up his mind, he wouldn't go back on his words. Zhao Yi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she swallowed it back. She didn't predict Li King being detrimental to Long Yi, instead, later would become most faithful and true to Long Yi, but a number of unclear fragments made her mind very restless. But seeing Long Yi was so confident, She couldn't help but thought she really was being oversensitive. Let's return, I will pay attention to this hereafter. Long Yi smiled and patted the head of Zhao Yi, then turned around, walking towards the mansion of Zemin. Zhao Yi was startled for a long while, then with her beautiful face suddenly turning red, she smiled beautifully, and then she followed after Long Yi. How long had it been since Long Yi had last touched her so familiarly? This casual gesture of Long Yi made her heart endlessly jump with joy, because from this she could associate many things. Young master, that girl is following us the entire time. Zhao Yi caught up to Long Yi and said. Long Yi just smiled. Without even turning his head, he had already sensed her. Ignore her, she should be looking for Li King. This kid is truly lucky in love. Long Yi smirked and said. Reaching the entrance of Zemin Mansion, they saw Barbarian Bull and Li King were standing at the entrance waiting for them. Barbarian Bull, being a straightforward person, had already forgotten about the conflict of just a moment ago. For Barbarian Bull, now that Li King had already become the subordinate of Long Yi, he was his friend, so Barbarian Bull kept on talking with Li King, and Li King also silently listened attentively. He was listening very carefully because in everything Barbarian Bull was talking about, Long Yi was the main protagonist. Hello, that noble son, can you come over here? When Long Yi was intending to enter, a voice came through from not far away. Long Yi smiled in his heart. He truly hadn't expected that this young girl would unexpectedly dare to call him in front of people. Several people turned around, and saw that young girl rescued by Li King in Wangjian building was courageously looking at Li King with a red face. Li King, she is calling you, how about you go there? Long Yi smiled and said to Li King. Having heard what was said, Li King, without the slightest bit of change in his expression, walked towards the young girl in large strides. Seeing this young girl revealed a happy smile, but her smile quickly froze, because after Li King walked to her front, he immediately turned around and returned. Long Yi immediately didn't know whether to laugh or to cry and asked, Li King, what the hell are you doing? Young master ordered me to go over, so I went over there and returned. The answer of Li King stunned Long Yi. It seems this fellow's heart was truly as cold as his appearance. Even such beauty was unable to arouse his desire. Long Yi waved his hand and called a guard, then pointing at that young girl with a pale face, he asked, do you know who that girl is? That guard immediately answered, replying to second young master, she is His Excellency Revenue Ministry's Penner Kong's only daughter, Kong Chi. She is somewhat famous in Soaring Dragon City. Revenue Ministry's Penner was merely a rank 4 minor official, and in Soaring Dragon City, there were many big officials, so those who were not big officials were not famous here. Long Yi nodded his head, understanding why he didn't have any impression of this girl in his memory. Looking at her, she was 15 or 16 in age, so 2 years ago, she was merely an unripe little apple. But after these 2 years, she began displaying a little bit of distinctive flavor. Long Yi didn't pay any attention to her again, just turning around, he entered the mansion, locking out that brave little girl. Second brother, you finally came back. These 2 past years, your big brother missed you to death. Just when Long Yi entered the hall, a man dressed in golden armor walked over in large stride and said some compassionate words, but his eyes were not so friendly. This person was the big brother of Zemin Yu. Zemin Tian was the deputy leader of Violent Dragon Empire's most elite legion, Violent Dragon Legion. Long Yi smiled, and spreading out his arms, he hugged, but he unexpectedly felt the arms of Zemin Tian tightening around him as if an iron hoop. Second brother, don't think that just because you have returned, you will be able to snatch the seat of patriarch from me. Zemin Tian whispered in the ears of Long Yi. Before talking about snatching or not, neither you nor I have the final say in this matter. Moreover, I am not interested in the seat of patriarch, but if our father is set on passing the seat to me, then that truly will be troublesome. Long Yi chuckled, and his body suddenly vibrated. Then Zemin Tian suddenly felt tingling in both of his arms and he involuntarily loosened his hand. Zemin Tian was surprised, and immediately afterwards, He flew into rage from shame, and looking at Long Yi, his killing intent rose. Father, father, hug. Just then, a child's voice suddenly resounded. Long Yi turned around to look, and saw a tender little girl was staggering towards Zimintian with a beautiful young married woman walking behind her. Long Yi recognized her. She was his sister-in-law, and it seems when he was away from the home, she had given birth to a daughter. The expression of Zimintian somewhat softened, and after he held this little girl in his arms, she kissed him. Sister-in-law, long time no see. Long Yi smiled and greeted this beautiful married woman. Brother-in-law, you have returned, your big brother would frequently talk about you. This beautiful married woman softly smiled. Long Yi smirked. Frequently talked about me? Perhaps. He was frequently cursing me to die early. It obviously seems that the affection of Zimintian towards his daughter was not that deep. After holding for a bit, he again placed her down. As a matter of fact, this was not surprising, as he always wished to have a son to stabilize his position in Zimin clan, but after his wife finally got pregnant, she unexpectedly gave birth to a daughter, so he was greatly disappointed. Then why didn't Zimintian go and marry many concubines to bear his child? This point made Long Yi extremely admire him, which was, this big brother was rare descendant among the direct descendants of Zimin clan who had a special belief, and that belief was not marrying a second wife. And perhaps this was the only good part of Zimintian that was not inherited by Zimin Nu and Zimin Yu. And naturally, Long Yi also suspect that this really was not the case of this special belief of Zimintian, rather he was under the thumb of his wife, so he could only be obedient. At that time, that little girl's dark and liquid big eyes curiously looked towards Long Yi, and Long Yi being very fond of children, seeing his niece was looking at him, he made funny faces, making her giggle. Shuxian, quickly greet to uncle. This beautiful married woman said to her daughter with a smile. Uncle. Little Shuxian cutely called out. Long Yi smiled and said, Shuxian was it, come give uncle a hug. Little Shuxian immediately rushed over and Long Yi picked her up, then played with her left and right. Now he especially liked his niece. At that time, Nangong Xiangyun and her brother Nangong Nu came in, and seeing Long Yi was playing with Zimin Shuxian, Nangong Xiangyun immediately stepped forward, and snatching her from the bosom of Long Yi, she said to little Shuxian, don't play with this uncle. He is a big bad fellow, come play with big sister. But little Shuxian however immediately cried out, she extended her small arms towards Zimin Yu and continuously called, Uncle, I want uncle. Big sister will play with you. This uncle is a big bad fellow, how about big sister buy you a candy? Nangong Xiangyun ferociously glared at Long Yi, and began to coax little Shuxian in her bosom. No, I want uncle. Little Shuxian burst out in tears. This made Nangong Xiangyun alarmed and confused. At this time, the sister-in-law of Long Yi took her daughter, and little Shuxian also stopped crying, merely she constantly stretched her little hands towards Long Yi, wanting to hug him. This beautiful married woman was helpless, so she handed over her daughter to Long Yi and said, Brother-in-law, it seems little Shuxian is very fond of you. Humphrey, little child, I wonder if she mistakenly believed Zimin Yu is her father. Nangong Xiangyun muttered. This murmur however immediately caused the complexion of Zimintian to turn green, and just when he wanted to act, he saw Dongfang Wan and Lady Nangong coming in, so he immediately stopped. After that, Zimintian and his wife Liu Shi immediately greeted them respectfully. I heard little Shuxian crying from far away. What happened? Dongfang Wan faintly said. Then Liu Shi immediately narrated the events of just a moment ago. Dongfang Wan smiled and said, since childhood, Yu is very popular with females, but I have never thought that even little children are also so fond of him. It seemed she was rather proud of her son. Lady Nangong agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she was disdainful. Your family's brat is popular with females from childhood. What a joke. If it was not for the agreement, then how can I be willing to let my daughter fall into a fiery pit? But now that the emperor has already opened his mouth, We have no way around this matter. Little Shuxian seemed rather afraid of Dongfang Wan. After Dongfang Wan came, she quieted down and didn't even dare to look towards Dongfang Wan, her grandmother. She hid herself in the bosom of Long Yi in a well-behaved manner. As a matter of fact, it was not like Dongfang Wan went out of her way to frighten this little girl every day, rather as a Miss of a traditional noble clan, her body naturally possessed powerful aura. Moreover, she was considerably partial towards her son, so she naturally was not kind towards Zimintian, husband and wife. In her view, the wild ambition of Zimintian hindered her son, which was intolerable for her, so she naturally wasn't that fond of little Shuxian too. And with the heart of little children being very sensitive, as well as their reaction being instinctive, little Shuxian feared Dongfang Wan. "Mother, is meal ready?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "Yes, but wait until your father came to start the meal," Dongfang Wan said with a smile. Not long after, Zemin Nu returned, and similarly, he also seemed to be not fond of this granddaughter little Shuxian. Could it be that he also regards men as superior to women? Long Yi thought in his heart, but shouldn't grandfather and grandchild be very close? On the surface, it was an amiable and lovely meal, but in fact, it was not like that. Everyone was putting up a false mask. After the meal, Lady Nangong together with her son and daughter left. Zemintian and his wife and daughter also returned back to their own courtyard. Follow me to the study." Zemin Nu stood up and said solemnly. Chapter 221, Zemin Clan's Secret Teachings of Ancestors. Long Yi followed Zemin Nu inside the study, then sat down opposite to him. Zemin Nu fixedly stared at the handsome face of Long Yi, which was the very image of himself. In those more than 2 years, he didn't know what Long Yi experienced and how many fortuitous encounters he encountered for today's achievement. After looking for a while, the eyes of Zemin Nu flashed with a hint of happiness and relief. His son had finally grown up. In those 2 years, when he read every little detail of those intelligence reports, he would feel relieved in his heart, as he had finally obtained the much-needed helping hand for the important matters of Zemin Clan, as well as also a successor of Zemin Clan. Zemin Nu was lost in thought for some time, then looking at Long Yi reclining on the chair waiting for him to open his mouth, he slowly said, "All the matters you've experienced in these past 2 years, tell me in detail." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Father, is your intelligence department vegetarian? Don't you already know all of my situations?" Dumb idiot. Although intelligence department is powerful, they inevitably let some place slip by. For example, what happened in Huangming Plains? Why do you possess magic physique? Moreover, not limited to one magic physique. Zemin Nu angrily said, It's very long, it wouldn't complete even if I speak until tomorrow." Long Yi said with a smile, "Why are you being so long-winded?" Zemin Nu said, "Father, I am doing this for your sake. If Mother knew that you trapped me in the study, forbidding me to sleep, then I fear Mother will not allow you to get into bed hereafter." Long Yi smirked and said, "Smelly brat." Zemin Nu wanted to curse, but couldn't help laughing. And with his eyes flashing with affection, he suddenly recalled the days when he got along with his father, that is Zemin Yu's grandfather. He was also a smelly brat in front of his father, only caring about laughing and joking without proper behavior. "Father, you are quite handsome when you smile, you must have charmed quite a lot of girls before." Long Yi smirked and said. A trace of complacent smile appeared on the face of Zemin Nu, then standing up, he violently knocked the head of Long Yi and cursed, "Stupid brat, what nonsense are you speaking? Quickly tell your matters." Long Yi rubbed his head, as warmness began to seep into his heart, making him feel a real family warmth. He then no longer tried to change the topic, and began to briefly explain the number of matters. He talked about the lost city of Huangming Plain, and also talked about the feudivized palace and raging flame villa, and as for the improvement of his strength as well as the change in his physique, he didn't tell the truth, rather gave the same explanation he had used as an excuse to his women. He said a man that came from a mysterious continent called Asia took him as a disciple and taught him various kind of techniques as well as changed his physique. Although he explained briefly, but it still took 3 hours. While explaining, he was so thirsty that he alone drank several kettles of tea. I have never thought that you unexpectedly got such chance. It seems heaven is still blessing our Zeman clan. For you to be able to reach this realm, your father is truly gratified. Zeman Nu patted the shoulder of Long Yi, and said in satisfaction with a smile. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, as he naturally understood the meaning of Zeman Nu's that sentence. Heaven is still blessing our Zeman clan. Merely he was somewhat down in his heart. Long Clan had been in charge of Violent Dragon Empire for more than 500 years, and didn't appear to be that chaotic. And although Long Zan, who was the emperor of this generation, was not praised as clear-sighted monarch, but also could be regarded as a great schemer, so in this state, wishing to overthrow Long Clan was very difficult, as Long Zan still hadn't lost the support of people. At this moment, Zeman Nu stood up and began walking back and forth inside the room. Then stopping in front of Zeman Nu, he said solemnly, You must have already heard some rumors about our Zeman clan and Long Clan having open strife and veiled struggle, right? Yes, father. Are you really intending to overthrow Long Clan and become the emperor? Long Yi's complexion also got serious and asked, Humphrey, Violent Dragon Empire should basically belong to our Zeman clan. Merely that despicable Long Clan usurped the throne that belongs to our clan. Now your father is merely trying to recapture our things. Zeman Nu coldly snorted and said. Long Yi was surprised in his heart and said, What's going on here? Zeman Nu leaned over and slowly said, More than 500 years ago, the patriarch of Long Clan and the patriarch of our Zeman clan rebelled against the emperor of that time. The patriarch of Zeman clan of that generation was a man of great talent and bold vision. Merely in an extremely short period of 10 years, he shook the entire country. At that time, Long Clan was merely following behind our Zeman clan. Our ancestor and the patriarch of Long Clan were brothers who had gone through thick and thin, but who would have thought that this brother of his would resort to treachery? At that time, just before our ancestor was about to ascend the throne, he suddenly died, and seizing this chance when our Zeman clan was in a panic, the patriarch of Long Clan took control of the entire armed forces, catching us off guard, then obtained the country that should belong to our Zeman clan. After that, seizing back our country has always been our Zeman clan's secret instruction of ancestors. Zeman Nu solemnly said as his eyes emitted blazing hatred. Long Yi was startled. He had never thought that Zeman clan and Long Clan unexpectedly had such origin. Father, but now is not the right time at all. Only when we are in conformity with the common aspirations of the people, the will of heaven will be with us. Although our Zeman clan is big and powerful, if we cannot obtain the common aspiration of the people, everything is just indulging in an empty talk. Long Yi said. Zeman Nu looked at Long Yi and said after laughing, You are really worthy of being the son of I. Zeman Nu, you directly pointed out the crux of the problem. Compared to your elder brother, you are much better. Correct. Long Zan has not lost the common aspiration of the people, but when the entire continent is chaotic, your father will pour some oil and add timber in the fire, making some more disturbance. And as the common people are very sensitive in the chaos of war, an opportunity will absolutely appear. Besides, Long Zan has already begun to make moves to deal with our Zeman clan, so we basically don't have any choice at all. Otherwise that old fox Long Zan would absolutely gnaw us until not even our bones are left. Zeman Nu added. Long Yi nodded his head. A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, and especially since Zeman clan and Long Yi had such origin. So thinking for a bit, it was obvious that the ancestor teachings of Long Clan were to eradicate Zeman clan. After all, there was a tiger right beside them that could rise and attack suddenly at any time. As a result, they were unable to securely stay on the throne. In few days, father will give you an official position in the army, then you can go and practice with the subordinates you have brought. All of them are experts, and they are being trained from the lowest level. As long as the army is in our hands, everything will be possible. Zeman Nu said. Got it, father. Long Yi smiled strongly. Lead army, with his family background, using the back door to hold the leadership position was the matter of great satisfaction. At this time, Zeman Nu waved his hand in the empty air, then Long Yi sensed slight fluctuation beside him, and a shadow slowly appeared in the study. Skynet 1 pays respect to the patriarch and young master. The figure of this shadow was unclear, as if he was enveloped with a layer of black smoke, and the voice was also neither masculine nor feminine. 1. Assign second team and third team of Skynet to Ur. They will be responsible for gathering intelligence that Ur desires. Zeman Nu commanded. 1 heeds the command of the patriarch. The shadow answered, then began to dissipate until this shadow disappeared. Long Yi was endlessly amazed in his heart. The skill of this Skynet 1 was truly unfathomable. He unexpectedly was unable to track the aura of this Skynet 1. Skynet is the underground intelligence department of our Zeman clan. Only Patriarch and the successor of Patriarch have the authority to know their existence. Ur, do you understand your father's expectation? Zeman Nu looked at Long Yi with affection. Long Yi made a wry smile and said, Father, I am not interested in this Patriarch seat. He had returned only because he was too bored. But if this goes on like this, then wouldn't he be forced to become the emperor, if Zeman clan really overthrow Long clan? But he truly didn't want to be one. Zeman Nu coldly snorted and scolded, you good-for-nothing son, could it be that you want your father to pass down the patriarch seat to your big brother? Although your big brother is talented and is also quite a schemer, however he always lacked a thing that someone of high position should have. That is the domineering air, the domineering air that looks down upon all the living creatures under the heaven. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then smirking, he said, Father, I will be the successor for the time being. In any case, you are not that old to retire early, and when you retire, I guess your grandson will be sufficiently old enough, and at that time, you can let your grandson inherit. Wouldn't that be better? Zeman Nu looked at his son and sighed. He was very satisfied with this son. Merely one dissatisfaction was, this son of his didn't crave for power, instead, yearned for free and unfettered life, just like drifting clouds and wild storks. You, this stupid brat, your big brother is plotting actively to have the patriarch seat, but here you are disdaining it as beneath contempt. I truly don't know what to say. Zeman Nu helplessly said, Father, you are not that old. At that time, letting your great-grandson inherit your seat also shouldn't be a big problem. Long Yi said with a smile. Less nonsense. Tomorrow, there is a banquet held by the emperor in the imperial palace, so there will be many personages present there. Father will introduce them to you. Zeman Nu said. Long Yi nodded his head and said, got it, if there is nothing else, then I am leaving first to sleep. Zeman Nu waved his hand, and sitting down in the chair, he began to look over the official documents on the desk. Long Yi pushed open the door, and walked outside. Their barbarian bull, Jia Yi as well as Li King were waiting for him, and seeing he had returned, they revealed a smile. Boss, this kid, Li King said that each and every one of the women of their Moxie clan is as beautiful as an angel. No wonder he didn't even look at that little girl outside. Barbarian bull said to Long Yi, while spitting saliva. Long Yi used his sleeve to block his face, and scolded in jest, be careful while speaking, you are actually spitting out your saliva. Moreover, does your bullhead understand beauty? Besides, did Li King really said that? Barbarian bull scratched his head and said smiling stupidly, it's the truth. If you don't believe, then you can ask little sister Jia Yi. But I didn't hear. Jia Yi said with a smile, how come you didn't hear that? When I asked Li King whether he was dissatisfied with that girl, he nodded his head. And when I asked whether the women of his clan were very beautiful or not, he nodded his head again. After that, I asked him whether he has someone he liked or not, but he didn't answer. Isn't that agreeing by default? Boss, this old bull didn't lie to you. Barbarian bull said while spraying a mouthful of saliva. Long Yi just kicked Barbarian bull and scolded in jest, Barbarian bull, when did you become so meddlesome? Return back to sleep. At that time, Long Yi noticed the expression of Li King was somewhat not right, and his ice-cold expression had unexpectedly become gentle. Moreover, with a complex look, his eyes unintentionally revealed a little bit of struggle, yearning and trace of pain. Chapter 222, Shadow Reappear. Seeing such expression of Li King, he understood in his heart that this grim man, in fact, was not so grim like his outward appearance. He also has love, sorrow and probably a very torturous path of feelings. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Li King in consolation. He himself had also experienced many rights and wrongs of feeling, but he was very lucky as all the women he loved also loved him. Compared to other people, Long Yi suddenly felt that he was blessed, although there were some sorrows, but having sorrows and satisfaction every now and then, isn't this how life moves? Li King gratefully looked at Long Yi, then his expression became grim again, as if that expression of just now was merely an illusion. Because the difference between those two expressions was as different as black and white, it truly was too difficult to imagine that Li King could also make such expression. Long Yi returned to his luxurious courtyard, then entering into his room, he jumped onto that unusually wide bed. And at that time, Long Yi noticed that this bed unexpectedly was exactly the same as the bed inside his space ring. It seems Dong Fangwan was afraid of Long Yi being unable to sleep if she changed the bed. After lying for a little while, he entered the luxurious bathroom on the back of his bedroom, then immersed himself in a warm bath. While Long Yi comfortably lied on the warm pool, water vapor became dense inside the bathroom, and under the illumination of the dim light of the magic lamp, this bathroom appeared hazy, giving people a kind of unreal feeling. Every now and then, Long Yi frequently felt he was half awake and half asleep, and he was unable to figure out whether this was a reality or this in itself was a dream. He often felt that he was re-experiencing certain matters he had experienced before, or was experiencing the entire life of people of different space and different plane over and over again. This was just like he was watching a looped movie. Moreover, he was the protagonist of that movie. He kept repeating his life. Boy, why are you being overly sentimental like women? Just then, a cold voice resounded inside the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. Long Yi was startled awake, and only then he realized that the owner of this voice hadn't appeared within his body for many days. Then he said, "Brother, don't you know eavesdropping other people's worry is very shameless behavior? Hey, who wants to know these trivial matters? It was you who forcibly shove it to me, letting me know it." The shadow laughed and said, that laughing sound was very sharp, as if two hard things were scraped with each other, making other people grind their teeth. The entire body of Long Yi trembled and said, "Brother, stop laughing. If you laugh anymore, then I will lose consciousness." You don't know how to appreciate, it's such a marvelous voice, but you are actually saying it's unpleasant to hear. The shadow also seemed to be infected by Long Yi. Unconsciously, the speaking tone of this shadow was similar to the speaking tone of Long Yi. "That's enough, you disappeared for so long as if steam, so I thought that you have died." Long Yi said with a smile, "I died? If there is only last life remaining in this world, then that is definitely me." The shadow proudly said, "Hee, keep on bragging. Do you think I don't know that you were injured by that old dragon, and you recovered somewhat only after recuperating for so long?" Long Yi smiled and refuted. The shadow instantly became silent, and spoke after a long time, "If it was not for saving you, you smelly brat, then would I have suffered such damage? I know, you are amazing, you saved my life. There will come a day when I will repay you." Long Yi knew that what Shadow had said was the truth. This Shadow really had saved his life, so he was grateful to him. Hey, how will you repay me?" The speaking tone of the Shadow appeared happy. "Wait until my undead magic reached Magic God Realm, then I will definitely help you find the most handsome body and resurrect you." Long Yi said with a smile. This was his true feeling, but the problem was, he didn't know how long it would take him to reach that realm. "In fact, if you want to repay me, then that is not difficult. Just shoot down Light God when you met him, then eat him after roasting." The shadow said. "Wow, I say, brother, You are too disgusting, actually asking me to eat a birdman. How about this? I will shoot him down, then give him to you as a male pet. Long Yi said with a smile. Male pet? The shadow muttered, then suddenly laughed again. That laughter that could make people pass out nearly made Long Yi unable to breathe. Good, this however is something you have said. The shadow stopped laughing and said. Long Yi rolled his eyes. Could it be that this shadow has a mental disorder? Light God not existing is one thing, but even if he really exists, how could I be his opponent? However, this shadow seemed to have taken my words seriously. Long Yi muttered in his heart, then standing up, he got out from the pool, and he suddenly felt a warm feeling was moving about in his body, which finally stopped at his standing erect little brother. Thinking for a bit, he knew that this definitely was that shadow inside his sea of consciousness peeping at his body. How is it, don't I have rich asset? Long Yi smirked and said, it's as small as an earthworm, truly embarrassing. Now I don't feel like talking to you, bye. After the shadow spoke, the shadow disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Jealous, this fellow is definitely jealous. Long Yi thought in bad mood. He actually said that place that was naturally endowed was like an earthworm. He is definitely jealous, and thinking about it, with him not having a substance, he was no different from a eunuch, so his heart was naturally imbalanced. Long Yi leisurely walked out of the bathroom. This was his first night after returning, but he was not sleepy. He just opened the window, then lying on the bed, he watched the silver moon in the sky. Involuntarily, he recalled the first woman he had encountered after he left Soaring Dragon City, who naturally was Sibai. He recalled her face with blood-red birthmark and also her dazzling eyes. It had already been more than 2 years since they had parted. He wondered if she still remembers him. Did that woman who had run away from him at that time for the sake of love still loves him or not? Long Yi was unable to forget this woman who was his first love since he arrived in this world. In these days, in the continent, there were too few rumors about the Saintess Sibai. This made Long Yi not have any means to obtain her news. Just then, Long Yi suddenly recalled that Zimin Nu had just assigned the second and third team of Skynet to him. Since that was the case, couldn't he use them to look for the whereabouts of Sibai? Skynet were everywhere. Long Yi was very clear about this. So looking for a girl might not be particularly difficult. Merely if Zimin Nu knew that his first command was to look for a woman, then what kind of expression would he make? It might be very splendid. Long Yi thought in his heart. After thinking over this problem, the mood of Long Yi suddenly became relaxed. Then sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to meditate. At the same time, Nangong Xiangyun was also having a sleepless night. On the one hand, she was greatly surprised by Long Yi. This good-for-nothing in her eyes had suddenly changed into a great expert. And she, who had the worst first impression of Long Yi, was unable to accept this change. And on the other hand, Emperor had opened his golden mouth fixing her wedding day. Now there was only a month left for her to marry a fellow whom she hated. This was something she was even more unable to accept. Without thinking, in the mind of Nangong Xiangyun, Long Yi, who was showing a bad smile, appeared continuously. She also recalled that feeling of dizziness when she had touched that disgusting thing, and she also recalled the circumstance of him holding her little hand and walking. The more she tried to control, the more those scenes appeared in her mind. Bastard Zimin Nu, I hate you to death. Nangong Xiangyun uncovered her head with a quilt and shouted. Early in the next morning, Nangong Xiangyun, with her hairs loosely hanging down, and dark circles under her eyes, arrived at the dining room, making Lady Nangong flabbergasted. Third big sister, did you go to steal last night? Nangong Nu exclaimed. Shut your mouth, nobody will regard you as a mute. Nangong Xiangyun glared at her brother in bad mood. Nangong Nu stuck out his tongue, and suddenly muttered, perhaps I should go look for the brother-in-law to control you, so as to avoid being bullied by you. Nangong Xiangyun jumped up as if a cat whose tail was trampled, then violently knocking the head of Nangong Nu, she ferociously said, don't mention that bastard, and don't call him brother-in-law, otherwise I will beat you. Nangong Nu shrunk back, and looking at his violent big sister, He rubbed his head feeling wronged, then ducked behind Lady Nangong. Xiangyan, what are you doing? Why are you showing such big temper without cause or reason? Lady Nangong reprimanded. Nangong Xiangyan just picked up the chopsticks, then began eating the food from the bowl with feeling indignant expression on her face. Mother, I don't want to marry that bastard Zimin Yu. You heard me right, I don't want to marry him. Nangong Xiangyan suddenly roared towards Lady Nangong, and began to shed tears. Lady Nangong was startled, the temper of this girl was too big, and her temperament was also as stubborn as a bull from her childhood. And since she became sensible, she had never cried, even at that time when she was young, because she was discontented with her father's decision of her marriage. She ran to Zimin clan and made a big scene which resulted in her father ruthlessly beating her. At that time, she simply bit her lip and didn't even groan, but now she was actually crying. Lady Nangong stepped forward, then hugging her daughter, she sighed, Mother, understand your grievance, but the emperor has already opened his mouth, so we are unable to change this marriage. Could it be that you want your father to have a tough time because of defying the imperial decree? But your daughter really don't want to marry him. Nangong Xiangyan took a deep breath and said, she naturally was very clear about this, merely she wanted to let it out, that's all. Nangong Nu peeped from behind the table and said, third big sister, I feel that brother-in-law is very good. He is so handsome and his skill is also high now. Before, didn't you dislike brother-in-law because he was useless? But now he is more powerful compared to you, so why are you still dissatisfied? Nangong Xiangyan glared at her younger brother, but she was somewhat perplexed in her heart. Yes, now he was so powerful, but why was she still resisting like this? Oh, that's right. That was because of the moral standing of Zimin Yu. He defiled many girls, and once he was so recklessly lustful that he raped Princess Longlinger, so even if he became so powerful, was he any different from a scum? No, whatever happens, I will use all my strength to stop this marriage. Zimin Yu, you bastard, why on earth did you return when you were having fun outside, making me rejoice too soon? And here I was thinking, that marriage agreement was finally cancelled. Why did you suddenly appear in my happy life, turning it upside down? Nangong Xiangyan hatefully shouted in her heart. Chapter 223, 18 successive slashes. Long Yi laid on the lawn of his courtyard with a long green grass on his mouth. On one side, he was humming a popular tune without name, and on the other side, he was swinging his leg, letting that warm sunlight warm up his body. Jia Yi was quietly sitting beside him, holding her head, unknowingly thinking something, and Barbarian Bull was sitting a little farther away, repeatedly wiping his greenstone rule, and as for Li King, he seemed to have some kind of stimulation yesterday, so he unexpectedly was in seclusion cultivation today. Ah! Long Yi suddenly shouted, breaking this quiet atmosphere, then suddenly sitting up, he stretched out his body. Let's go to look at the training ground. Long Yi stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Training ground was in the most west side of Soaring Dragon City, and Violent Dragon Legion was stationed there for training. And Tyrant Bear's Tyrannical Bear mercenary group was also arranged to stay there for the time being. Long Yi arrived at the entrance of the military camp, then looking around, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The defense of this military camp was very strict, sentry posts and hidden lookouts were arranged very ingeniously and rationally. Moreover, those dazzling weapons of the guards were emitting a burst of stern air. Long Yi without demur, led Barbarian Bull and Jia Yi towards inside. But seeing this, those guards pulled out their weapons, and a leader of guards ran over and said, Second young Master Zimin, let me go and inform first, please wait a moment here. Inform the fart, since you know who I am, you still dare to stop me, are you fed up with your life? Long Yi frowned, then glaring, he pushed away this guard leader. This guard leader gritted his teeth, obviously was very angry, but he endured, then spreading open his arms, he again stopped Long Yi and said, Second young Master Zimin, don't make it hard for this little one to do the job. This is an important military camp. Without permission, This little one absolutely doesn't dare to let anyone enter. Do you know what are the consequences of offending me? Long Yi smiled wickedly and said, military orders are as unmovable as mountains, even in death. This little absolutely cannot defy military orders. This guard leader knew the means of the second young Master Zeman. Offend him and death was simply a petty thing, but only his death might not calm down second young Master Zeman, and might implicate his family. But he was an orphan from childhood, so he didn't fear the retaliation of second young Master Zeman. As a result, he just proudly raised his head and looked Long Yi face to face. Long Yi took out a huge sword from his space ring, then placed it on the neck of this guard leader. Seeing this, the guards behind suddenly became somewhat chaotic and everyone angrily glared at Long Yi, but all didn't dare to speak their mind. This guard leader was strong-willed, although he was rather scared, but he didn't utter a word, just raised his head and closed his eyes. Ha ha ha, good, you have guts. What is your name? Long Yi retracted his sword and laughed. Then patting the shoulder of this guard leader, he asked. This guard leader opened his eyes, and seeing the expression of Long Yi, he knew that he had escaped the disaster today, and he hurriedly said, this little one is the squad leader of the 2nd Squadron of Violent Dragon Legion's 3rd Battalion, N'izioshan. N'izioshan. Good, I remember you, now go and inform. Long Yi smiled and said, Violent Dragon Legion really had the well-deserved reputation. Its military disciple is so strict and its combat capability is also not weak. This squad leader called N'izioshan isn't bad. From where did they dig him out? A little while later, N'izioshan returned and commanded other guards to let Long Yi and others pass through. Long Yi and others went in. After entering, they saw a row of stone houses, and frequently patrolling fully armed group of soldiers, and they could hear the sounds of soldiers training coming from a distant point. This mighty and majestic voices made Long Yi excited in his heart. Long Yi caught a group of soldiers and asked about the location of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group, then walked away. From far away, Long Yi saw the campsite of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group was surrounded by soldiers and a bustling sound of coming from that location. The heart of Long Yi throbbed and he thought that Tyrant Bear and others had a conflict with the soldiers here. And after approaching a little, Long Yi discovered that the fact was not like he had thought. The eyes of these onlooking soldiers were emitting green light, and while drooling, they had a lewd expression on their face. Long Yi looked over, and discovered that Tyrant Bear was leading Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group to train in a formation. And at that time, Long Yi knew why the training ground of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group had so many onlooking soldiers. That was naturally because of women. There were women fighters and also women magicians. Moreover, their looks were somewhat not bad. These young kids that were being held inside the military camp to train every day naturally had excessive yang qi. And looking at them now, all of them looked just like male animals. And to see these women training inside the military camp, immediately upon finishing their training, they ran over with a brazen face. It seems he needs to find a way to settle the physical needs of these soldiers. Long Yi laughed up his sleeves as he thought in his heart, all of these damnable kids, why are you all standing here? Quickly roll out. A violent shout suddenly resounded. Then these known as Violent Dragon Empire's most elite soldiers immediately dispersed. Long Yi slightly turned, and saw a group of soldiers in a suit of armor from head to toe. He knew they were the pickets inside the army and their strength was very strong. From general to lower level soldiers, whoever saw them, they wouldn't dare to show temper in front of them. Just then, the leader of that group was also looking towards Long Yi with a familiar disdain gaze. Suddenly, the pupils of Long Yi shrunk. He recalled that this person was the same person who had freed him from Forbidden Heaven prison at that time, and that disdain gaze of him at that time was something he could never forget. Tyrant Bear also saw Long Yi, then giving the order to stop training, he led several hundred people, walking over to Long Yi. Subordinate Tyrant Bear greets young master. Tyrant Bear bowed and said, "We greet young master." Several hundred people behind him also greeted him in respect. Long Yi waved his hand and then said with a smile, "You all can continue." I came here to greet my old friend." After saying that, Long Yi walked over to those pickets, then standing in front of that leader, he said with a smile, "We can count as old friends, right?" The eyes of that leader flashed with a hint of surprise, then coldly snorting, he turned around and walked away, clearly didn't want or he disdained to speak even a word with Long Yi. Long Yi frowned, then walking forward, he reached out his hand to pat his shoulder. That leader was dressed in heavy armor, but he was quite agile. He instantly dodged the hand of Long Yi, then he slashed with a blade flashing with pallid light towards the hand of Long Yi. His speed was incomparably fast, and his attack wasn't sloppy. If this was a battlefield, then this person could be a highly efficient killing machine. But Long Yi didn't retract his hand, rather move his finger forward as fast as lightning towards the blade. Then with a clang sound, the slashing blade collided with the hand of Long Yi. The body of this Pricket leader shook, and he was forced to take 2 steps back, feeling his blade-holding hand endlessly numb, and his hand also began trembling slightly. Only at this moment, he squarely faced this youth before him. This good-for-nothing silk pants of 2 years ago now unexpectedly was able to force him to retreat with one move of his bare hand. Although when attacking he didn't use all of his strength, but this still utterly shocked him. "Surprised? How about a match?" Long Yi said with a smile. The eyes of Pricket leader turned solemn, then with the blade in his hand, he assumed a fighting stance. This action of his showed his answer. The rest of Prickets and soldiers quickly dispersed, and paid attention to the circumstance here. Seeing second young Master Zeman challenging this Pricket leader, they got excited to watch the battle. Although the martial arts competition was a common sight in the army, but this level of confrontation was very rare. Under the close attention of everyone, Long Yi and Pricket leader stayed still for few seconds. Then with a low roar, leader Pricket launched the attack. His blade emitted a trace of faint blue ghee with a smear of blood red, and the bloody killing intent suddenly caused people to feel cold to their bones spread out. Phoenix ghee? Long Yi was startled in his heart. The ghee used by this Pricket leader and Phoenix ghee was very similar, but it appeared a level higher than Phoenix ghee, and especially that bloody chi. It was so dense that it almost suffocated people. Long Yi dodged as if wind, dazzling people. All the attacks of Pricket leader failed to land on Long Yi, and was not even able to touch the cloth of Long Yi. But the attacks of that Pricket leader became more and more vigorous, and Long Yi however became more and more surprised. The adaptability of this fellow was truly amazing. He was unexpectedly able to pick out the regular pattern of the footwork of Long Yi, and quite a few times nearly landed a hit on Long Yi. After observing for a little while, Long Yi was sure that the ghee of this Pricket leader and Phoenix ghee possessed some kind of relation. He recalled that Phoenix ghee was originated thousands of years ago in Flame Mountain Villa, so could it be that this Pricket leader was also the descendant of Flame Mountain Villa? Long Yi also began to counterattack. He took out a huge sword, then used Violent Dragon ghee. Violent Dragon against Phoenix, who was strong and who was weak. The result was already destined. Long Yi didn't even need to use other skill, only relying on his great swords master strength. Pricket leader who was only swords master was absolutely not his opponent. The deep blue dragon-shaped sword chi roared towards the Pricket leader, then the violent chi forced onlookers to repeatedly retreat. But to the surprise of Long Yi, this Pricket leader wasn't blown away like he had thought. Although was somewhat in tough straits, but still survived. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, then smiled which seemed to have profound meaning. Then with dark blue sword light, he said, "Look at my Violent Dragon." 18 successive slashes. Long Yi began to brandish his huge sword, and slashed 18 times in the empty air in the different postures. Then a deep blue dragon suddenly formed in the air. After that, as fast as lightning, it charged towards Pricket leader. All the onlookers were shocked simultaneously. This was the legendary Violent Dragon. 18 successive slashes. The move that terror-stricken enemies in those years unexpectedly appeared once again. Violent Dragon 18 successive slashes was not a move that could be used by all great swords master. They had to have extreme control over their ghee to use this move. And in Zeman clan, Only the previous patriarch, that is grandfather of Zeman Yu, was able to use this move. With a bang sound, Picket Leader was sent flying and again fell to the ground with a bang, and only after a good while, he struggled to stand up, and after he had just stood up, that helmet that revealed only his eyes suddenly cracked, then disintegrated. This moment, everyone was silent, and it seemed even wind stopped its movement. Chapter 224, Scheme. Seeing the appearance of Picket Leader after the helmet disintegrated, Long Yi was startled. Completely barren bald head, long and narrow red phoenix eyes, bushy brows, moreover that slanted scar from a knife cut on his face, all of them were very familiar, truly were very familiar. Long Yi mumbled in his heart. Then suddenly, as if lightning struck his mind, the complexion of Long Yi instantly changed. This appearance resembled with someone whom he knew in his previous incarnation. Yuan, second young Master Zeman. Picket Leader also stared at Long Yi for a long time in a daze, then slowly said, "This kid truly surprised him greatly, in this extremely short period of time of 2 years or so, from intermediate fighter. He reached Great Swords Master realm, which countless people couldn't reach throughout their life. This kind of progressing speed was simply abnormal." Long Yi also came back to his senses, then walking to the front of Picket Leader, he lightly said with a smile, "Just now, if you had used your full power, then you should have withstood my violent dragon 18 successive slashes. What does second young Master Zeman mean?" Picket Leader slightly trembled, but maintaining his composure, he asked a question in reply. "What do I mean? Do I need to make it clear?" "If I guessed correctly, then you should be at least Great Swords Master. As for why you are hiding your strength, I have no interest in it." Long Yi smiled and said in a voice which only they two could hear. The eyes of Picket Leader flashed, then looking at this seemingly careless youth in front of him, he sighed. "Second young Master Zeman, you've really changed, becoming unfathomable. Now I really doubt whether you are real Zeman Yu or not." Long Yi smiled triumphantly. From his words, it was obvious that he had admitted Long Yi was right. In other words, he was concealing his strength when fighting with Long Yi. Hey, don't worship me too much. I merely encountered somewhat peculiar opportunity, that's all. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, brother. I am Chu Fu, leader of the 1st Squadron of Violent Dragon Legion's Picket Battalion. Chu Fu said. Chu Fu, this type of mentality is no good. Long Yi smirked and said, T.L, Chu equals hate, Fu equals again / repeatedly, but the Fu used by Long Yi meant rich/wealth. It's Fu of Huifu, regain, not Fu of Fa'ayud, wealthy. Chu Fu somewhat awkwardly said. Chu Fu, Chuo Fu, if this is reversed, then isn't that revenge? Fuku really is a good name. Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Chu Fu. The eyes of Chu Fu flashed with somewhat strange light, then looking to another side, he no longer spoke. This younger brother has a question. Seeing your Dki, it appeared rather similar to the Phoenix Dki of Phoenix Clan. Could it be? There is not even the slightest bit of connection between my clan and Phoenix Clan. Before Long Yi could finish speaking, Chu Fu interrupted him. Answering so quickly, it smells fishy. Long Yi thought in his heart, I still have military affairs that need to be dealt with, so I am leaving first. Chu Fu turned around and left. Long Yi became lost in thought, looking at the disappearing back view of Chu Fu. After that, the onlooking soldiers also dispersed gradually. Then the battle between second young Master Zeman and Chuo Fu instantly spread throughout the military camp. And then, the image of second young Master Zeman inside the military camp completely changed. In a sense, Violent Dragon Legion could be regarded as the private army of Zeman clan. They take the grain from the state, but didn't pledge loyalty to Emperor Long Zhan. And here Long Yi used Violent Dragon 18 successive / which was considered as a legend within Violent Dragon Legion to defeat Chuo Fu. Seeing this kind of strength, how could the soldiers not admire him? Long Yi led Zhao Yi and Barbarian Bull to the campsite of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group, then called out Tyrant Bear and his 2 vice leader for discussion. Long Yi sat on the seat of honor. Zhao Yi stood behind him while massaging his shoulders. and she would often serve him tea. He was seriously enjoying this treatment to the extreme. Now that you have entered the military camp, you all can be regarded as soldiers, so comparing your previous training with real military training, it would be far harder. I will lay out your training plan in 2 days. You all need to train harder as well as also need to train in an effective manner. Long Yi slowly opened his mouth, and showed a smile that made people restless. Young master, will we enter the battlefield in the future? Tyrant Bear excitedly asked, staring at Long Yi. Want to enter the battlefield? You will have plenty of opportunity in the future, but I fear you will have to kill until your hands go limp with exhaustion at that time. Long Yi smirked and said, hands go limp with exhaustion? Tyrant Bear, the more I kill, the stronger I become, so no matter how many I have to kill, I will keep on killing until blood flows like a river. Tyrant Bear patted his chest and said, emitting dense bloody aura from his body. Long Yi frowned. How come he hadn't sensed this kind of bloody aura from him before? Was this actually a good thing or bad thing? You all, order all the people under your leadership to train properly, and after some days, I will come and lead this army. Hereafter, don't joke around. Long Yi hit the table and said, and at that time, Long Zan had just finished the morning court and was gloomily waking back and forth inside his imperial study. Suddenly, he stopped, then slammed the desk, and that desk silently disintegrated into powder. After that, he ferociously said, Zemin clan, Dongfang clan and Nangong clan, there will come a day when I will uproot you all, and slaughter your entire clan. Your Majesty, you don't need to be so angry. Let them temporarily be complacent for a little while, and when the time comes, your Majesty can level all of them to the ground. A feminine voice resounded within the room, then a faint shadow became visible in one corner of this study. Military advisor, I truly cannot swallow this anymore. Zemin knew, that old fox is increasingly looking down on me. Today, before I agree, he made Zemin Yu, that brat, the deputy general without my permission and asked me to assign 15,000 cavalry soldiers to him. Really outrageous. Long Zan angrily kicked the chair, breaking it into pieces. Your Majesty, no need to be angry. Isn't this a good opportunity? He wants cavalry, then we will give it to him, including our secret spies. Then we can monitor and control every action of Zemin Yu at any time. Wouldn't this be better? That shadow called military advisor faintly said. Military advisor, Zemin Yu, that brat is already no longer that ignorant and incompetent silk pants of 2 years ago. It wouldn't go as smoothly as we think. If I had known that he would become like this earlier, then I would have made a prompt decision and take his dog life at that time. Then today, he wouldn't have become a variable. Long Zan sighed. We can try to control him, but if we can't control him, then we will use those spies to kill him instead. Even if his strength rose, there inevitably be the time when he will become careless. Military advisor sinisterly said, there is only this way left. I will arrange this matter as quickly as possible. Long Zan nodded his head and said. Suddenly, his eyes landed on that pile of scraps, and from there, he picked up a fragment of painting. It was a painting of a little girl who looked as if an angel was precisely his treasured daughter, Long Linger. Long Zan intricately looking at the painting of her daughter, she truly looked just like her mother. Merely why? Why did you fall in love with the people of Zemin clan? Could it be that you also want to forsake me? Long Zan thought in agony in his heart. Your Majesty, don't worry, little princess has always been intelligent. Moreover, she is soft outside but hard inside. Her action might be enduring humiliation in order to carry out an important mission, and in the final moment, give Zemin Yu a fatal blow. Just think, how can someone fall in love with the man that defiled her? Seeing the expression of Long Zan that looked as if round worm was inside his stomach, military advisor understood what he was thinking. I hope so. Long Zan sighed. He indistinctly felt that that was not the case. Military advisor, now the circumstance is already not optimistic. 3 major clans have already formed an alliance. Should we dispatch our dark pieces or not? Long Zan shook off the thoughts that vexed him and asked that shadow. GGG, now is the time is right, geographical and social conditions are favorable, indeed, we should move those dark pieces. Military advisor strangely laughed and said. After that, Long Zan turned around, then lifting a piece of a curtain of a wall, he revealed a military map hanging on the wall. This map consisted the detailed distribution of military troops as well as a number of hidden routes of the military. Violent Dragon Empire altogether had 3 million soldiers, and directly under his control was merely 800,000. Among them, 200,000 were Imperial Guards and the remaining 600,000 were Divine Eagle Legion and Fierce Tiger Legion. Zeman clan controlled Violent Dragon Legion's 300,000, and the number of their private soldiers were unknown, currently estimated to be more than 100,000. The soldiers controlled by Nangong clan and Dongfang clan could be added up to roughly 200,000, and the remaining soldiers were dispersed to various regions as well as under the leadership of various generals. Looking at the military power under his direct control, Long Zan knew that he still had a very big advantage against Zeman clan, but the problem was, if Zeman clan plot a rebellion, then the initial battle will happen only in Soaring Dragon City, and at that time, his superior force basically couldn't come out. He basically couldn't recall all the military forces from the entire empire to Soaring Dragon City to avoid the civil war, otherwise, the foreign powers would swallow up the Violent Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, don't worry too much, Long Clan is the direct descent of Violent Dragon Empire, and is in line with the public will, so as long as your Majesty don't lose the support of the people, Zeman Nu will not dare to act rashly. Your Majesty, now you only need to divide and demoralize them from inside. Military advisor indifferently said, then laughed strangely again as if that speaker and the laughing person were two different people. Long Zan was obviously accustomed to this kind of behavior of military advisor, so without being surprised, he asked, other than moving dark pieces, is there other means, military advisor? GGG, although the return of Zeman Yu increased the variable, but it in fact also brought us an unexpected benefit. Military advisor strangely laughed and said. Oh, and what is that benefit? Long Zan asked eagerly. Everybody knows that Zeman Nu has always been partial to Zeman Yu. Presumably even Zeman Tian absolutely knows this, but Zeman Tian is a man with wild ambition, and he is bent on obtaining the patriarch seat of Zeman clan, so as long as we incite him a bit, the brothers will harm themselves. Wouldn't that be convenient? Military advisor said and laughed. The eyes of Long Zan shone, then clapping his hand, he laughed and said, this plan is very wonderful, it'd be best if both sides suffer. And at that time Zeman clan will be in chaos, then it will be much easier to make our move. Military advisor strangely laughed, then his shadow began to slowly disperse, and at the last moment, before he disappeared, he thought aloud, if you can make one side change the sides, then that would be even better. Long Zan began to ponder, then the smile on his face became bigger and bigger, finally he laughed wildly, but his eyes were not smiling. Instead were flashing with ruthlessness, appeared very strange. Chapter 225, Intruder, Liu Qing's love injury. Long Yi stayed inside the military camp from morning to dusk, and was able to personally experience the taste of the food prepared in a large canteen cauldron. Because the training of soldiers in Violent Dragon Legion was very strenuous, the meal was also pretty good with a right proportion of meat and vegetable. And after the meal, there furthermore were fruits to gnaw. Of course, Long Yi wasn't picky eater, so he enjoyed the meal and felt that they were delicious. Dusk was thickening, and the glittering sun was struggling on the western horizon, as if it was unwilling to sink in. At this time, Long Yi walked out of the military camp. Now he had a general understanding of Violent Dragon Legion. Although Violent Dragon Legion was known as the most elite legion of Violent Dragon Empire, he had some reservation in his heart before, but now he couldn't help but admit that this legion was absolutely strong and tough elite legion, and especially its bloody cavalry regiment, it fully deserves to be called elites among the elites. In the previous life, Long Yi had some basic understanding of cavalry, but in reality, he however had never come into contact with cavalry, because at that time, cavalries had already died out long ago. But this afternoon, in the military camp, he was able to see the battle drill of Bloody Cavalry Regiment. That bloody aura filling the entire sky and covering the land, earth-shaking momentum when they attacked, and that earth-shaking roar. Seeing all these, the appearance of Long Yi could be described with two words: that was too shocked. Cavalry, in this kind of cold weapon era, was absolutely irreplaceable existences. They could easily tear apart the defense of enemy, and these thousands upon thousands of men and horses would go to and fro as if wind. Naturally, when the two armies fought, there definitely should be a defensive measure to deal with cavalry, such as the long-range attack of magicians. Long Yi was thinking while walking, and unconsciously had already reached Zeman Mansion. Just when he stepped into the hall, Long Yi saw Dongfang Wan was chatting with a familiar spirited old man with grey hair. "You are still not paying respect to your grandfather." Seeing Long Yi come, Dongfang Wan said with a smile. Long Yi instantly recalled who this person was. He was the current patriarch of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qiming, that is maternal grandfather of Zeman Yu, and of course, he had already changed into his maternal grandfather now. "You were Greet's grandfather." "Grandfather is getting younger and younger." Long Yi walked over to the front of Dongfang Qiming and said with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of unnaturalness on his appearance. In the memory of Long Yi, Zeman Yu was extremely doted by Dongfang Qiming, but Zeman Yu however had never shown any respect towards him. "Is that so? This dumb idiot, he is becoming a sweet talker." Dongfang Qiming laughed out loud and stood up, then patted the shoulders of Long Yi with his big hands, and the strength behind this patting entered inside the body of Long Yi. Long Yi just smiled, and Ao Tianju that was protecting his body instinctively countered this power. Dongfang Qiming hands became numb due to this counter of Long Yi, but he wasn't angry, instead became very happy. He smiled and said, "Good, good, when your mother told me that you have progressed greatly, I didn't believe it. But now, I can't not believe." "Tell me honestly, which realm are you now?" Long Yi waved his hand in the empty air, and few dark blued ki appeared in the air, and immediately disappeared without a trace again. But the fruit placed on the table however was neatly sliced into 4 pieces. Dongfang Qiming blankly looked at Long Yi for a long time, then muttered, "You are actually great swords master." "You dumb idiot. How old are you?" "Grandfather, are you satisfied with my realm?" Long Yi smirked and said, Great swords master could be regarded as nothing. If he told him that he still was mage of several elements, then will he lose consciousness? Satisfied, very satisfied, I say. How could I, Dongfang Qiming's grandson, be a big good for nothing? Dongfang Qiming said, being very excited. Long Yi just smiled hollowly while muttering in his heart, "Your that grandson is truly a uncompromisingly big good for nothing, and now, he has already vanished in a puff of smoke." "You are, come to your grandfather house, your cousin has just returned, and she is always talking about you." Dongfang Qiming rubbed his white beard on his lower jaw and said with a smile, "Cousin, who is it?" Long Yi was dumbfounded. He truly was unable to recall who this cousin was. "Kexin, daughter of your uncle. When you were small, you heroically saved her once, and from that time, Kexin always says that if it isn't you then she will not marry." Dongfang Wan said with a smile. "Dongfang Kexin, Saintess of Light Church? Didn't she go with the Pope of Light Church from her childhood?" "When did I see her?" Long Yi asked in surprise. There was no such story in his memory. That had happened when you two were very young, so you might have forgotten about it. At that time, Kexin had yet to go away with the Pope of Light Church. Dongfang Wan said. Long Yi crooked his head and tried to recall. After listening to Dongfang Wan, he seemed to recall vaguely, but he was unable to make out anything. "It's okay even if you are unable to recall, wait until you see Kexin. Perhaps you might recall at that time." "Now Kexin has become as beautiful as an angel, I'm afraid you stupid boy will instantly be infatuated with her." Dongfang Wan smiled and said, "I will be infatuated? What a joke. Which one among the women beside me isn't devastatingly beautiful? Moreover, beauty isn't the most important thing, Long Yi thought in his heart, but on the surface, he just smiled without uttering a single word. The sky quickly darkened, and after eating the meal, Dongfang Qiming left. But before leaving, he repeatedly instructed Long Yi to come over to Dongfang Mansion. Long Yi returned to his courtyard, and saw Li King was standing in the courtyard as if a statue, looking up towards the sky. Barbarian bull, Jia Yi, go to rest. Long Yi instructed the two who were closing following after him. Yes, young master. Both of them answered, then went to their respective room. As for Long Yi, he jumped to the roof, then pointing beside him, he said to Li King, Li King, come and sit here. This place was comfortable to see the stars. Li King also jumped onto the roof and sat beside Long Yi. Is there something weighing your mind? Long Yi faintly asked. Li King was startled but answered, yes, young master. Is it bitterness of love? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. In the eyes of Li King, he could see grief. Li King silently nodded his head, looking at the Lin King's that grim appearance, watching the silver moon hanging in the sky, and also sensing that infatuated aura hanging on his body. Long Yi could understand what was going on even using his belly button. And after a while, he said, you don't have to say, let me guess. It should be like this. There was a cool man who dearly loved a woman. He was not good at expressing his feeling, so he chose to stay beside her and silently protect her, dreaming one day she will understand his feelings. But things turned out contrary to his wishes. He basically wasn't in her heart. Moreover, one day, that cool man discovered that there was another man in the heart of the girl he had loved dearly. So feeling pain and heartbroken, he ran far away from there. Li King looked at Long Yi with wide eyes, and with a shocked expression, he hesitatingly said, young master, how do you know? Long Yi smirked and said, it is written in your eyes, I merely read it out. Li King naturally knew that Long Yi was joking. He thought that Long Yi seemed to have guessed, seeing the expression that showed unintentionally in his eyes. Even so, he greatly admired Long Yi. Tell me, is that girl very beautiful? Long Yi hit Li King and asked with a smile. The grim handsome face of Li King became red and he said, yes, very beautiful. There is no girl in the world that could compare to her. Long Yi placed his arm on the shoulder of Li King and said with a smile, a devoted man like you is so rare, that girl truly cannot tell good from bad. Unexpectedly she didn't see you. Li King shook his head and sighed, I am not good enough to be worthy of her. Who says you aren't worthy of her? I will say now, you, Li King, is worthy of any woman in this world. The only crucial point is the fate which brings people together, nothing else. Encountering is predetermined by fate, but letting it slip by is a different matter. As long as you make great effort to win over, what is there to regret? Long Yi loudly said. He never thought that, in this world, there was anyone unworthy of someone. In front of love, everyone was equal. The eyes of Li King shone. Immediately afterwards, they dimmed, and he said in a low voice, it's too late. At the very beginning, if I had. Now she had already fallen in love with someone else. It's already too late. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Li King and said with a smile, as long as the person whom you love is happy, that's enough. Wasn't your original intention was also to make the girl you love happy? Now that someone else is able to give her happiness, you can just silently bless her. Li King became silent in surprise, and after a long time, he raised his head, and with a relaxed expression, he said, feeling grateful, thank you, young master. Yes, as long as she is happy, isn't that enough? Is there any reason for only me to be the person beside her if she is happy? Long Yi smiled. He somewhat admired Li King. Those words were merely hot air. If the woman he loved was with another man, then he feared he might go insane. Just then, a trace of faint dark energy fluctuation streaked across them, and Long Yi alertly raised his head. Believing in his sharp senses comparable to the wild beast, he knew that that dark energy fluctuation of just now was absolutely not his misconception. Could it be that it is the people of Dark Church? I fear they have some hidden motives to move like this. Is there something wrong, young master? Seeing Long Yi suddenly got alert, Li King asked, "Perhaps, you stay here, I will look around." After speaking, Long Yi jumped and disappeared into the thin air. Long Yi continuously flashed in the sky of Zeman Mansion. He spread open his left palm, and used that blood-colored skull mark to detect that faint dark aura. He absolutely didn't think that this intruder was a commonplace expert. This intruder was able to avoid nets above and snares below of Zeman Mansion without alerting anyone. From this he could see that his strength has definitely reached the acme of perfection.